Chapter 1171. Under the heavy pressure of Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal, the crumbling formation was finally broken. The 5 qi pillars all collapsed, and the abundant spiritual qi dispersed, forming 5 huge vortexes, squeezing into a ball, almost engulfing the illusory coming peak. The chaotic spiritual qi storm had already overwhelmed the people on the illusory coming peak. Since His Majesty the Heaven Emperor is not here, I won't embarrass you little ones. But the illusory coming peak can't stay. Yin Zhaoge leisurely came to the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back. The disciples of the illusory coming peak, under the Heaven Emperor, could only leave the mountain without looking back. At this moment, everyone could see that if they dared to stay on the mountain, they would immediately be buried with the mountain gate. No one said anything harsh, and they just wanted to stay as far away from Yin Zhaoge as possible. Being stubborn at this time would not only make people laugh, but also directly cost their lives. Yin Zhaoge didn't pay much attention to them, and went to the center of the main peak of the illusory coming peak. There was a Taoist temple here, where the Heaven Emperor's Taoist field was located. Yin Zhaoge broke the outer defense restriction, walked in calmly, and went all the way to the backyard without paying much attention to the things around. Here, a towering ancient tree with branches and leaves flashing a faint cyan light stood quietly. Unfortunately, it's not a real ginseng fruit tree, but a grafted one. The spiritual qi of the fruit is much inferior, but it's also very rare. Yin Zhaoge smiled, and directly reached out, and closed his 5 fingers. As if an invisible giant hand appeared in the air, the towering ancient tree was dug out by its roots. Its roots seemed to run through the whole illusory coming peak, and went deep into the ground. But now it was also swept away by Yin Zhaoge, together with the rocks and soil. With this movement, the huge illusory coming peak shook violently, and the whole mountain began to collapse. Yin Zhaoge stamped his foot for the last time, and the famous fairy mountain of Kunlun Mountain completely collapsed, razed to the ground, and ceased to exist. In the clouds in the distance, Wang Pu and Ahu looked down and saw dust flying in the Kunlun mountain range, and the whole mountain range centered on the illusory coming peak became shorter. Yin Zhaoge carried a towering tree that was many times larger than his body. He stepped out of the collapsed mountain range step by step, and came back to Wang Pu and Ahu. Junior brother Yin, I have to say, I almost forgot that you had such a profound attainment in the way of formations, Wang Pu said with a wry smile. In fact, it was not that he forgot. It was just that Yin Zhaoge's performance in other areas had been too dazzling these past few years. Yin Zhaoge's performance in the way of refining artifacts was too dazzling. Moreover, on the path of crafting artifacts, it left one tongue-tied and speechless. He had single-handedly supported the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, stirring the hearts of the entire world beyond worlds, as many long-lost treasures had reappeared in this world. Regardless of whether it was martial arts or weapon forging, it was something that required a huge amount of time and energy. Yanzi cultivating in clans Yan's Dao, Palace Yan's in martial arts and Zhaoge knows. And however, Yin Zhaoge was good enough to overlook all living beings. As a result, Wang Pu had unconsciously overlooked that before Yin Zhaoge had established the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, when he had still been a seeing divinity martial saint, he had once used a 9 bends Yellow River formation to bury a bunch of immortal bridge martial saints. Because he felt that since he was so excellent in martial arts and refining artifacts, he should have no energy to take care of other aspects. But now Wang Pu had to admit that this idea was wrong. No, the idea itself is not wrong, Wang Pu said with a wry smile. It's not wrong to use it on others, but on junior brother Yin. Yin Zhaoge nodded to Wang Pu with a smile. Senior brother Wang, sorry to keep you waiting. Then he looked at Ahu and said, take this tree to the eastern vast heaven territory, and give it to my father. He can deal with it. There was no need to ask Wang Pu and others. They would not forget the jade capital crag when they got the fruit. Yin Zhaoge raised his hands and closed them in the middle. The gigantic tree, which was so huge that it pierced through the heavens and earth, suddenly became the size of a sapling. Black and white qi circulated around the sapling, preventing it from returning to its original state. Then Yin Zhaoge handed the sapling to Ahu. Young master, do you want to think about going to the Qilin cliff? Ahu took the sapling, with a simple and honest smile on his face, but his eyes were full of a greedy look. The corner of Wang Pu's mouth twitched. He looked at the pair of master and servant in front of him speechlessly. The Qilin cliff? Not now. Maybe later. Yin Zhaoge waved his hand and said casually. Hearing the first half of Yin Zhaoge's words, Wang Pu let out a sigh of relief, but hearing the second half, he inevitably felt a headache. But young master, the earthly sovereign is not here. The concealed sovereign is in seclusion, and the Earth Supreme was killed by you outside the Kunlun Mountain. Now the Qilin Cliff is like a group of dragons without a leader. Ahu asked curiously. Wang Pu smiled bitterly. Because that is the mountain gate of the profound immortal. The protective restriction and the mountain gate formation are all set up by the tranquil profound immortal, the earthly sovereign. Different from the illusory coming peak. Even if there is no one to manage it, we martial sages can't touch it. Chapter 1172. Ahu had been learning martial arts for many years, and had always been following Yin Zhaoge. Naturally, his knowledge and experience far surpassed his peers. He frowned and thought for a while. Then he asked, leakless and hard to hurt, tranquil and undisturbed. That's right. Leakless and hard to hurt, tranquil and undisturbed. Wang Pu sighed and said, the word tranquil here means that nothing in the mortal realm can cause any trouble. Ahu scratched the back of his head and said, can't cause trouble. Does that mean that no matter offense or defense, nothing can cause trouble? That's right. Yin Zhaoge shrugged and said, when a martial saint fights against a true immortal, they can't hurt the true immortal. However, they can resolve the true immortal's attacks and even break their moves. Even if they can't kill a true immortal, it's not impossible for a martial saint to capture and suppress a true immortal if the difference in strength is too great. Seeing Wang Pu's pained expression, Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, of course, no one can really do it. But at least, it's not something impossible. That's why we often say that a true immortal descends to the mortal realm and is undefeatable. However, that doesn't mean that they're invincible. However, if a profound immortal descends to the mortal realm, he's truly invincible. Yin Zhaoge waved his hand and said, because a martial saint can't kill a profound immortal. Strictly speaking, you can't even touch him. On the other hand, no matter how strong your defense is, a profound immortal can break it with a flick of their finger. It's like nothing. They just need to blow, and your defense will be gone. Leakless true immortal is hard to hurt in the mortal realm. Tranquil profound immortal is undisturbed by the mortal realm. Ahu said thoughtfully, so this is tranquil. That's right. Just like the example I gave just now. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, if a martial saint is so powerful that he can beat a true immortal like a grandson, but if he and this true immortal were exchanged for the same profound immortal, the true immortal might perform better. At least, he would have the chance to retaliate, while the martial saint would fall instantly. Don't you think it's abnormal? But this is the basic principle of the world of creation. If you don't transcend, you must abide by it. Yin Zhaoge spread his palms and said, a martial saint defeating a true immortal is also abnormal for most people. Wang Pu coughed a few times, while Ahu smiled foolishly. Well, it sounds like I'm blowing my own trumpet. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. Moreover, there are strong and weak true immortals as well. True immortals who are extremely powerful and far surpass their peers might not necessarily be unable to fight against Xian immortals. But just like how it is difficult for martial sages to injure true immortals, it is also difficult for true immortals to injure Xian immortals. At the very least, they would be able to put up a fight. Unlike when martial sages face Xian immortals, they would only be left with helplessness and despair. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, of course, it's also very difficult. It's even rarer than a martial saint contending against a true immortal. Since ancient times, there were only a few who managed to become a profound immortal. After all, which profound immortal expert is simple? The higher one's realm was, the rarer it was to challenge someone of a higher realm. In the end, it completely disappeared. Wang Pu looked at Ahu and sighed. That's why I just said that we can't break the Qilin cliff, even with the origin opening sword. The origin opening sword is a leakless immortal weapon, which can't hurt a profound immortal. However, earthly sovereign is not at the Qilin Cliff now. So, if a very powerful emperor comes to drive the origin opening sword, or even without the origin opening sword, he may break the Qilin Cliff, just like how junior brother Yen could break the illusory coming peak and Upper Chun could break the ingenious flying peak. However, a martial saint can't break the mountain gate of a profound immortal with the leakless immortal weapon. After all, he can't drive the immortal weapon with all his strength, and the gap between the two is not 1 but 2. Ahu scratched his head and said, "There must be some reasons for this, right?" "The reason is that it's not easy to become a profound immortal." Yin Zhaoge chuckled. "After pushing open the immortal door, you have to go through tribulations for every increase in realm. Once you fail, you will die. But it was also because of this that every increase in realm was like a whole new world, which was no less than a martial saint crossing the boundary between immortal and mortal. That was why Wang Pu said that there were 2 heavenly chasms. When a martial saint becomes an immortal, this tribulation is called the immortal mortal tribulation. Yin Zhaoge said, when a true immortal becomes a profound immortal, he also has to go through a tribulation. It's called the immeasurable tribulation, also known as the pure profound tribulation. Just like the immortal mortal tribulation, if you pass it, you will be in a whole new world. If you fail, you will die and turn into ashes. If a profound immortal wants to reach a higher realm in the future, he also has to go through a tribulation. Yin Zhaoge explained, this is related to cultivation. Ahu, you're still far from the immortal realm, so I didn't mention it to you before. Martial artists of our generation cultivate by refining their true essence, while immortal realm experts have to breathe in and out immortal qi. Immortal qi is actually a more general term. Chapter 1173. Yin Zhaoge put his index and middle fingers together. When 2 qis combine, it's not the change of 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it's the difference between 1 and many. That's why it's so different. The purification of immortal qi and immortal aura was like the purification of true essence into immortal qi. After crossing this threshold, a true immortal who controlled only 1 immortal qi wouldn't be able to hurt a profound immortal who had combined 2 qis and cultivated the immortal aura. This situation was similar to how a martial saint couldn't hurt a true immortal. With immortal qi, it was hard to hurt a true immortal in the mortal world. With immortal aura, the mortal world wouldn't be disturbed. The immortal aura of a profound immortal could easily shatter a martial artist's true essence, be it for attack or defense. Therefore, a profound immortal would always be peaceful in the mortal world. In other words, a profound immortal would never truly fall into the mortal world, and wouldn't be corroded by the mortal world. Young master, from 1 to many, not from 1 to 2, right? Ahu pondered over Yin Zhaoge's words, and keenly discovered some mysteries. Yin Zhaoge and Wang Pu both laughed. That's right. From 1 to many, not from 1 to 2. Wang Pu said approvingly, the difference between a true immortal and a profound immortal lies in the combination of more than 1 immortal qi and transforming it into the immortal aura. It's not simply refining 2 kinds of immortal qi. Therefore, if a profound immortal refines the 3rd, or even the 4th kind of immortal qi, his strength will increase, but it's still within the scope of cultivating the immortal aura. Wang Pu said and stretched out his fingers like Yin Zhaoge. However, he opened all his fingers at once. However, after refining 4 kinds of immortal qi, if a profound immortal can successfully refine himself with the 5th kind of immortal qi, he'll have to pass the tribulation. If he passes the tribulation, he'll enter a whole new world that's different from the profound immortal world. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, when all 5 kinds of immortal qi combine and form the 5 qis unification, it's the difference between incomplete and complete. Therefore it's a new chasm, a new world. Ahu smacked his lips and said, I roughly understand. Even a true immortal great emperor would find it difficult to break the protective restriction left behind by a profound immortal sovereign. However, if one's strength is not enough, it's not impossible to break it after spending some time. After all, it's not like facing a true profound immortal. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. However, Even if a martial saint possesses an immortal artifact of the leakless level, he would still be unable to do so. At the end of the day, he still cultivates in true essence and not immortal chi. As for tranquil great immortal weapons, martial sages are unable to use them. Even if they had one, there is no need to think too much about it. Ahu scratched his head and suddenly asked, "Young master, it seems like the 5 chis collecting in mind is a Taoist saying. What if it's a netherworld demon or a Buddhist martial artist?" Yen Zhaoge smiled, nodding. "Good question. There are differences in the details or appearance, but the most fundamental thing is the same, or at least similar." Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, "Back then, Buddhism created a cultivation technique different from Taoism in order to get closer to the truth of this world and see through the true great Tao. It was just that they were advancing along a path that they believed to be correct. Of course, this is part of the reason why Taoism has a clear understanding of one's own position. However, the essence of it isn't to be unique or to fight. When one reaches the peak of the great Tao, they would always return to the same place. That's because everyone is pursuing the truth." Yen Zhaoge waved his hand. "Therefore, if you study the advancement of Buddhist experts, you would realize that while it's different from Taoism, there are still some similarities between them. It's the same for the 9 underworlds demonic Tao. In fact, compared to Buddhism, they are more similar to Taoism, especially in the division of realms. That's why I said that some rules have nothing to do with what martial art a martial artist cultivates or their talent in comprehension. Instead, they are the rules of this world of creation and the universe itself. If one doesn't transcend it, he would have to abide by it. If one didn't want to abide by others' rules, he would have to make his own rules and let others play according to his rules. However, if that's the case, it wouldn't be the authority of the law anymore. Instead, it would be the power of the Tao, which would naturally surpass the original great Tao. As such, it was naturally not something that true immortals and profound immortals could achieve. It was a meaningless assumption. Ahu nodded upon hearing that. "Young master, I understand." He scratched his big head and suddenly thought of something. He asked, "Young master, female emperor is known as the number 1 among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. Isn't she very close to the profound immortal realm? Is she just a step away from it?" "I don't think so. When I saw female emperor in the royal Reed Sea, I felt that she wasn't ready to pass the pure profound tribulation." As Yen Zhaoge said that, he looked at Wang Pu. "The reason why she's so powerful is that she's more outstanding than her peers." Wang Pu said, "I'm not sure about that. Master should be clearer about it." He sighed. "Anyway, it's not easy to advance from true immortal to profound immortal. Master also said that it was quite difficult for him to pass the pure profound tribulation." "It's not easy indeed." Yen Zhaoge nodded. Currently, Yen Zhaoge had more contact with some of the 5 true immortal experts of the world beyond worlds. Among them, the Heaven Emperor and the Brocade Emperor had more contact with each other. So Yen Zhaoge had a general understanding of their ascension paths. Needless to say, the Brocade Emperor in black and the Brocade Emperor in white had to decide the winner first. If the Brocade Emperor in black who walked the ruthless path won, he had to kill Fu Ting and Meng Wan first, and then get the Tai Splendor Cloud and the Tai Fist. Only in this way could he have a chance to pass the second immortal chi to refine his body, pass the pure profound tribulation, and turn the immortal chi in his body into immortal gang. Otherwise, if he dared to take the risk to attack the pure profound tribulation, there was no other possibility except death. The Brocade Emperor in white who walked the sentimental path was even more embarrassed. At present, even if he killed the Brocade Emperor in black, it was still unknown what his future path would be. As for the Heaven Emperor, he also had a long way to go. However, the later Earth text was really important to him. With the later Earth text, he might not be able to pass the pure profound tribulation safely and reach the profound immortal realm, but at least there was hope. A sword cultivator's combat level is usually excellent, but it's difficult to make progress. Yen Zhaoge praised. It's even more difficult for senior apprentice Uncle Yu to catch up with the earthly and concealed sovereigns in the future. Wang Pu said with a bitter smile. Now I just hope that Master can return to the world beyond worlds as soon as possible. If so, let's bid farewell here. Take care, Senior Apprentice Brother Wang. Ahu, don't delay on your way, and go directly to the eastern vast heaven territory. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands. Wang Pu nodded. Junior Apprentice Brother Yin, be careful this time. Rest assured, young master. I will bring the things back to the family head as soon as possible. Ahu also nodded and said, after the matter is done, I will be on standby in the northern profound heaven territory. After saying goodbye to the two, Yin Zhaoge turned into a flowing light and went all the way north. After looking for Feng Yunsheng, he came to the northern profound heaven territory again. Chapter 1174. Cloud Pavilion Mountain Profound Remnant Monastery. This was where the Tao Arena of the Northern Exalt of the World Beyond Worlds 10 Exalts was located. Having arrived here, Yin Zhaoge did not go to Profound Remnant locale. Instead, he came to a town built by the side of the mountain outside Cloud Pavilion Mountain. There Broad Creed Mountain was openly at odds with Kunlun Mountain's southern high peaks Qilin Cliff. Now that they had come to the north and directly paid a visit, they would inevitably be suspected of forcing them to take sides. When the world beyond worlds had been searching for Xue Chuqing previously, the Northern Exalt had restricted his disciples from staying outside. Whether it was Xue Chuqing or Yin Zhaoge, they had both been moved by this. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge did not force him to do anything. Since the Northern Exalt wanted to remain aloof from the world and not involve himself in any conflict, Yin Zhaoge would grant him his wish. However, Yin Zhaoge believed that the other party would return the favor. From what had happened to Xue Chuqing over the past few years, the Northern Exalt had more or less felt sympathy and praise towards the dim radiant emperor. Although he did not ascend the Cloud Pavilion Mountain this time, as the ruler of the north, the Profound Remnant Monastery would definitely receive the news soon. The Northern Exalt's reaction would be known soon enough. Coming to that small town, Yin Zhaoge calmly looked at the people coming and going. This was a place that Feng Yunsheng had once visited. Yin Zhaoge looked quietly at the scenery and the flow of people within the city, rather spellbound. Not long after, he regained his senses and turned around with a faint smile. A young girl in yellow entered his sight. It was precisely Profound Remnant Locale's disciple Guan Yulua, who was also the granddaughter of the Northern Exalt, Taoist Wading, Guan Ku. Long time no see, Miss Guan. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he greeted her. As she neared, Guan Yulua first appraised Yin Zhaoge curiously, as though she was seeing him for the first time. This isn't the first time you've used such a gaze to appraise me, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Every time I see you, I feel like I've never really known you before. Guan Yulua blinked her eyes and said, Banxian, you really did Elder Wang of Qilin Cliff. Yin Zhaoge nodded calmly. That's right, I did it. Guan Yulua's eyes were still filled with disbelief. Alright, is there any news of Yinsheng? Yin Zhaoge first asked. The reason Guan Yulua had appeared was that she had long since become acquainted with Yin Zhaoge because of Feng Yunsheng. While in the current environment, someone from Profound Remnant Locale coming out to meet Yin Zhaoge was a problem in the eyes of others. There was still some leeway in the end, causing others to have some reservations, as they were unwilling to directly fall out with him. There's no news about Sister Feng. Guan Yulua's mood suddenly dropped. She also missed Feng Yunsheng very much. It was just that in front of Yin Zhaoge, she was more restrained, because she felt that as compared to herself, Yin Zhaoge would probably feel even worse. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as he consoled her. Yunsheng will be blessed by the heavens. And yes, but it's a pity that grandfather can't calculate Sister Feng's current situation. Guan Yulua sighed before pulling herself together and looking solemnly at Yin Zhaoge. She said softly, Before I left, grandfather said something. He's here, but I don't know where he is. It sounded like a sentence without any head or tail, but Yin Zhaoge instantly understood its meaning. The Northern Exalt looked old and frail, as if his neck had already been buried in the ground as he might pass away at any moment. But actually, he had a sharp mind and could see through many things clearly. The Broad Creed Mountain and the Kunlun Mountain's southern high peaks Qilin Cliff were officially enemies. Although they had the Sword Sovereign behind them, facing both the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign at the same time, they would definitely be under a lot of pressure. Yin Zhaoge and the others definitely had to think of a plan. The roving Jade Heaven's profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor's lineage might be able to help them. However, they couldn't do it unless they had no other choice. If the roving Jade Heavens were involved in the internal affairs of the world beyond worlds, the nature would completely change. Even the Sword Sovereign might not be willing to do so, although he could get along well with the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor. He had an extremely bad relationship with the other peak experts of the roving Jade Heavens. It could even be said that their enmity was as deep as the sea. If they didn't look for external help and wanted to look for a powerful helper within the world beyond worlds, there was only one best choice for Yin Zhaoge and the others. Before the Sword Sovereign, the Astro Sovereign of the Three Sovereigns, he was also the exalted water luminary of the Kunlun 9 luminaries in the past. He had a close relationship with Yin Zhaoge's grandfather, the exalted gold luminary, Yin Xintong. In recent years, many people in the world beyond worlds had gradually forgotten about the Astro Sovereign, but the Northern Exalt wouldn't. The Northern Exalt knew about the disappearance of the Astro Sovereign. As one of the oldest and most experienced Exalts of the 10 Exalts, the Northern Exalt had experienced the era of the Astro Sovereign. He also knew that the Astro Sovereign had disappeared in the snowfield in the north. As the Lord of the Northern Profound Heaven territory, he naturally knew more than the other Exalts. However, that was all he knew. As for the specific reasons and details of the Astro Sovereign's disappearance, he didn't know much. That was why there was a saying that the Astro Sovereign was here, but no one knew where he was. For Yin Zhaoge, this was certainly not enough for him to find the Astro Sovereign. However, he also understood the deeper meaning of the Northern Exalt. The disappearance of the Astro Sovereign might really be related to the 9 underworlds. In the world beyond worlds, only the 3 sovereigns, the female emperor, and the dead Wang Zhengqing might know the details. Not to mention the other Exalts, even the encompassing emperor and the Heaven Emperor might not know the details. The reason why the Northern Exalt knew some clues was that he was guarding the Northern Profound Heaven territory. That's a good thing. I don't know the details, and others don't know the details either. Yin Zhaoge thought. Even if they know that I will go to the Astro Sovereign for help, they can't stop me. The earthly sovereign hadn't returned. The concealed sovereign was in seclusion, and Wang Zhengqing, the only one who could play a role, had already been killed by Yin Zhaoge. The only uncertain factor left was the upper Exalt, Chen Qianhua, who had the origin heavenly scripture and could see the past and the future. However, the Brocade Emperor couldn't compare with Astro Sovereign in terms of cultivation. Chen Qianhua wanted to figure out the things about the Astro Sovereign, but he couldn't gain much from it. Even if he knew the existence of Chu Lily from Wang Zhengqing and started to work on her, he still needed to rest in a short period of time after being wounded by Yin Di's saber. Yin Zhaoge had time to find the Astro Sovereign. What worried him was that female Emperor Jie Mingkong wouldn't suddenly fall out with him, would she? After saying goodbye to Guan Yulua, Yin Zhaoge left the small town and continued to the north. He stepped into the world of ice and snow in the north again. Walking in the wind and snow, red light flashed in Yin Zhaoge's eyes. The sharp red light vaguely spurted out from his eyes and cut the void. Yin Zhaoge looked over and saw that in the world of ice and snow in front of him, there were many black lines, some far, some near, some sparse, some dense. Every black line was actually a crack in the spatial domain. However, these cracks were not stable. They were in the state of alternating between cracking and healing, so they were not the real space passageways or the wounds of the sky. However, how could he find the Astro Sovereign? The reason why he looked for Feng Yunsheng was that the Northern Exalt had demarcated a limited area in advance to search for the Astro Sovereign. However, if he looked for the Astro Sovereign one by one, it would take him decades or even hundreds of years. Chapter 1175. The disappearance of Astro Sovereign was very likely related to the 9 underworlds, which was an important clue that could greatly reduce the search scope. However, there were still many possibilities. If it was related to the 9 underworlds, it would definitely take a lot of time and energy. Once he found the wrong one, he would waste a lot of time. But for Yin Zhaoge, it was easier to find Feng Yunxing this time. Astro Sovereign's cultivation was much higher than his. Since it was related to the 9 underworlds, Yin Zhaoge didn't need to look at Astro Sovereign. He just needed to look at the abnormal phenomenon in the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoge first chose a space crack that might be related to the 9 underworlds. This crack was still in the state of healing. There was no devilish qi seeping out of it. It would be difficult for others to find it. But for Yin Zhaoge, who had some knowledge of the faceless devil scripture, it was much easier. Flying in the snow and ice of the world beyond worlds, Yin Zhaoge stepped on the air and lightly drew a line in the air with his finger. A red light loomed on the tip of his finger. The sword light of the immortal trapping sword easily broke the unstable space crack. After the space crack was broken, it gradually formed a domain passageway. Yin Zhaoge stepped into it. Before entering, he stopped and turned around, nodding slightly at the empty void in the distance. Then he continued walking forward. He only needed to move forward. After Yin Zhaoge disappeared, a haggard old man with turbid eyes and a little hunchback slowly walked to the entrance of the domain passageway. It was the Northern Exalt. Looking at the pitch-black entrance of the domain passageway in front of him, he sighed and sat down cross-legged. Although the domain passageway Yin Zhaoge entered had the land of Tranquil Stream as a buffer, and didn't directly connect to the 9 underworlds, the Northern Exalt still had to be careful. One of his duties in guarding the north was to keep a close eye on the land of Tranquil Stream, which was connected to the world beyond worlds, and the 9 underworlds which might exist behind it. Although he wouldn't directly deal with Yin Zhaoge, since Yin Zhaoge had opened the entrance, the Northern Exalt naturally had to guard here just in case. The old man looked at the domain passageway in front of him with his turbid eyes and murmured to himself, "What an eventful time!" With the Northern Exalt guarding here, Yin Zhaoge didn't have any worries after opening this crack. He stepped into it and passed through the passageway. When the space-time changes in front of him gradually stabilized, what appeared in front of him was darkness. There were no twinkling stars in the gloomy void. There was only a patch of gloomy radiance. At this moment, the void seemed to have turned from intangible to tangible, and it was stained with dirt. It was the land of Tranquil Stream, which was derived from the void eroded by the 9 serenities. Yin Zhaoge didn't stop. Instead, he kept moving forward towards the deepest part of the land of Tranquil Stream. That was where the 9 underworlds resided. After a long and arduous journey, the terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds that could shake one's soul grew thicker and thicker. Finally, there was an end to the gloomy land of Tranquil Stream in front of them. Layers of black fog filled the air, and there was even an evil and ferocious blood-red luster flashing in it. This terror was boundless and boundless like the sky and the sea. Yin Zhaoge did not pause in the slightest as he strode into the devilish baleful qi. This time, he could feel that the Faceless Devil's Sutra, 8 Desolation Thunder Palm, 6 Spirits Demonic Fist, and other demonic cultivation techniques seemed to have become more active and autonomous. As the saying goes, when the Tao grows, the devil grows. But most of the time, the Tao grows, and the devil grows as well. It's like 2 sides of the same coin. Yin Zhaoge was not surprised. The reason why his devilish nature seemed to be more easily stimulated this time was that his cultivation realm was higher, and his strength was stronger. Therefore, his demonic cultivation also improved along with it. Especially that day in the 9 underworlds, in order to deal with the Brocade Emperor and Chen Qianhua, Yin Zhaoge condensed the faceless heavenly devil incarnation and displayed the 8 Desolation Thunder Palm recorded in the devil creation scripture. That battle made Yin Zhaoge's attainments in these 2 demonic cultivation techniques improve by leaps and bounds. Now that he returned to the 9 underworlds, it was naturally easier for his devilish nature to be stimulated. However, it didn't cause any trouble to Yin Zhaoge. The peerless heavenly scripture silently operated, instantly suppressing the restless devilish nature, and everything returned to normal. He took a deep breath and showed the body of the big black Buddha again. Then, the big black Buddha stretched out his palms and displayed another supreme martial art recorded in the devil creation scripture. Among the 8 extremities of creation, heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and lake, It corresponded to the phenomenon of earth and earth, the earthly secret seal. In the past, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository had a limited collection of demonic cultivation techniques. Among them, the most powerful one was the complete faceless devil scripture. However, the devil creation scripture was incomplete. Among the 8 extremities of creation, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository had 3 of them. Other than the 8 desolation thunder palm corresponding to the phenomenon of thunder, this earthly secret seal corresponding to the phenomenon of earth, and earth was also one of them. Now, Yin Zhaoge used the faceless devil scripture as the foundation and transformed into the big black Buddha to increase his adaptability in the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, which made it easier for him to circulate the devilish qi. Then, he used the secret seal of the earth element. This seal was both an external art and an internal art. Combining martial arts and martial arts, it had many wondrous uses. When Yin Zhaoge displayed it now, he seemed to be calm and unmoving like the earth, and calm and deep like a secret. However, it was as if the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had completely sunk into hell and turned into the demonic Tao. Under this state, his perception in the 9 underworlds increased greatly. But this method was not very useful to find Feng Yunsheng. Under the influence of the exalted Rahu luminary, Feng Yunsheng had to hide herself from others. Most of the time, she kept moving and went deeper into the 9 underworlds. As for Astro Sovereign, Yin Zhaoge speculated that he might be fixed in some place. In Yin Zhaoge's opinion, Astro Sovereign might be suppressing something. Just like the extreme Yang seal had been suppressing a crack of the 9 underworlds at the bottom of the abyss of the 8 extremities world. Or Astro Sovereign might be refining some treasures or cultivating some secret arts with the help of the 9 underworlds. Otherwise, Chu Lily wouldn't expect him to bring a message. Since he brought a message, Chu Lily must be sure that Sword Sovereign and Concealed Sovereign could find Astro Sovereign safely. In this way, Yin Zhaoge had some hope to find Astro Sovereign. Otherwise, it would be like looking for a needle in the sea. If he had such good luck to meet Astro Sovereign, he would go to find Feng Yunsheng first. This time, Yin Zhaoge chose a random land of tranquil stream to enter the 9 underworlds, because he wanted to find Astro Sovereign in the opposite direction. He wanted to find Astro Sovereign from the 9 underworlds. Wherever there was something unusual near the edge of the 9 underworlds, he would go there. Then, he would find Astro Sovereign in the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, or the land of tranquil stream. Yin Zhaoge displayed the earthly secret seal, and felt all kinds of slight quakes in the devilish domain nearby. The quakes of all things, the quakes of invisible devilish qi, and the quakes of space and time. He didn't let go of any unusual things. Finally, the big black Buddha suddenly opened his eyes. His pure black eyes looked far away. Chapter 1176. While the huge black Buddha's eyes were closed, there seemed to be circular ripples spreading into the distance. As he formed the primordial earth secret seal, he resembled the epicenter of an earthquake. As these ripples traveled far away, everything that had been experienced was vividly displayed, returning to Yin Zhaoge's mind. Ripples were blooming in the distance. Some were big, some were small, some were continuous, some were fleeting. Numerous scenes flashed past Yin Zhaoge's eyes. He skipped over the battle between the demons. While they all desired to devour the outside world, there were also fierce, brutal battles between devils in the 9 underworlds. Such things were naturally not something Yin Zhaoge was concerned about. What he was concerned about were the people in the 9 underworlds, or the movements at the border of the 9 underworlds where the boundless lands intersected. It was naturally rare for people to enter the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoge had not discovered anything. Still, the border of the 9 underworlds often fluctuated. Yin Zhaoge filtered through the most intense fluctuations, feeling the changes within before finally choosing one. The gaze of the huge black Buddha guided him in that direction. After dispersing the body of the devil Buddha, Yin Zhaoge retracted his aura and sped off in that direction. The devilish domain of the 9 underworlds was incomparably vast, being much larger than the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoge traversed its borders for a long time. The place he had initially chosen was ultimately proven not to be the one he was looking for. Yin Zhaoge was not dejected. While he had to hurry, he had never felt that this would be something that could be accomplished in a single stroke. He continued searching. Towards the end, Yin Zhaoge even found the land of Tranquil Stream, where he had pursued Feng Yunsheng. He did not know whether to laugh or to cry as he searched. Some indistinct clues indicated that Feng Yunsheng, or the exalted Raha luminary, Jian Shenhua, had clearly returned to this region previously. It was unknown whether she had intended to return under Feng Yunsheng's lead or Jian Shenhua had considered the most dangerous place as the safest place to avoid the search of Yin Zhaoge and the others. Whether it was Yin Zhaoge or the encompassing emperor, they had both previously entered the depths of the 9 underworlds in search of her. It was just that Feng Yunsheng had long since left this place despite having returned. Still, looking at the traces left behind by Feng Yunsheng this time, Yin Zhaoge saw some things. Are they still in a stalemate? Who exactly is the great devil that Jian Shenhua is after? Yin Zhaoge pondered. Could it be on the level of the 12 devilish gods? Yin Zhaoge now had a direct understanding of the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua's audacity. It wasn't limited to the legends. She was the female emperor Jie Mingkong, one of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds, and the current owner of the Jade Sky Peak. The one who was fighting with her was a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe with a dragon and tiger on it. He was moving in the air and fighting with Jie Mingkong in a stalemate. As the Taoist crossed his hands, the 4 elements of earth, water, fire and wind came one after another and turned into 4 dragons and 4 tigers. Each of the dragons and tigers was tens of thousands of feet long. As they jumped up and down, the dark land of Tranquil Stream was almost broken. Yin Zhaoge already knew his identity when he saw his appearance and moves. The roving jade heavenly immortal expert of the prime clear lineage, Tranquility Emperor, also known as Tranquility Emperor. Some people also called him Dragon Tiger Emperor, because of his supreme martial art, the Dragon and Tiger 4 Symbols treasured book. He was the only expert in the immortal realm of the prime clear lineage who didn't open the door of immortality with sword arts. His foundation was the founding Emperor Tribulation Scripture and the Dragon and Tiger 4 Symbols treasured book, one of the prime clear lineage's 5 scriptures. Most of the prime clear martial artists in the roving jade heavens were from the incongruence Divine Mother's lineage. There were few exceptions. Tranquility Emperor was one of them. He was the successor of the Golden Spirit Mother's lineage, who was also the direct disciple of the prime clear Lord of Numinous Treasure, Heavenly Lord like the incongruence Divine Mother. After the Golden Spirit Mother's investiture of God's battle, most of her disciples also suffered. As a result, the lineage of the Golden Spirit Mother's lineage became sparse and withered after the Great Calamity. Tranquility Emperor excavated the relics of the predecessors and finally made the lineage of the Golden Spirit Mother reappear in the world and achieved great achievements. It was a good story in the roving jade heavens in those years. Some news about it even spread in the world beyond worlds. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge was familiar with it. However, it was not until today that he saw the Tranquility Emperor in person, and he was fighting with Jie Mingkong. Chapter 1177. Female Empress Jie Mingkong's eyes were still tightly closed at this moment, and she did not open them. She was expressionless, as if she was covered with frost. She put her 5 fingers together and straightened her palm like a saber, cutting through the void. Suddenly, a pair of dragon and tiger formed by water turned into ice sculptures in the middle of the 4 dragons and 4 tigers. Then they were cut in half from the middle. Female Emperor turned around and cut the dragon and tiger, formed by the storm, with her saber again. Tranquility Emperor didn't panic. He used his palms to counter every move. The 4 dragons and 4 tigers formed by the 4 images appeared again, and were still fighting with female emperor. He didn't feel surprised when he saw Yin Zhaoge's face clearly. After pondering for a while, Tranquility Emperor smiled and said, "Taoist Jie, it seems we have to stop here today." He pushed his palms forward. The dragon and tiger formed by earth, water and fire rushed to female emperor together. Then, the wind dragon and the wind tiger landed under his feet and carried him away at a very fast speed. They left the land of Tranquil Stream instantly. Yin Zhaoge slightly narrowed his eyes because he felt that Tranquility Emperor glanced at him meaningfully before he left. Although Tranquility Emperor didn't say it explicitly, Yin Zhaoge knew that Tranquility Emperor always followed the old Grand Master's lead in the roving Jade Heavens. The old Grand Master of the roving Jade Heavens was from the incongruence Divine Mother's lineage. Tranquility Emperor reappeared part of the Golden Spirit Divine Mother's lineage, but it didn't stop Tranquility Emperor from getting close to her. At the same time, Tranquility Emperor and Cloud Conquest Emperor had always been close. Undoubtedly, he belonged to the group of people who were extremely hostile to the world beyond worlds. Over the years, he had many conflicts with the experts of the world beyond worlds. Looking at him, Yin Zhaoge almost instantly thought of many things. People like Tranquility Emperor and Cloud Emperor would be very happy to see the world beyond worlds' internal strife, or even division. If Yin Zhaoge and his family joined the roving Jade Heavens, they might accept it. And the world beyond worlds' internal strife and division would be more suitable for them. If the Sword Emperor Yu Jinbei, who had a deep hatred for them, couldn't be tolerated in the world beyond worlds, they would applaud. In order to achieve this goal, it was necessary to prevent Yin Zhaoge and the others from seeking support or mediation from Astro Sovereign. They didn't need to do much. As long as they secretly told the female Emperor Jia Mingkong that Yin Zhaoge had once been in contact with Chu Lily, the female emperor would very likely be angered, causing her to obstruct Yin Zhaoge's plans. Although Yin Zhaoge didn't know that Yin Zhaoge helped Chu Lily to deliver a letter, the fact that they had been in contact with each other was already enough to make Yin Zhaoge suffer a lot when Yin Zhaoge was looking for Astro Sovereign. Of course, they would definitely completely offend Yin Zhaoge and his father, causing endless trouble in the future. Even if Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di were currently only martial saints. However, their revenge, especially with the passage of time, was not something an ordinary person could bear. For the Tranquility Emperor and the others, it was not worth it. After all, they had no enmity with Yin Zhaoge and his father. However, Yin Zhaoge was still bothered by the stare of the Tranquility Emperor before he left. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Could it be because... Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but it only lasted for a moment. Seeing that the female Emperor Jia Mingkong didn't mean to stop him, Yin Zhaoge was happy to stand aside and watch the Tranquility Emperor leaving. "Why are you here?" The female Emperor didn't want to chase after him either. She stopped and stood still. Then she turned to Yin Zhaoge with her closed eyes and said, "Are you looking for your wife again?" She paused for a while and said, "The auction of your Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion should have ended long ago. I did have something important to deal with, so I couldn't come here." Yin Zhaoge was the descendant of the exalted gold luminary, Yin Xintong. The female emperor just explained it to him with a hint of apology. However, from what she said, Yin Zhaoge seemed to know nothing about what had happened in the world beyond worlds before. "Your Majesty, to tell you the truth, I came to the 9 underworlds this time to look for Astro Sovereign," Yin Zhaoge said honestly after thinking for a while. The female emperor's body was gradually covered with frost again, and was about to be frozen. However, after hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, the frost on her body suddenly disappeared. She frowned. "You are looking for my master?" "In order to save my mother, my father killed the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven," Yin Zhaoge said frankly. "And I killed the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng." The female emperor's expression didn't change at all when she heard that Taoist One Heaven was killed. However, after hearing that Yin Zhaoge had killed the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng, she raised her eyebrows slightly. "Is Concealed Sovereign still in seclusion?" "That's right." Yin Zhaoge nodded, and then told the female emperor about what had happened. "Concealed Sovereign will definitely help Earthly Sovereign." After hearing it, the female emperor nodded. "No wonder you want to look for my master." Yin Zhaoge took the chance to ask, "Where is Astro Sovereign now? Is it convenient for him to show up?" "I'm afraid that my master can't help you." Unexpectedly, the female emperor directly refused. Before Yin Zhaoge said anything, she suddenly asked, "Since Sword Sovereign hasn't returned to the world beyond worlds, how did you know that my master is still alive and his whereabouts are related to the 9 underworlds?" "From your mother? What she knows should be limited." The female emperor said indifferently. The Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing is very tight-lipped. Even if he thinks that victory is in sight, he won't leak the news of my master to you. She looked at Yin Zhaoge. A few years ago, there was news from the roving Jade Heavens. You have been there. Is Chu Lily in the roving Jade Heavens? Have you seen her? Being stared by the female emperor with her closed eyes, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but have an impulse to smile bitterly. His previous guess had come true. Although the female emperor Jie Mingkong seemed to be indifferent to everything, it was just because she wasn't interested in participating in it. In fact, she knew a lot of things in her heart, but she was always in a state of preparedness. When she wanted to figure something out, she was sharper than most people. The Tranquility Emperor seemed to know this well, so he didn't need to provoke her. The news that Yin Zhaoge had been to the roving Jade Heavens was known by most of the high-level experts in the world beyond worlds, but they didn't know the details. However, it seemed that the female emperor Jie Mingkong didn't need to know the details. She was just guessing. Of course, Yin Zhaoge could deny it. Anyway, his mother would help him to cover up the lie, and the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing couldn't testify. But there was no need to deny it, because it would be too easy to expose it in the future. But I did see a senior Chu in the roving Jade Heavens. Yin Zhaoge showed a surprised expression. It was easy to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. He could even keep his mouth shut about the matter of delivering the letter. But Jie Mingkong didn't have anyone to prove it, unless Chu Lily betrayed Yin Zhaoge. Although it didn't look reliable, Granny Li wouldn't do such a stupid thing. So Yin Zhaoge was very calm. Your Majesty, you didn't know that she was in the roving Jade Heavens? I thought you were of the same sect. Chapter 1178. Female Emperor Jie Mingkong kept silent for a long time. After a while she asked, Did Chu Lily ask you to bring anything? No. Yin Zhaoge shook his head without hesitation. Jie Mingkong slightly raised her head, expressionless, and closed her eyes, which made it hard for Yin Zhaoge to see through her emotions. After a long time, Jie Mingkong said, It's indeed inconvenient for my master to help your family. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he's busy. Yin Zhaoge didn't give up. He asked, Is it inconvenient for me to meet Astro Sovereign? Even if His Majesty can't help me, I should pay a visit to my ancestor's friend. Although the pressure brought by the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign is great, I have no other way to deal with it in a short time. Even if I am anxious, I can't be anxious. He spread out his hands. If possible, I'd better pay a visit to the Astro Sovereign. As Yin Zhaoge said, his eyes flickered slightly. My martial nephew Shijun and his mother are troubled by the 9 underworlds. Astro Sovereign's retirement is also related to the 9 underworlds. Based on his knowledge and cultivation, maybe I can ask him for advice? After the opening ceremony of Broad Creed Mountain, female Emperor Jie Mingkong, Chao Jiejie and Lu Jinggu were invited to check Shijun and his mother together. Yin Zhaoge noticed that female Emperor seemed to be very sensitive about the 9 underworlds, which was different from her usual indifferent attitude. Now, Yin Zhaoge was sure that what he had felt at that time was not an illusion after connecting it with the situation of Astro Sovereign. Hearing this, Jie Mingkong looked at Yin Zhaoge again. After a while she slowly nodded. Well, come with me. Descendant of exalted gold luminary, my master has always been concerned about you. If you are forced to leave the world beyond worlds because of offending earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign, no one can say for sure whether you will meet again in the future. Female Emperor turned around and said, Although your father didn't come, my master must be very happy to see you. As for how to deal with this matter, it's up to my master. Her body was gradually frozen again and turned into an ice sculpture. As the ice and snow spread, a huge ice snake appeared in the air. A black light flashed in the eyes of the snow-white ice snake, as if it had a life of its own. Then, the ice snake carried the Empress, who had turned into an ice sculpture again, and swam away in the vast land of tranquil stream. I will have to trouble your majesty to lead the way. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands, leaping up and also ascending the head of the ice snake, arriving beside the ice sculpture of the female emperor as he rode the ice snake forward. The two left the land of tranquil stream together. The ice snake did not return to the world beyond worlds, instead heading straight for the 9 underworlds. After entering the 9 underworlds, the devilish atmosphere and baleful aura wreaked havoc. The female emperor remained calm, while Yin Zhaoge merely focused on stabilizing his mental state and suppressing the rampaging devil. He pondered as he observed his surroundings. Female Emperor Jie Mingkong did not express any dissatisfaction or anger towards him for killing Wang Zhengcheng, the Earth Supreme. This was within Yin Zhaoge's expectations. While the female Emperor Jie Mingkong and the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng were of the same generation in terms of seniority, they did not share any special relationship as they were much younger in age. Given Jie Mingkong's cold temperament, she would not care about the death of such a person who had nothing to do with her. As for the influence on the world beyond worlds, Jie Mingkong did not seem to be affected at all. What Yin Zhaoge was not sure about was what the female emperor would do next. Would she remain neutral or help him? Of course, that was under the premise that he did not become enemies with her. Now it seemed that the situation was better than what he had expected. Female Emperor Jie Mingkong was closer to the Jade Capital Crag than the Qilin Cliff. If Astro Sovereign made a clear statement, the female emperor would definitely help Yin Zhaoge's family. Although it could not solve the pressure brought by the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign, female Emperor Jie Mingkong's status was much higher than that of ordinary true immortal emperors. However, Astro Sovereign was the key to the whole thing. The ice snake carried the two to travel in the 9 underworlds for many days. The female emperor sealed herself in ice, not saying a word or doing anything. She was tough and domineering when she fought with others, but she preferred to avoid trouble in daily life. Therefore, she kept a low profile most of the time when she met the big demons in the 9 underworlds. After many days, Yin Zhaoge estimated that they had far exceeded the distance from the south to the north of the world beyond worlds. Then, the ice snake suddenly rushed out of the 9 underworlds in the devilish Qi and entered another land of tranquil stream. However, this land of tranquil stream was obviously different. There seemed to be something in the depth of the dark and gloomy void. Glacier. Yin Zhaoge fixed his eyes on it and saw a vast land of ice and snow, which spread everywhere. The whole land of tranquil stream was frozen in the glacier. However, the ice didn't reflect much light, so it still looked dark and obscure. The area and volume of the glacier were immeasurable. In the beginning, people couldn't feel the coldness. The ice and snow seemed to be illusory, but as time went by, they would feel colder and colder. And the coldness seemed to be irresistible. It was getting worse slowly but irreversibly. No matter how hard people tried to warm themselves, they could only feel colder and colder. In the beginning, it didn't seem to be worth mentioning, but not long after, people would feel the extreme coldness. Finally, they would be frozen to death without any strength to struggle. The most despairing thing was not the deep coldness, but the fact that no matter how hard they tried, it would be in vain. "We're here." The female emperor, who had been silent all the way, finally spoke. Although she didn't open her eyes, the ice on her body had already dissipated. The huge ice snake also disintegrated and disappeared. Yin Zhaoge followed the female emperor to the depths of the glacier. The glacier had turned into an ice field. Its area and volume were hard to measure. Yin Zhaoge estimated that it could freeze half of the world beyond worlds, and still have some left. Looking around, it was desolate. No scenery or buildings could be seen. It gave people a feeling of ancient, primitive and vastness. Besides, there was no luster at all. Yin Zhaoge only felt that he had returned to the cold, silent, light and heat world of the universe at the beginning of the world. There was no human atmosphere here, and no trace of human activity. Led by the female emperor, Yin Zhaoge came to the foot of a continuous stretch of ice mountains. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Who did Mingkong bring?" The voice came from all directions. It seemed that the same voice came from every piece of ice and snow on the whole glacier land. "Master." The female emperor Jie Mingkong's expression changed. Her expression was very complicated. Longing, joy, frustration, unwillingness, worry, and so on. Because of the fleeting moment, Yin Zhaoge could only see so much. It was the first time that he saw such a complicated emotional change on her face. Chapter 1179. Greetings, Master. Jie Mingkong took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Then she bowed to the iceberg. The expression on her face returned to normal after a moment. It seemed that everything Yin Zhaoge had seen just now was just an illusion. Yin Zhaoge lowered his eyes and didn't do anything else. He believed that female Emperor Jie Mingkong wouldn't want anyone to see her like that just now. So Yin Zhaoge didn't see or say anything indecent. But Yin Zhaoge suddenly had doubts in his mind. Did I see it wrong? Female Emperor's mood just now seemed to be mixed with guilt and uneasiness. Why did she feel guilty and uneasiness? Did the current situation of Astro Sovereign have something to do with her? Yin Zhaoge frowned, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. The one who came with me is the descendant of exalted gold luminary, Jie Mingkong said to the iceberg with respect. Seeing that, Yin Zhaoge took a step forward and bowed to the iceberg. My name is Yin Zhaoge. My ancestor is Yin Xintong. I'm here to see Astro Sovereign. Xintong's descendant? The voice was as steady as before, but the huge iceberg slightly shook. At the foot of the iceberg, the ice layer suddenly opened and showed the entrance of a tunnel. Go in, Jie Mingkong said to Yin Zhaoge. My master seems to be very happy to know that the descendant of exalted gold luminary is safe. He wants to see you. Yin Zhaoge was a little surprised. Don't you want to come with me, Your Majesty? I won't go in. You can go in by yourself. Go down the tunnel at the bottom of the iceberg, and you will see my master. Jie Mingkong shook her head and said after a short silence. Okay. Goodbye, Your Majesty. Yin Zhaoge didn't say anything more. He just nodded and turned around and walked into the cave. However, Yin Zhaoge's heart was in his throat even though he came down. Just at the moment when Jie Mingkong refused to come down, he vaguely felt that she seemed to have a slight change in her mood. That was not normal. There must be something wrong when something was abnormal. Yin Zhaoge suddenly felt that the stairs under his feet, which were made of ice and as hard as iron, seemed to be shaking. Hey. Is Astro Sovereign going to take care of me? Or are you going to take care of me? Or are you going to take care of Astro Sovereign? Yin Zhaoge thought to himself. He had never been afraid to speculate about others with the greatest evil. So naturally, conspiracy theories were flying everywhere at this moment. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find any evidence that the other party had the need to do so. Saying that they were completely in cahoots with the earthly sovereign was also wrong. With the female emperor's temperament, if she supported the earthly sovereign, she would have long since made a move against Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge was full of questions. What is Astro Sovereign sealing? Female emperor doesn't want him to stay here, so she wants to find a scapegoat for him. That scapegoat will take the blame for him? I'm the unlucky one who was chosen? It doesn't feel like it. As his thoughts ran wild, Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change in the slightest as he stably passed through the passageway within the ice mountain, descending all the way to the bottom of the ice mountain. Here, the world that had always been dark suddenly had light. It was like the first ray of light since the creation of the world, illuminating the entire world. Yin Zhaoge looked carefully and found that at the end of the passageway, there was a large water area. It was an unrestrained vast ocean, like an ocean. Under the ice mountain, there was a sea in the glacier. Yin Zhaoge stepped on the water surface and walked on the ice sea. As he kept moving forward, he saw a thick ice pillar in the distance. It was like a pillar supporting the sky, with the bottom suppressing the vast ocean, and the top supporting the sky like an ice cover. An ice pillar penetrated through the ice mountain, reaching the deeper ice layer at the bottom of the sea, connecting the whole glacier like a central axis. Inside the ice pillar, a figure was vaguely visible. When Yin Zhaoge got close, he raised his head and looked at it. But he couldn't see the person's face clearly because of the ice layer. Of course, the ice layer couldn't block Yin Zhaoge's sight. It was the power of the expert in the immortal realm, who froze the land of tranquil stream, and blocked the way of the 9 underworlds. Xingtong's descendant doesn't look like Xingtong. Is it because of the grand simplicity splendor cloud? The voice came out from the ice pillar, and then the figure became clear. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s, who seemed to be the same age as Yin Zhaoge. But his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. His facial features didn't seem special individually, but when put together, They formed a man's face full of charm, which made people immersed in it unconsciously. He was wearing a light blue robe with white decorations on it, and his snow-white long hair was hanging behind him. He looked calm and peaceful like the ice and snow. Although he was still in the ice pillar and seemed to be frozen, Yin Zhaoge could see his face clearly now. Although it was the first time for Yin Zhaoge to see him in person, he had seen his image long ago. The man in front of him was Astro Sovereign, one of the 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds, together with Earthly Sovereign and Concealed Sovereign, before Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei. He was the exalted water luminary, Chen Xuanzong, one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yin Zhaoge bowed to Astro Sovereign. Astro Sovereign looked calm and didn't show any domineering attitude. He just looked Yin Zhaoge up and down. You are Xingtong's grandson, so the grand simplicity splendor cloud should be your father's, right? Is your father still alive? Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge's heart moved a bit. Astro Sovereign's words seemed to indicate that he had just heard about Yin Di and Yin Zhaoge, and didn't know about it before. It had been a few years since the opening ceremony of the Broad Creed Mountain, but no one had told Astro Sovereign about Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di. Concealed Sovereign was in seclusion, and Earthly Sovereign and Sword Sovereign hadn't returned. Wang Zhengcheng, the Earth Exalt, hoped that Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di would have fewer people to rely on. But what about Female Emperor? Did she not tell me about it? Or did she not come to see Astro Sovereign in recent years? Is it the first time that she came with me? While thinking, Yin Zhaoge told Astro Sovereign about the situation of him and his father Yin Di, as well as what had happened in the world beyond worlds in recent years. Although there was no grand simplicity splendor cloud as a witness, Astro Sovereign obviously didn't care about the authenticity of Yin Zhaoge's identity, since Female Emperor brought him here. Astro Sovereign didn't talk much. He only asked a few questions occasionally, and usually waited until Yin Zhaoge stopped talking. Most of the time, he just listened quietly. In the end, when Yin Zhaoge finished talking, he nodded and said, I'm also very happy that Xingtong has a son. He and fellow Taoist Di of roving Jade Heavens can finally be at ease in the underworld. It's a pity that my father and my ancestor passed away early, so I couldn't be filial to them. Yin Zhaoge said in a low voice. Astro Sovereign looked at him up and down. 9th level of Martial Saint Late Immortal Bridge. Although you have the origin opening sword, you could still kill Wang Zhengcheng, who was protected by the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram. You are really not simple. Yin Zhaoge didn't say anything, but waited for Astro Sovereign's decision quietly. Chapter 1180. When Yin Zhaoge told the story to Astro Sovereign, he didn't try to defend himself. Instead, his words were objective and calm. Astro Sovereign didn't let Yin Zhaoge wait either. I don't agree with the Kirin Cliff's opinion on Yin Tianxia and Hu Yuexin in the past or your family today. Astro Sovereign said calmly. He first nodded, but then shook his head. Unfortunately, no matter what it is, it's not convenient for me to interfere. It was like that in the past, and it's the same now. Having already been reminded by the Female Emperor, Yin Zhaoge wasn't too disappointed. Your Majesty, are you unable to leave here? He looked at Astro Sovereign and asked in a low voice. Yes. Astro Sovereign looked calm. However, a crack gradually appeared on his forehead, as if it were a scar. Within the scar, a blue light could be faintly seen. As soon as this scar appeared, Yin Zhaoge instantly felt as though he had returned to the 9 underworlds. The world of ice and snow in front of him didn't change, but it gave off a terrifying feeling of distortion. The world turned into a white abyss that swallowed the sky. Astro Sovereign. Yin Zhaoge frowned. The man sealed in the ice pillar smiled. The blue luster on his forehead faded, and the wound healed. His skin became smooth again, without any scars. It's the choice I made in the past. No matter how the situation develops, I have to take responsibility for it. Astro Sovereign said calmly. Now we are in a stalemate. I have no choice. Yin Zhaoge took a deep breath and said, Astro Sovereign, the demon you want to suppress seems to be extraordinary. Astro Sovereign nodded and said, Exactly. It's Gui Shui demon. He was looking for a chance to be reborn after he died last time. He is only one step away from being reborn. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to fight him here. Indeed. Yin Zhaoge sighed. Guishui demon was one of the 6 great demons among the 12 devilish gods. He was one of the strongest demons in the world. If he was reborn and recovered to his peak state, even many Taoist heavenly venerables would find it difficult to match him. Since ancient times, the ice demon, the water demon, the mist demon, the blood demon, and many other incarnations of the great demons had been born. Most of them were ferocious for a period of time, and were famous for their might. The 6 extinct demons were all leaders of the demonic Tao. They were extremely powerful. Even if they were to perish, if they encountered the right opportunity, there was a possibility of rebirth. However, before or right after his rebirth, his strength would not be at its peak, and he would need some time to recover. Back then, the sword devil Yin Shiyang had challenged the sword god Yin Xintang once more right after he had turned to the dark side. Although his strength had increased, there was still a world of difference between him and the devil of aged metal at his peak. The water devil is one of the 12 devilish gods and the leader of the devil Tao. His rebirth will definitely affect the hearts of the 9 underworld's devils. Yin Zhaoge said with a serious expression. Don't you think you're alone here? Astro Sovereign shook his head. It doesn't matter. In this state, unless the water devil sacrificed himself, he couldn't communicate with the other 9 underworld's devils. The water devil's situation was special. He was already on the road of rebirth, but he was stuck halfway. Your Majesty, forgive me for asking. Yin Zhaoge asked in a low voice. Are you the embodiment of the water devil? Astro Sovereign in the ice pillar looked calm and didn't feel offended. My body can indeed be the embodiment of that great devil. Yin Zhaoge almost blurted out, and wanted to ask whether Chu Lily could also be the embodiment of the water devil. However, Yin Zhaoge forcibly swallowed the words when they were about to say it. Although he was very curious about what happened in the past, Yin Zhaoge was happy to listen to Astro Sovereign talk about it on his own. If Astro Sovereign didn't want to talk about it, it would be too rude for him to ask him directly. Even though the 2 families were very close because of the relationship between their ancestors, some things couldn't be asked casually. After blinking, Yin Zhaoge changed the topic. If it weren't for female emperor, I wouldn't have the chance to meet you. However, female emperor seemed to be busy just now, and didn't intend to come down with me. Although I can't help you with my incarnation, but... Astro Sovereign didn't continue Yin Zhaoge's words after a moment of silence. Instead, he directly changed the topic. If you don't want to leave the world beyond worlds, you can find someone else to help you. Chapter 1181. Hearing Astro Sovereign's words, Yin Zhaoge pretended to be ignorant. My mother is the descendant of Exalted Wood Luminary, but she doesn't know where Exalted Wood Luminary is now. But my mother said that Exalted Wood Luminary, Exalted Solar Luminary, and Exalted Lunar Luminary seem to be close to each other? Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'm afraid it's not easy to find her. Astro Sovereign shook his head and said, for thousands of years, more than one person has been looking for her, but no one has found her. That year, he paused for a moment before continuing. Back then, she was heavily injured and her whereabouts were unknown. Until now there has been no news of her. Yin Zhaoge wanted to smile bitterly. The fellow Taoist Xiao, mentioned by Astro Sovereign, was Exalted Wood Luminary, who was also one of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries. Xue Chuqing's great-grand master and Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin's master. Xiaojun Wang. She was one of the 3 female experts in the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, who established the world beyond worlds. She was also one of the most knowledgeable people among the 9. While an extremely small number of Taoism experts had managed to survive through the Great Calamity and live to this era, it had still resulted in many legacies and precious treasures being lost. The later generations started to rebuild the foundation of their predecessors, and tried their best to restore all kinds of supreme arts, treasures, or strange arts. However, it was destined to be a long and difficult process. Yin Zhaoge established the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, and made many lost treasures reappear in the world, which shocked the world beyond worlds. Before him, many rare treasures and arts that were still circulating in the world beyond worlds had actually benefited from the research and efforts of the exalted wood luminary, Xiao Junhuang. After Xiao Junhuang's disappearance, the recovery of these arts slowed down, which made many people feel sorry for her. It was not until Yin Zhaoge and the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion came into the world that they started to speed up again. Xiao Junhuang's efforts were not limited to all kinds of rare treasures. In the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, she was also one of the few grandmasters in formation and alchemy. Many formation maps and elixir recipes restored by her were still benefiting the world beyond worlds until now. Especially in the field of alchemy, the exalted wood luminary, Xiao Junhuang, was publicly acknowledged as the #1 of the 9 luminaries. She was also the #1 alchemy divine hand of Taoism, after the Great Calamity. It had to be said that Yin Zhaoge's mother, Xue Chuqing, had been able to attain such a high level of attainment in formations, as well as other miscellaneous arts, due to the foundation established by her master. Her master and her grandmaster, Empress Bright Connection Hu Yuexin, were the cream of the crop in these aspects. They could be considered the source of their heritage. However, because Xiao Junhuang had been missing for a long time, Hu Yuexin had only learned a few of her skills. On the other hand, Xue Chuqing's attainments in formations had vaguely reappeared the glory of her great-grandmaster in the past. Unfortunately, according to Astro Sovereign's words, exalted wood luminary might be in danger. Fellow Taoist Gao, I originally thought that he was hiding in the lower realms. But now, according to you, he has long since escaped. Astro Sovereign continued. It seems that he has his own plans. If I'm not wrong, he should have been concerned about the situation in the world beyond worlds. Now that he understands the situation, if he wants to make a move, there's no need for you to ask him. He'll do it himself. However, it's hard to say exactly what he'll do. Yin Zhaoge nodded silently. What Astro Sovereign said about exalted solar luminary was similar to what Mars Halbert had said. Both of them had different opinions about Gao Han, but there were many similarities and few contradictions. As for fellow Taoist Ling, Astro Sovereign hesitated for a while, which was rare for him. She is closer to fellow Taoist Gao, but she always acts alone. It's hard to judge her thoughts. A figure appeared in Yin Zhaoge's mind. Actually, that figure was so vague that he couldn't see her face clearly. But Yin Zhaoge had a deep impression of this vague figure. She was the one who left the extreme Yin crown in the 8 extremities world. Ling Qing, one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun, exalted wood luminary, the 3rd female expert besides Xiao Junhuang, and exalted Raha luminary, Jian Shenhua. Although fellow Taoist Xiao is similar to fellow Taoist Gao and fellow Taoist Ling in the future direction of our Taoism, their friendship is just ordinary. Astro Sovereign shook his head slightly. Among the 9 of us, fellow Taoist Xiao has the best relationship with fellow Taoist Jiang and Xingtang. Although she and fellow Taoist Jiang have different opinions on the path, fellow Taoist Xiao has always treated fellow Taoist Jiang as a disciple in the past. The former exalted earth luminary, the current earthly sovereign Jiang Shun. He was the oldest among the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun, and he had survived the Great Calamity successfully. Yin Zhaoge nodded while thinking. It wasn't rare for them to have different opinions on official affairs, even though they had a good relationship with each other. However, if they kept having different opinions, they would have to part ways in the end. Then, their friendship would be gone with the wind. You don't need to mention about fellow Taoist Jiang. Xingtang has died in the tribulation, but there is another person who has a deep relationship with fellow Taoist Xiao. Astro Sovereign said slowly. Yin Zhaoge asked, Exalted Fire Luminary? That's right. Astro Sovereign said. But I'm not sure about the relationship between fellow Taoist Xiao and him. But I'm sure that he has been looking for fellow Taoist Xiao for so many years. He has never stopped looking for her. I'm not sure whether it's because of hatred or something else. Astro Sovereign looked at Yin Zhaoge. But compared to fellow Taoist Gao and fellow Taoist Ling, this may be a more feasible way. Yin Zhaoge thought for a while, and didn't mention his mother Xue Chuqing's area latitude formation. Instead he asked, the void is boundless. Exalted Fire Luminary has been missing for thousands of years. Do you have any way to contact him, Astro Sovereign? I don't. Astro Sovereign answered. But I have a clue. Maybe you can give it a try. Yin Zhaoge asked tentatively. Is it Mars Halbert? No. But maybe they have a little connection. Astro Sovereign smiled. It's their hometown. Yin Zhaoge's eyes suddenly froze. Their hometown? Yes. Both of them are half human and half dragon. Astro Sovereign showed a look of reminiscence. Maybe you already know that Mars Halbert is a big demon's demon soul that has been sealed into his weapon. It's not accurate to say that he's a big demon. He should be a half demon. Maybe because of this, he was bullied a lot by his own race when he was young. That's why he hated the dragon race so much. Even though he was seriously injured and survived by borrowing the body of his weapon, he still couldn't forget it. He slaughtered the dragons and was finally sealed in the ancient cold abyss. Yin Zhaoge touched his chin. It sounds like Exalted Fire Luminary doesn't hate the dragon race so much. Not like Mars Halbert. Astro Sovereign nodded. Hometown? Yin Zhaoge squinted his eyes and murmured. Chapter 1182. Yes, my hometown, Astro Sovereign said slowly. Although it has been destroyed, it is still worth looking for. However, you need to be careful. For so many years, not only many people have been looking for fellow Taoist Xiao, but also more people have been looking for fellow Taoist Zua. He looked at Yin Zhaoge and said, As you said, you already know the existence of the Immortal Court, so you should know what I mean. Thanks for your advice, Your Majesty. Yin Zhaoge nodded. People in the world beyond worlds and Gao Han, the Exalted Solar Luminary, were all concerned about the whereabouts of Exalted Fire Luminary. And the Immortal Court was also looking for him. After memorizing the directions Astro Sovereign pointed out, Yin Zhaoge looked at Astro Sovereign who was in the ice pillar, and pondered for a while. Then he said softly, Your Majesty, I went to the roving Jade Heavens and met a senior whose surname is Chu. Thanks to her, I know that you are still alive. Since female emperor didn't come in, Yin Zhaoge didn't have any scruples. Anyway, female emperor couldn't know what was happening here. Lily, Astro Sovereign smiled. How is she? From what I saw, Senior Chu is fine. Yin Zhaoge said while paying attention to Astro Sovereign's expression. According to the information from his mother, Xue Chuqing, Chu Lily might be related to the 9 underworlds. But now Astro Sovereign was forced to be frozen here, because of the conflict between him and the great demon. The profundity of this caused one's imagination to run wild. Astro Sovereign asked, Is she calm and stable? She looks good. Yin Zhaoge answered. Well, it may be a little rude to say this. Senior Chu looks quite lively. He smiled bitterly. I should say that she is very young in mind. But I can see that she has always been thinking about you, Your Majesty. That's Lily's character. Astro Sovereign shook his head and smiled. She is like a child who can't grow up. But she is much more mature than when she was young. Yin Zhaoge made use of this chance to say, She had a letter which she entrusted to me to bring back to the world beyond worlds. I do not know the contents of the letter. But he said that he wanted to give it to Uncle Master Yu, or His Majesty, the concealed sovereign. My guess is that he wanted them to pass it to you, Your Majesty. Astro Sovereign nodded and said, In that case, let me have a look. Yin Zhaoge took out the jade talisman, raising it with his true essence, sending it close to the ice pillar. The ice pillar emitted an invisible gravitational force, and the jade scroll naturally flew up and merged with the ice pillar. Astro Sovereign raised his hand and caught the jade slip. After a while he smiled and said, Lily, thank you. Did His Majesty reply? Should I bring it back? Yin Zhaoge asked. Astro Sovereign shook his head and said, Just take a message back. Tell Lily to live and cultivate in the roving Jade Heavens, without worrying about this place. Everything is fine with me. Yin Zhaoge nodded. I understand. I will pass on the message. He seized the chance to ask, Your Majesty, I don't know much about it. I'm afraid that it might cause misunderstandings. So Senior Chu asked me to deliver the letter to Uncle Master Yu, or the concealed sovereign. But he didn't mention earthly sovereign or female monarch. Lily has always been afraid of Taoist Jiang. Astro Sovereign smiled, and then his eyes flickered a little. As for Mingkong, it's something else. It's understandable that Lily is afraid of her. Yin Zhaoge didn't ask any more questions, I see. Although he didn't know the specific reason, he already knew what he wanted to know. It was better not to mention Chu Lily in front of female monarch. Besides, it was the same the other way around. It was better not to mention female monarch Jie Mingkong in front of Chu Lily. After thinking for a while, Yin Zhaoge mentioned another thing about Shi Jun and his mother, which had been on his mind for a long time. Is there such a thing? Hearing this, Astro Sovereign also pondered. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so it's hard for me to make an accurate judgment. But you and Mingkong's judgment should be right. A big demon who wants to be reborn as a reincarnated body must not be a simple person. But it's hard for me to tell what level he has reached, and what his origin is without seeing it with my own eyes. It's a pity, Yin Zhaoge nodded understandingly. It was a pity that Astro Sovereign couldn't be distracted, because he was trying his best to suppress the return of the water demon. If Shi Jun and his mother were sent here, and the big demons returned, or even contacted each other and communicated with each other, Astro Sovereign might not be able to suppress all of them. By that time, even if only the water demon came back to the world, the result would be disastrous, not to mention all the big demons were reborn together. I got some demon sealing water from Senior Chu, and I've been trying to study it for these years. Yin Zhaoge said. Now I've got some knowledge about it, and it's possible to recreate some ritual before the great calamity. It might be helpful for you to suppress the big demons. Astro Sovereign was a little surprised. Oh! In this short conversation, while he still did not understand Yin Zhaoge deeply enough, he could already tell that when it came to serious matters, Yin Zhaoge's words always had a target in mind. Since he said that there was hope, it would not be empty words. During the conversation, although Astro Sovereign didn't know much about the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, he could tell that Yin Zhaoge had a lot of knowledge, which was not something ordinary juniors could compare with. I was hoping to solve the problem of my martial nephew and his mother. I've been studying it for these years, and finally got some results. But it's not enough. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands. Your Majesty, you've been preventing the water demon from returning for thousands of years. So I hope you can enlighten me a little bit about the profound experience. Of course. Astro Sovereign didn't mind, so he said. After the conversation, Yin Zhaoge looked at Astro Sovereign inside the ice pillar with a little regret. Although he had made some progress, he didn't know when Astro Sovereign would leave this place. He bowed to Astro Sovereign, and then left. Astro Sovereign watched Yin Zhaoge's back, and his eyes gradually became distant. His departing figure seemed to have transformed into another person. It was a proud but calm figure with a long sword hanging on his waist. It was the figure of Yin Xintong, the exalted gold luminary. Astro Sovereign had seen him off in the past, but he didn't know that it would be forever. Because of Yin Xintong, another figure appeared in Astro Sovereign's mind. Thinking of that figure, he became more depressed. He didn't have many friends in his life, but they all died one after another. Now he was the only one left. Yin Xintong was fine, but the other one was killed by him. Chen Xuanzong, the exalted water luminary, closed his eyes, but everything in the past was still vivid in his mind. Xuanzong, come with me. The 9 underworlds' arrival is the destiny of this world. Let the 3 clear Taoism, which is struggling at death's door, fall into the 9 underworlds together with those ignorant and arrogant heretics. The middle-aged man laughed. Buddha doesn't save all living beings, neither does Taoism. Only the devil can save all living beings. Only when you enter the 9 underworlds can you see your true self, and know what true freedom is. He pointed at the demon pattern on his forehead, which was shining with ice blue light, and said with a twisted smile, My position should have been yours. Chapter 1183. Follow me, Xuanzong. When we return from the 9 underworlds, everything will start from the world beyond worlds. Never. Impossible. Radiance intertwined in the void. In an instant, billions of miles were frozen. The dark universe became an eternal frozen land. In the end, the radiance was extinguished forever. Astro Sovereign Chen Xuanzong held his palm like a blade, and maintained the posture of slashing forward. Under his palm, There were ice crystals and dust scattered in the endless void. An ice sculpture had its upper body completely shattered, and its lower body also turned into ashes. Chen Xuanzong's expression was emotionless as he watched everything that was happening in front of him. The water demon had only been reborn as an ice demon for a short period of time. Although he was an exalt martial saint and had pushed open the immortal door after being reborn as a devil, he had limited time after all. Chen Xuanzong personally took action and killed him not long after he was reborn as a devil. However, Chen Xuanzong didn't feel happy at all. He killed his best friend with his own hands. The last good friend of the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintong, after his death. Chen Xuanzong stood at the center of the universe expressionlessly, as if he was a statue. After a long time his eyes flickered. He turned his head and walked towards that direction. In the void that wasn't affected by the battle, there was an ice mountain floating quietly. On top of the ice mountain, there were pavilions and terraces. A beautiful palace was built with ice and snow. Chen Xuanzong walked into the palace. Suddenly, a few small beasts flew out. Then, a little girl ran out and chased after those beasts to play. Seeing Chen Xuanzong, she was stunned. Then, she remembered that she should greet him like an adult. "Greetings, Uncle Chen." At ease. Chen Xuanzong's lips moved, but he only said 2 words. The little girl tilted her head and looked at Chen Xuanzong curiously. Suddenly, Chen Xuanzong's expression changed. He grabbed one of the little girl's hands and rolled up her sleeves. On the little girl's arm, a rune that was flickering with faint blue radiance was faintly visible. There wasn't any special aura coming from it. However, as the radiance flickered, it seemed like a person was breathing. The breathing was long and even, just like a person who was sleeping. "Crazy. You're really crazy. Even your daughter." Chen Xuanzong felt anger surging up his head. The little girl was still confused. "Uncle Chen, where's Daddy?" After a moment of silence, Chen Xuanzong said softly, "Your father went to a very far place. He won't be able to come and see you for a while." "Daddy said he would bring me along," the girl mumbled. In her memory, her father had mentioned going somewhere. However, that place was obviously different from the very far away place that Chen Xuanzong mentioned. The little girl couldn't understand, and Chen Xuanzong couldn't explain either. "Uncle Chen, can you bring me to see my father?" The little girl looked at the white-haired young man in front of her with a hopeful expression. Chen Xuanzong stared at the rune on the little girl's arm and remained silent for a long time. In the end, he didn't send the little girl to see her father. Instead, he brought it back to the world beyond worlds, to his Jade Sky Peak. Half a year later, the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign, who had just returned from the outland void, fell silent after learning about what had happened. In the sweeping snow pavilion of the Jade Sky Peak's cold wave locale, the earthly sovereign, Jiangshan, stood by the window and looked at the little girl, who was squatting by the pond. After a long time, he said, "Not only do you want to keep her in the world beyond worlds, you also want to teach her martial arts?" The Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, said slowly, "If it's possible, I hope she can live a peaceful life as an ordinary person. But that's obviously impossible. If I want to remove the devilish mark on her body, she needs to have her own cultivation. And the higher the cultivation, the better." Jiangshan turned around and looked at Chen Xuanzong. Chen Xuanzong looked at him calmly. The earthly sovereign Jiangshan seemed to be around 50 or 60 years old. He didn't look old. His face looked serious, but his eyes were kind. He looked like a teacher in a private school. In fact, he had always considered reviving Taoism and educating people as his own responsibility. He had been cultivating many outstanding young talents of Taoism. He had never been stingy with his teachings and would answer almost every question. Because he was the oldest and had survived the Great Calamity successfully, even some of the figures in the new Kunlun 9 luminaries had received his teachings. Other than that, there were innumerable geniuses of Taoism's new generation after the Great Calamity who had received his guidance. "It's too dangerous," Jiangshan said slowly. "That's the water demon." Chen Xuanzong shook his head. "I'll bear the consequences. If it's too late, I'll deal with it myself, just like this time." In the shadow, a person who didn't seem to exist said, There's no harm in trying. Just treat it as accumulating experience in dealing with the big demon. There were 3 people in the sweeping snow pavilion. However, the third person always made people ignore his existence. Since he had spoken, Jiang Shen and Chen Xuanzong wouldn't ignore him. Therefore, the ignorant girl could stay in the world beyond worlds in the end. As for who should teach and take care of her, there was another dispute. But in the end she still belonged to the Jade Sky Peak. The cause of yesterday, the effect of today. The consciousness of the Astro Sovereign came back from his memory. The scene in front of him changed from the sweeping snow pavilion to the world of ice and snow again. Watching Yin Zhaoge's back gradually disappearing on the ice sea, the Astro Sovereign in the ice pillar shook his head slightly. Xingtong, you're so lucky to have such a talented descendant. However, I don't know where his talent will push him to. If you and your husband didn't die so early, would everything in this world be different? A long sigh came out from the ice pillar. Yin Zhaoge came out from the bottom of the ice mountain and came to the boundless glacier outside. He saw a beautiful woman in white among the ice and snow far away. Her eyes were closed and her hands were behind her back. Your Majesty. Yin Zhaoge walked behind her. The female emperor turned around with her eyes still closed. Have you seen my master? Yes. As you said, the Astro Sovereign couldn't leave this place. Yin Zhaoge let out a sigh. The female emperor nodded. If that's the case, you can go now. Although your cultivation is outstanding, if you stay here for a long time, the cold air will also corrode your spirit. Don't go back to the world beyond worlds directly. Otherwise, it's easy to leave traces and let others know where you are. The female emperor said. If you go back by taking a detour from the 9 underworlds, the evil spirits won't notice this place. With your strength, you can still walk in the periphery of the 9 underworlds if you're careful. Okay, I'm leaving now. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands and left without staying any longer. The female emperor stood on the glacier quietly. She didn't freeze herself at this moment. However, she was more like an ice sculpture than a human than ever before. Yin Zhaoge looked back and many thoughts flashed through his mind. Chapter 1184. Female Emperor Jie Mingkong stood on the glacier, motionless like a statue. Her eyes were closed, and her face was expressionless. But her clothes were fluttering even though there was no wind, which showed that she was not calm inside. The memories in the depths of his heart kept surging, not stopping for a single moment. She couldn't forget that bright afternoon on the Jade Sky Peak. What seemed to be a very ordinary thing at that time changed her life, and her destiny from there. For her, that was the beginning of everything. At that time, her master suddenly brought back a little girl, who was about 4 or 5 years old. The little girl was so cute that she liked her very much at first sight. Jie Mingkong could still remember every word she had said at that time until today. Master, which family does she belong to? Is she your new disciple? She remembered that she asked her master this question. Her master's reaction was a bit strange. After a short silence he answered, the daughter of an old friend. But from now on, I'm going to take her as my disciple and live with us. She's still young. Mingkong, take good care of her. At that time, Jie Mingkong was much more cheerful than she was now. She smiled and said, of course. Master, don't worry. Chen Xuanzong nodded slightly and told the little girl that her parents had died. Jie Mingkong felt pity for her. She bent down and picked up the little girl. Treat this place as your own home. If you need anything, just come to me. I'll do it for you. The little girl was still a bit ignorant. She couldn't fully understand Jie Mingkong's words. However, she seemed to feel the kindness of the other party. She had a good impression of this beautiful girl in white. Therefore, even though Jie Mingkong picked her up, the girl didn't reject it at all. Instead she giggled. Seeing that, Jie Mingkong was also very happy. She smiled like a flower. The white-haired young man saw that. His eyes were soft, but there were some different emotions in the depth of his eyes. At that time, Jie Mingkong couldn't understand those emotions. She just felt that the little girl in front of her was quite congenial to her. She was very happy that the little girl became her junior sister. What's your name? Jie Mingkong asked with a smile while holding the little girl in her arms. Lily. The little girl answered in a childish voice. My name is Lily. Chu Lily. At this moment Chen Xuanzong, who had only been looking at them quietly, spoke. Hearing this, Jie Mingkong was slightly startled. Chu. Lily. I remember that you have an old friend, Senior Chu Huan, whose surname is Chu. Is Lily his daughter? Chen Xuanzong nodded, and didn't say anything else. Jie Mingkong didn't pay much attention to it at that time. It was not until later that she understood what that name meant. That was because Jie Mingkong found that Chu Lily was different from her. She could walk freely in the world beyond worlds, and everyone knew that she was the Astro Sovereign's personal disciple. As for Chu Lily, she could only live in the Jade Sky Peak since she was young. Even after she officially became Chen Xuanzong's disciple, Chu Lily was arranged to live alone in the back mountain instead of staying in the Cold Wave Temple. Other than Chen Xuanzong, the earthly sovereign, and the concealed sovereign, even the other peak experts of the world beyond worlds didn't know about his existence and whereabouts. The only exceptions were Jie Mingkong, Yu Zhenbei, Wang Zhengqing, and a few others. Fortunately, Chu Lily was optimistic by nature. Although she often felt lonely, she still grew up peacefully. She was especially close to Jie Mingkong and Yu Zhenbei, who were always in contact with her. Especially because Jie Mingkong was too young to take care of her. She was more like a sister and a mother to her. As time went by, Jie Mingkong gradually knew what had happened to Chu Heng. Gradually, she knew what was special about Chu Lily. However, every time she saw Chu Lily's cheerful smile, Jie Mingkong's heart would soften. She sincerely hoped that her master could succeed in his attempt. However, as Chu Lily grew up day by day, Jie Mingkong found some other signs. As the little girl gradually grew up, her mind seemed to be tied to her master. She had a special relationship with Jie Mingkong, so she wouldn't hide her thoughts from Jie Mingkong. In fact, she didn't hide her thoughts from Jie Mingkong. The overly cheerful and optimistic girl didn't hide her thoughts at all. She especially wanted her master to know her feelings. Senior apprentice sister, do you think my master still treats me as a kid? When Chu Lily pouted and poured out her thoughts to Jie Mingkong didn't know how to answer. Of course, she hoped that Chu Lily would give up this idea. However, she was in no position to persuade Chu Lily. It was not only because Chu Lily trusted her, but also because she felt the same way. Yes, although she didn't show it like Chu Lily, Jie Mingkong's mind had been tied to her master since an unknown time. Every time she saw her junior apprentice sister persistently confessing to her master, Jie Mingkong would feel anxious. She had a strong impulse to be like Chu Lily. Even once would be good. However, every time when she was about to confess, all her courage would disappear like rolling snow when she met Chen Xuanzong's eyes. Her usual frankness and straightforwardness were all gone. Until one day, when Chu Lily's birthday was approaching, Chen Xuanzong suddenly called Jie Mingkong over. In front of her was a cute little beast that looked like a white fox with 4 thick and short limbs. Feifei? It's a cub. Jie Mingkong recognized it. Chen Xuanzong said, "This is Lily's birthday gift this year. She lives alone in the back mountain. Although you often accompany and take care of her, you don't have much time. This Feifei can relieve her boredom. When it's her birthday, give this Feifei to her. Learning to take care of a little life is also a kind of growth for her." Jie Mingkong's eyes flickered, and her throat moved slightly. Many words were surging in her chest, but she couldn't say them out. After a long while, she only said one sentence. "Will my master go out on Lily's birthday?" "No such plan." Chen Xuanzong shook his head. "Then you can give it to Lily in person. Lily has been like this since she was a little girl." Jie Mingkong couldn't help but say. Her voice lowered. "Lily will be very happy if you give it to her in person. This year is different from the previous years," Chen Xuanzong said calmly. "This year, Lily's mind seems to have changed a little. She has grown up. For me, she is my disciple and also my niece. Men and women should be different. I can't be as casual as before. It's my fault. Fortunately, it's not too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost." Jie Mingkong was shocked at first, then surprised. Then, she felt a little guilty about Chu Lily for having such a feeling. Finally, she felt sad. She was also Chen Xuanzong's disciple, for some strange reason. As if it was her last struggle before death, she blurted out, "Master, for my birthday this year, Can I also ask for a gift? Chapter 1185. As soon as she said that, Jie Mingkong felt regretful and wanted to find a hole to hide in. She could clearly see that Chen Xuanzong's expression changed from calm to astonishment. Facing her master's gaze, she lowered her head subconsciously. But soon, she felt something was wrong. She finally said what she wanted to say today. How could she shrink back? Jie Mingkong was a tough person. Although she was perturbed, she raised her head again and looked at her master. However, Chen Xuanzong had already moved his eyes away and said calmly, Lily has been like this since she was a child. It has become a habit. You have never paid attention to this. Why are you acting like a child this year? Jie Mingkong opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Chen Xuanzong waved his hand. Go. Yes, master. Jie Mingkong pursed her lips and left the sweeping snow pavilion. After going out, she was much more clear-headed and calm. She felt both ashamed and carefree. However, although she said it, she was still perturbed. Jie Mingkong felt that her master should have understood the hidden meaning in her words. However, her master not only refused Lily, but also her. However, there was a vague idea in her mind. Jie Mingkong couldn't see it clearly. However, as long as there was hope in her heart, she would inevitably worry about gains and losses. The Fei, which was named Ping Ping by Chu Lily, was finally given to her by Jie Mingkong. It was obvious that Chu Lily was a little disappointed. In the past, Chen Xuanzong would give her birthday gifts in person, although she liked the Fei very much, and it was obvious that Chen Xuanzong spent a lot of effort to prepare a gift for her. However, this year was really different. Chu Lily was not stupid. She told her master about it this year, and the change in the gift this year was Chen Xuanzong's answer. The girl refused to give up. A brave girl is afraid of being pestered by a man, and a good man is also afraid of being pestered by a woman, she said to Jie Mingkong. Jie Mingkong could only smile bitterly. If she didn't have the same idea, she would have advised Chu Lily. However, she really didn't have that confidence now. She didn't interfere with Chu Lily's decision, but she wouldn't help her either. For Jie Mingkong, she had always been thinking about her master's reaction when she said those words. What Jie Mingkong regretted most was that she subconsciously lowered her head and did not dare to look her master in the eye. However, by the time she mustered her courage and raised her head, Chen Xuanzong's line of sight had already shifted to the other side. Jie Mingkong always felt that Chen Xuanzong was a bit unnatural when facing her, compared to his calmness when facing Chu Lily. This left her with some hope in her heart, but she was also afraid that it was just her imagination and wishful thinking. While worrying about gains and losses, the days on the azure sky peak passed day by day. Until that day came, Kacha. Above the glacier that froze the void, a crack suddenly appeared on the layer of ice beneath the Empress's feet. She was expressionless, but her whole body was overflowing with cold air. The Empress closed her eyes and looked at the mountain peak that stood on top of the glacier in the distance. She didn't speak for a long time. Under the ice mountain, Astro Sovereign was also silent. After a long while, the Empress bowed toward the distant ice mountain and said, Master, please forgive me. You are very restless today. Astro Sovereign's voice came. Is there anything special besides the arrival of Xingtang's descendant? Female Emperor answered. I was thinking of the past, so I was a bit emotional. Astro Sovereign was silent again. Master, I'm leaving now. Female Emperor bowed again and said, I will try my best to help the father and son of the Yin family. Go ahead. Take care of yourself. Astro Sovereign said to her. Female Emperor nodded and turned around to leave. The frozen land of Tranquil Stream regained its silence. Leaving the glacier, Female Emperor looked back at the void and remained silent for a long time. She showed a complicated expression again on her face, which was vaguely hesitating and struggling. Master, even if you hate me for this. Female Emperor became expressionless again, turned around, and went on her way again. She also chose to leave from the Nine Nether. But when she left, she crushed an ice crystal. The ice crystal drifted in the void and turned into ice mist, which soon disappeared as if nothing had happened. But after a while, there was suddenly a surge of demonic chi in the distance. Then an extremely horrifying aura came. The horrifying big demons, which were equal to the immortal realm, were approaching, and there were more than one of them. After a short pause, these big demons left the Nine Nether together and entered the land of Tranquil Stream. Not long after, there were two more lights flashing in the void far away. One was a dark sword light, and the other was a golden and red glow. The two lights also came from the depths of the Nine Nether. But this time they were not evil demons. After the golden and red glow stopped, a middle-aged Taoist wearing a robe of dragon and tiger showed up. He was the expert of roving Jade Heavens who had fought with female emperor, Tranquility Emperor. After the sword light stopped, a young man in his 30s showed up. He was another expert of the prime clear lineage in roving Jade Heavens. He was the master of the purple light cave of Tang Miao Peak of Green Duckweed Mountain, Truthful Truth Emperor, also known as Truthful Emperor. When Yin Zhaoge was in roving Jade Heavens, he met Wen Daihong, a martial art practitioner of prime clear lineage, sword sweeping north wind. He was the disciple of Truthful Emperor. Jie Mingkong has been here before, but I don't know whether she has left the void and returned to the world beyond worlds, through the land of Tranquil Stream in front of us. Tranquility Emperor reached out his hand and opened his 5 fingers. A water dragon flew out and danced in the Nine Nether devilish chi in front of him. After a while, the water dragon flew back and fell into Tranquility Emperor's hand. Then it spat out clouds of fog-like ice crystals. Ancient star frigid iron is very rare. It can be used to refine an immortal weapon. More importantly, it can help to cure the old Grand Master's injury. Truthful Emperor frowned and said, Jie Mingkong intercepted it halfway. We must stop her before she returns to the world beyond worlds. Otherwise, it will be hard to get it back after she enters the world beyond worlds. Tranquility Emperor nodded and said, Let's go and have a look. As they were talking, they went out of the Nine Nether together and stepped into the land of Tranquil Stream. However, as soon as they entered the glacier, they saw the boundless glacier had already turned into a fierce battlefield. The devilish chi was overflowing in the glacier and formed a horrifying vortex, which was going to devour them. Leave as soon as possible. A voice sounded in the glacier. Tranquility Emperor and Truthful Emperor were shocked and doubtful. They wanted to retreat first and see the situation clearly. However, they found that someone had blocked their way back to the Nine Nether. Meanwhile, some wild demons in the glacier had already turned to target them. A fierce battle broke out in the land of Tranquil Stream. Outside the land of Tranquil Stream, in the devilish domain of the Nine Nether, female Emperor Jie Mingkong was standing in the void expressionlessly. She was making a seal with both of her hands and interweaving them into a ritual. Chapter 1186. The snow-white curtain opened and covered the sky and earth, temporarily sealing the point of contact between the 9 underworlds and the land of Tranquil Stream. The great battle in the land of Tranquil Stream set off wild waves that battered the snow-white curtain and weakened it constantly. However, he was unable to break the seal in a short period of time. Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor of roving Jade Heavens were both enraged. If he wanted to cross the land of Tranquil Stream and leave through the void on the other side, he would have to cross the battlefield. Not all of the great demons here were calm and rational. There was no lack of violent and bloodthirsty ones. While attacking the glacier, Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor were also involved in the battlefield. I am Chun Xuanzong of the world beyond worlds Jade Sky Peak. I am here to stop the water devil from returning. The current situation is caused by my disciple Jie Mingkong. All of you should leave this place quickly and find my disciple Mingkong to solve this problem. There had been no news of Chun Xuanzong for many years. Gradually, the name Chun Xuanzong was not known by the younger generation of martial artists. However, the Tranquility Emperor and the Trueness Emperor would naturally know about the exalted water luminary and the astro sovereign Chun Xuanzong, even if they were martial art practitioners of the prime clear lineage. Unfortunately, they were entangled by the great demon, and their escape route was sealed. How could they leave just because they wanted to? Moreover, the roving Jade Heavens 2 emperors couldn't be sure who the voice belonged to. They couldn't tell if it was friend or foe, so they didn't dare to trust it. In particular, They could sense that there was a terrifying demonic aura growing under the glacier. This caused them to be even more cautious, as they were deeply afraid that it was the demonic bewitching and deceiving of them. The three parties were engaged in a chaotic battle, and the situation was completely out of control. Outside the land of Tranquil Stream, in the 9 underworlds, female Emperor Jie Mingkong closed her eyes and faced the snow-white seal in the sky with a cold expression. Her hands changed the seals continuously, and a ritual gradually took shape. With the involvement of the two from roving Jade Heavens, the pressure on Master will be reduced when the three parties are entangled. He will be able to buy enough time for Guishui Demon to take advantage of him. Jie Mingkong took a deep breath. At the same time, these two groups of people would also attract Chen Xuanzong's attention, causing him to be unable to adapt to the upcoming changes. Up until now, everything had developed as she had expected. 1,000 years had passed, and if he didn't do anything, it would still be like this for the endless years to come. This was something she absolutely did not want to see. She had to change everything. Nothing was more important than what was happening right now, and he would not hesitate to pay any price. Jie Mingkong's face was as calm as still water. She put her palms together. The ritual in front of him suddenly turned into a stream of light and expanded in the dark 9 underworlds. In the land of Tranquil Stream, the boundless glacier shook violently. Even the violent great demons fell silent for a moment, as they looked at the changes in the world before them with shock and bewilderment. Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor were even more vigilant. Suddenly, a white light was released from the glacier in front of them. It passed through the boundaries and reached the endless outer realm. Then a huge rune appeared in the void. The seal rotated, emitting a gentle white light. As it flickered, it caused one's heart to palpitate. A long sigh came from the glacier. "Mingkong, why are you doing this?" At the same time, another faintly discernible voice rang out in everyone's ears. It seemed to be illusory. Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor couldn't understand what he was thinking at the moment. However, they were experienced and knowledgeable, so they immediately realized the will of the great demon. As expected, those great demons who were attacking all the living beings in front of them just now all rushed to the glacier at the same time, no matter who their target was before. As for Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor, those great demons didn't care about them at all. An unparalleled great demon was sealed in the glacier. He gave the order just now, so these great demons attacked the glacier together? Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor frowned. Is it true that Astro Sovereign of the world beyond worlds has been sealing the water demon all these years? They wanted to stop those great demons, but they were worried that it was a trap. Looking up at the white light rune in the void, they were both shocked. This rune seems to be pointing at the roving Jade Heavens. No, it's pointing at someone in the roving Jade Heavens. It was related to female Emperor Jie Mingkong, but also in the roving Jade Heavens. Chu Lily, the two emperors of the roving Jade Heavens, both took a deep breath. Although they didn't know what was going on, they could tell that the change in front of them must be harmful to the roving Jade Heavens. They looked at each other, turned around at the same time, and rushed to the white curtain that blocked their way. The glacier in front of them seemed to be in danger, but if it was really Astro Sovereign inside, it should still be able to hold on. It would be more effective to find female emperor outside to break the trap. No matter what female emperor wanted to do, it would never be wrong to stop her. Without the great demon, the two true immortal emperors' attacks were extraordinary, and the seal that blocked their way was weakened quickly. In the 9 underworlds, female emperor watched the white light curtain in front of her getting thinner and thinner, without any expression on her face. In those years, Chen Xuanzong replaced Chu Lily to bear the body reincarnation ceremony of the water demon's return. Then he stopped Chu Lily halfway and sealed him in the land of Tranquil Stream. Now female emperor was going to do the opposite and replace him with someone else. To be the body reincarnation of a great demon, it had nothing to do with one's cultivation. It depended on whether one was born with it or not. Jie Mingkong couldn't do it, and neither could Tranquility Emperor or Trueness Emperor. However, someone could. The one who started the trouble should be untied. Except for Chen Xuanzong, the most suitable body reincarnation of the water demon was Chu Lily. What Jie Mingkong wanted to do now was to return everything back to Chu Lili. The demonic seal that entangled Chen Xuanzong originally belonged to Chu Lili. Although Chen Xuanzong almost became the body reincarnation of the great demon, the foundation was still with Chu Lili. Female emperor's many years of hard work and preparation were all for this moment. Even if Chu Lili had already pushed open the immortal door, it would still be useless. It originally belonged to her. Even if the foundation was cut off, it would never be extinguished by wildfire. It would be born again when the spring breeze blew. But today the spring breeze had arrived. It allowed the demonic seal to be reborn in Chu Lili's body, allowing her to become the body reincarnation of the water demon. Then Chen Xuanzong's predicament would naturally be resolved. In the roving jade heavens, there were profound sovereign Gao Qingxian and prime clear old grandmaster Vine Sovereign. Although it was said that the two of them were in secluded cultivation, they wouldn't just ignore the resurrection of the great demon. Not to mention that Chu Lili might not necessarily become a demon, even if she did. With two sovereigns existing in the roving jade heavens, even if the water demon came back to the world, he would probably be trapped in the roving jade heavens after being reborn. He might follow the footsteps of Chu Heng and perish not long after he was reborn. Among them, the biggest obstacle wasn't the water demon or anyone else, but Chen Xuanzong himself. Leading the demons here, Trueness Emperor and Tranquility Emperor, were all to distract Chen Xuanzong's attention. Master, even if you hate me for this, I won't regret it. Female Emperor's expression was calm. 1,000 years ago, I had already gone mad. As Tranquility Emperor clenched his palms, the dragon and tiger pounced on Female Emperor together. Without any change in her expression, the Empress raised her hand and clenched her fingers together. Her palm was like a saber as she slashed at the dragon and tiger before her. Her slender palm seemed to have turned into an object that looked like a banner and an axe. Under her blade, it was as if she was going to split the chaos, separate the primordial world, and reset the earth, water, fire, and wind. After the hazy darkness was completely separated by the dazzling brilliance, endless flowing water was revealed. Flowing water existed between the natural world and the acquired world. It seemed to contain endless warmth of vitality, but also endless coldness of killing intent. The female empress used her palm as a saber and slashed out with a force that could split heaven and earth apart. Unexpectedly, Tranquility Emperor didn't confront her head-on this time. The ferocious wind tigers and cloud dragons suddenly separated to two sides to avoid the female empress's saber. Then, they gathered again from two sides and launched a joint attack at the center. However, the saber of the female empress didn't slow down at all, and was still slashing at Tranquility Emperor. At the first moment when they fought, it turned into an attack against an attack, and both of them were injured. However, Tranquility Emperor looked calm, and didn't show any intention to retreat. The dragon and tiger eyes on his Taoist robe lit up at the same time. Two dazzling lights, one golden and one red, shone at the same time, directly lighting up the dark 9 underworlds. As the dragon and tiger roared, the golden and red lights intertwined and formed a shining armor on Tranquility Emperor's body. With the armor on, the dragon and tiger merged together. The red storm and golden auspicious clouds surrounded him. Tranquility Emperor suddenly looked like a god descending to the earth. His body also expanded instantly and turned into a giant with indomitable spirit. The two had fought more than once before, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. But Tranquility Emperor also knew that the female empress with her eyes closed was not the real female empress. While admiring female empress's cultivation, Tranquility Emperor was also afraid of her. But he still dared to block female empress and ask for the ancient star frigid iron. Besides Trueness Emperor, he must have something else to rely on. Even if you are in Xianming meditation, I still have the immortal weapon, the dragon and tiger golden armor. With the help of the immortal weapon, Tranquility Emperor's momentum surged. He put his palms together, and the dragon and tiger which were attacking female empress also grew taller and more powerful. The wind followed the tiger, and the clouds followed the dragon. Under the effect of the red storm, The four fierce tigers which were formed by earth, water, fire and wind roared continuously and became fiercer. Under the contrast of the golden auspicious clouds, the four light dragons became more intimidating and majestic. Female Empress chopped at Tranquility Emperor with her saber, and the sharp blade forcibly broke the red wind and golden clouds which covered his body. But Tranquility Emperor was surrounded by light. With a muffled groan, he withstood the saber of Female Empress. Under the push of his two fists, the four dragons and four tigers attacked Female Empress's temples from both sides with the momentum which could destroy the world. As the wind and clouds surged, Female Empress's figure seemed to be a bit distorted. On the other side, Trueness Emperor didn't care about the fight between the two true immortal emperors. Instead, he stabbed at the light ball with his sword. But at this moment, his heart suddenly jolted, and the warning signs rose sharply. Tranquility Emperor didn't feel anything special, but an unexpected scene appeared in front of his eyes. The dragons and tigers attacked together, and the wind and clouds swept over. Female Empress suddenly smiled, as if the moon had come out of the clouds. At the same time, her eyes which had been closed all the time opened quietly at this moment. The first emperor of the world beyond worlds, Jiamingkong, who opened her eyes. Tranquility Emperor was mentally prepared, but this sentence still came to his mind unexpectedly. Then he was dazzled by something, because Female Empress opened her eyes, and there was a dazzling ice blue light in her eyes. At this moment he, who was also a true immortal, didn't dare to look at her directly. His soul felt a cold stab, as if he was burned, but he felt numb and almost lost his consciousness. In a flash, the sky was full of snow. Under the frost and snow, the crimson storm and golden auspicious clouds were all frozen into clouds of ice fog. The roaring dragons and tigers directly turned into ice sculptures, and stopped at the place very close to Jiamingkong's head. Previously, she had used her hand as a blade to slash out, but at this moment, the blade that had been blocked advanced once again. The sharp, cold light flashed and broke through the golden wind and clouds. Tranquility Emperor was a seasoned warrior. He drew back his hands and formed a dragon and tiger hug, defending with all his strength to block Jiamingkong's attack. The dragon and tiger golden armor glowed, and its defense power was raised to the extreme. White snow covered Tranquility Emperor's body instantly, making him stagger back. After beating back Tranquility Emperor, Jiamingkong stood in the center of the void. Her eyes were filled with ice blue light. She glanced around, and then turned to Trueness Emperor. Trueness Emperor's sword was very close to the light ball, but there was endless ice rain falling from the sky. Chapter 1188. In the chaotic and ferocious 9 levels of underground, the dark demonic chi was swept away. In this world, there was only wind and frost. With Jiamingkong as the center, wherever she looked, the wind and snow turned into merciless blades, slaughtering everything around. The ice rain fell from the sky like an impenetrable storm of blades. The blades made of ice and frost kept hitting on Trueness Emperor's sword light. The sword light kept shaking and couldn't move forward anymore. It was only a foot away from the light ball, but it was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and couldn't penetrate through. The densely packed blades also slashed at the Trueness Emperor. Trueness Emperor took a deep breath, and started to move. Black sword chi burst out from his body. Strands of black chi turned into a tightly woven net, blocking the wind and snow in the sky. Almost in an instant, Trueness Emperor seemed to turn into a huge cocoon, and was covered by the white ice and snow. The glittering ice and snow were blocked by the black net. Sharp icicles could be seen through the holes of the net. The black sword edge and the white blade edge were fighting against each other with fierce killing intent. Trueness Emperor's sword momentum didn't stop. In the black sword chi, a red sword light shone and broke the void. The sword light rushed out of the wind and snow, as if it broke out of the cocoon, and killed all living beings. However, what appeared in front of him at this moment was a pair of eyes that flashed with an icy blue radiance. Jiamingkong's expression was cold and indifferent. She raised one hand high with 5 fingers like a blade, and then waved it down casually. With a flash of cold light, blood splashed everywhere. Trueness Emperor groaned. His right hand, which had turned into a sword edge, was directly cut off by Jiamingkong's saber. After that, Jiamingkong didn't stop and raised her saber again. Tranquility Emperor forced away the ice and snow that covered his body and hurried to block Jiamingkong's saber edge for Trueness Emperor. The Dragon Tiger Golden Armor would enhance Tranquility Emperor's power and make him more powerful. Since it was an armor, its defensive power would be more outstanding besides attacking power. Even so, the dragon and the tiger also whined after being hit by Jiamingkong's saber. The golden light faded away immediately. The ice and snow covered the sky and was about to freeze Tranquility Emperor and the Dragon Tiger Golden Armor together. Jiamingkong, Tranquility Emperor shouted, and became more energetic under the heavy pressure. With calm eyes, he reached out his hands and clasped his fingers together. Then he raised his hands together, as if he was lifting something. The light flickered and turned into real dragons and tigers, intertwining and spiraling up. The dim light of the Dragon Tiger Golden Armor gathered again. Tranquility Emperor looked at the white figure with a pale face. He couldn't help thinking of Cloud Conquest Emperor's comments about the experts below the 3 emperors of World Beyond Worlds many years ago. Sometimes, it was useless to just hear about it. Only by experiencing it yourself could you know the truth. Before today, Tranquility Emperor had already known how powerful female Emperor Jiamingkong was. Warriors were all proud and unwilling to admit defeat. However, even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit defeat in front of Jiamingkong. But if he couldn't defeat her one-on-one or barehanded, there must be some other way. Therefore, he still dared to ask her for the treasures which had been taken away. However, only when he saw Jiamingkong open her eyes did he know how big the gap between them was. She defeated the 2 emperors of roving Jade Heavens barehanded. Tranquility Emperor even had the Dragon Tiger Golden Armor, a leakless immortal weapon. If they fought one-on-one without any immortal weapon, both Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor would be in danger of dying in a short time. What made the 2 emperors of roving Jade Heavens especially scared was that Jiamingkong didn't seem to use her full strength. The woman in white dress stood between heaven and earth calmly. She didn't look at Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor, but at the white runes in the endless void outside the 9 underworlds. Although she didn't look at them, Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor could still clearly feel her cold killing intent. However, right at this moment, the glowing white seal in the void suddenly trembled. Streaks of blood appeared on the white light and continued to spread. Female Emperor turned to look at the light ball beside her with a cold look. The runes flowing in the ball of light were trembling and even collapsing. It's not the problem of roving Jade Heavens. Female Emperor suddenly turned her head and looked at the land of Tranquil Stream, which was millions of miles away outside the 9 underworlds. Master. Chapter 1189. Master wants to stop the water demon from returning. Although the other demons can't hurt him, they will still distract him. Female Emperor's eyes flash fiercely. How can he still be distracted to deal with the ritual on my side? She was thinking about it carefully, and then she was shocked. Yin Zhaoge. At this moment, above the endless glacier in the land of Tranquil Stream, demons were dancing wildly. However, the glacier kept expanding, and the wind and snow kept the demons out of the glacier. In the glacier, Astro Sovereign was in the cold ice, with a wound on his forehead. As the ice blue light flashed, the demonic chi overflowed. However, his eyes were clear, and he looked calm. Above the ice sea, Yin Zhaoge was sitting in the void with his legs crossed, and a blood light was flowing in front of him. Previously, he left the glacier, and was going to leave the land of Tranquil Stream, and return to the 9 underworlds. However, at the last moment a voice came into his ears. Zhaoge, please stay. It was Astro Sovereign who sent him a sound transmission. Astro Sovereign was the master of the land of Tranquil Stream. Even though he was temporarily trapped, and female Emperor was extremely powerful. However, it was not difficult for Astro Sovereign to arrange someone to sneak into the glacier and return secretly. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge hid in the glacier and watched female Emperor go away with Astro Sovereign. Then, they watched the demons attack, and the 2 emperors of roving Jade Heavens enter this place by mistake. No one knows a disciple better than me. Your Majesty, you are right. Yin Zhaoge praised. I didn't expect that Mingkong would be so crazy. Astro Sovereign shook his head. However, he could see that female emperor must have a reason for coming here. Astro Sovereign's eyes seemed to pierce through the void, the demonic chi of the 9 underworlds and the barrier of the domain, and directly met female emperor's eyes. The master and the disciple looked at each other, with complicated expressions. Master, I won't ask for your forgiveness, and I won't blame Yin Zhaoge. After a moment of silence, female emperor murmured, but I must succeed. She turned around decisively, and patted on the light ball beside her. The already huge ball of light expanded even further. Streams of light that looked like ribbons shot out from it, and crisscrossed with one another. On the other side of the space-time, the white seal shone even more brilliantly, suppressing the spreading blood threads. As for the demon mark on Astro Sovereign's forehead, the icy blue light started to scatter bit by bit. The surface of the white talisman in the air gradually glowed with an icy blue light. Roving Jade Heaven's Great Emperor Kuan Ning and Great Emperor Trunus joined forces, but they couldn't do anything to Her Majesty? Yin Zhaoge remained seated in the meditative position. The female emperor is still able to strengthen the ritual. That means that the 2 emperors of the roving Jade Heavens are unable to even restrict her. I heard that His Majesty Tranquility Emperor has an immortal weapon with him. Yin Zhaoge smiled bitterly. There is a saying that is very suitable to be used here. The true immortals of the world beyond worlds can be divided into 2 types. One is the female emperor, and the other is the others. Shaking his head, Yin Zhaoge did not slow down in the slightest. He placed one hand in front of his chest and made a hand seal, while his other hand pointed at the void above him. Astro Sovereign, this is also the first time for me to try this method. I can't deal with it in a hurry as Her Majesty has been planning for many years. Yin Zhaoge said in a deep voice. Please be prepared if something goes wrong in the end. At this time, Astro Sovereign closed his eyes. It doesn't matter. It won't be worse than now. As he closed his eyes, the demonic scar on his forehead also began to slowly close at this moment. The icy blue light kept shining as if it was struggling. Yin Zhaoge raised his head and stared at the white talisman in the air, watching the shaking icy blue light on it. The difficulty for Astro Sovereign was that he had to suppress the return of Gui Shui demon and prevent the effect of female emperor's ritual at the same time. If he resisted the effect of female emperor's ritual too much, he might relax the suppression on Gui Shui demon. In this way, Chu Lily and the roving Jade Heavens would be safe, but Astro Sovereign himself might completely fall into the demonic way and become a demon. The problem at that time was not whether Astro Sovereign was willing to replace Chu Lily and fall into the demonic way, but who could control Astro Sovereign after he fell into the demonic way. The final result was the official return of Gui Shui demon, one of the 12 devilish gods and devils. What was more embarrassing was that Astro Sovereign couldn't be in a stalemate with female emperor for too long. At first, these big demons in the land of Tranquil Stream were attracted here by female emperor with a special method. They didn't know that Astro Sovereign and Gui Shui demon were fighting here. Now of course they all knew. If other more powerful demons were attracted here, female emperor's plan wouldn't be able to be completed, and Yin Zhaoge and Astro Sovereign would also be in trouble. Therefore, they had to finish the battle in a short time without any delay. From Yin Zhaoge's point of view, if female emperor's plan succeeded and Astro Sovereign got out of trouble, it would be the most advantageous for him in theory. But he couldn't just look at the surface. Gain and loss were never the only factors that affected people's judgment. Astro Sovereign was not black-clothed brocade emperor, and neither was Yin Zhaoge. In this case, he had to take a risk. For the sake of Shi Jun and his mother, Yin Zhaoge also wanted to try some of his speculations over these years. Now was a rare opportunity. Having made up his mind, Yin Zhaoge pointed his finger at the void and drew down heavily. Then he wrote a talisman in the air. As the talisman flickered, it flew in front of Astro Sovereign and then pressed on his forehead. Astro Sovereign didn't stop it. He just let the talisman press on the twisting demonic mark on his forehead. Yin Zhaoge took a deep breath and chanted in a low voice. So I heard demons save all living beings. He shook his body and showed the body of the dark Buddha again. The palms of the Buddha and his chest rotated in the opposite direction. The blood lines on the white talisman were getting denser and denser. Astro Sovereign, who was in the ice pillar, suddenly reached out his hand. In his hand, there was a broken long saber. The tip of the saber had already disappeared. Only the 2-foot-long blade was left. It was as white as jade and was emitting cold air. Astro Sovereign closed his eyes and didn't open them. Inside the ice pillar, he waved the broken saber slightly. In the process of waving the saber, the demonic mark on his forehead suddenly felt less pressure and began to twist and enlarge. Fortunately, Astro Sovereign withdrew his saber as soon as it was released. After withdrawing the saber, he stabilized the demonic mark on his forehead again. Although he couldn't suppress the shrinking of the demonic mark, he also stopped it from enlarging. And it was that seemingly casual slash that directly killed a great demon that was lingering outside the glacier that was hesitant to enter. Those big demons were all powerful demonic cultivators who were equal to martial artists in the human immortal realm. When they besieged the glacier, their momentum was overwhelming. But now, with a flash of cold light, the most arrogant one was cut into two. The big demon that was killed didn't turn into ashes like the others. Instead, it turned into a puddle of black and red blood. The demon blood fell deep into the glacier and formed a blood pool in front of Astro Sovereign. Then the dark Buddha that Yin Zhaoge incarnated slowly sank into the blood pool. Then Astro Sovereign put away his broken saber and waved his hand. A saber of light shining with blood color slowly floated up from the blood pool. Chapter 1190. The dark Buddha disappeared. Yin Zhaoge returned to his original appearance and appeared beside the blood pool. While suppressing the restless thoughts in his mind, he stared at the blood-red light saber that gradually emerged in the blood pool. Astro Sovereign waved his hand, and the light saber flew out of the blood pool and fell into his hand. Then, Astro Sovereign waved his saber again. The saber light was illusory as if it wasn't real. The blood-red light penetrated through the ice and the bodies of the demons outside, but it didn't cause any damage. The saber light went all the way forward and finally reached the endless outer space through the land of tranquil stream. There, on the surface of the white light seal, the ice-blue demonic light kept flickering and entangled with the bloodlines. The blood-red saber light cut through the void and cut towards the white light seal. In the 9 underworlds, female emperor saw it, and her eyes burst out amazing light. She directly smashed the huge light ball beside her with a backhand palm. As the light ball was broken, the white light seal in the outer space suddenly expanded. The ice-blue light flickered more rapidly, and the blood lines entangled on it were broken. Female emperor completely ignored the 2 emperors in the 9 underworlds. She turned into an ice-blue light and flew towards the white light seal like a saber that could split the sky and the earth. She let out a cold and clear roar, and then also cut out her saber. Wherever the saber light passed, there was no sound. At this moment, the whole universe seemed to become a cold and silent world. Female Emperor Jia Mingkong used all her strength in this attack. Trueness Great Emperor and Tranquility Great Emperor felt their hearts palpitate. If she had done that just now. Unfortunately, even though Female Emperor was very powerful, the blood-red saber light was like a dream. The ice-blue saber light cut through the universe and penetrated through the blood-red saber light. The blood-red saber light was like an illusory rainbow. Female Emperor's saber light couldn't stop it no matter how bright it was. If it was a real rainbow, Female Emperor's saber could also freeze it and destroy it. However, Astro Sovereign's saber seemed to be in another world and Female Emperor couldn't do anything about it. She looked at the blood-red saber light almost desperately. Finally, it fell on the white light seal. Then, being stimulated by the blood-red saber light, the bloodlines on the white light seal suddenly thickened and turned into deep cracks. The cracks worked together, causing the glowing white talisman to shatter into pieces. Mysterious sect. For the first time, Jia Mingkong lost control of her emotions in front of others. She turned her head in despair and looked at the land of tranquil stream, which was frozen into a glacier of hundreds of millions of miles. Her eyes were full of sadness. The white talisman was broken. Astro's sovereign let out a muffled moan in the ice sea under the glacier. The towering ice pillar that sealed his body began to shake violently at this moment. Countless ice shards fell from the top and fell into the sea below. The demonic scar on Astro's sovereign's forehead was twisting violently, emitting a terrifying demonic chi. The violent yet lonely devilish intent almost caused Yin Zhaoge to lose his composure. The thick icicle was finally unable to bear the pressure and shattered. Astro's sovereign was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. The devil scar twisted on his forehead, sometimes big and sometimes small. In the void of the outer realm, the great empress gradually calmed down after her initial panic. She frowned and looked at Astro's sovereign in the land of tranquil stream. Then she looked at the broken talisman in the void, and gradually turned into flowing light. The flowing white light was mixed with an icy blue radiance, which disappeared in a flash. Seeing that, the great empress's eyes were gradually filled with surprise and enlightenment. It split. She shook her head in disbelief. Then she calmed down and put the matter aside for the moment. The great empress rushed to the land of tranquil stream and broke into the world of ice and snow. At this moment, the boundless and immeasurably enormous glacier that sealed the space for billions of kilometers was surprisingly melting and disintegrating incessantly. Although the surrounding demons were afraid of the power of Astro's sovereign's shocking saber strike, they all became crazy again at this moment. But the great empress was even crazier than them. The female emperor, Jie Mingkong, was unscrupulous as she fought against a group of demons on her own. She fought so fiercely that the sun and the moon lost their shine, while Liberal Emperor and Tranquility Emperor, in roving jade heavens, were watching what was happening in front of them in shock. Just now, the white talisman was aimed at Chu Lily in roving jade heavens. Now it is broken. Does it mean that the sky is clear after the rain? The two emperors looked at each other and said, or there are still changes in roving jade heavens. The two emperors frowned. Now they were injured and couldn't continue to fight here. So they immediately left and hurried back to roving jade heavens. If roving jade heavens didn't find anything unusual, they should return as soon as possible to deal with the unexpected situation in case Green Duckweed Mountain was caught unprepared. At the same time, under the glacier, Astro's sovereign finally opened his eyes again and stood up. The devil scar on his forehead was stabilized, and the evil and cold ice blue light gradually disappeared. As the blue light disappeared, a horrible thought came out from the devil scar. It was like thousands of demons roaring at the same time, which was deafening. However, this roar was filled with unwillingness and hatred. A cold, killing intent swept out in all directions, as if it was surging through the entire universe. When the blue light finally died down, the roar also gradually subsided. However, the devil scar on Astro's sovereign's forehead was still there. It was like an ordinary scar, looming under his fluttering white hair. As he stood up, the glacier that froze the whole land of tranquil stream officially announced the end of its life. It started to collapse at a speed that was too fast for the eyes to follow. The demons outside the glacier also roared in disbelief and anger. Finally, they stopped fighting and retreated. Unfortunately, Astro's sovereign wouldn't let them go even if they wanted to. In the world of the land of tranquil stream, the whole sky was covered with ice and frost, which blocked the place. The ice and snow turned into horrible blades and formed a death vortex, killing the demons. With his white hair flying, Astro's sovereign seemed to become one with the world of ice and snow. As he walked in the wind and snow, the demons fell down one by one and turned into broken ice. Female Emperor had stopped and stood quietly in the dark land of tranquil stream. Her eyes were closed again. When Astro's sovereign walked to her, Female Emperor was silent, and then said slowly, "Master, now you, Lily and I each bear half of the seal, but the risk is not equal. Either of us can become the embodiment of Gui Shui demon." Astro's sovereign looked at his disciple. "But it's okay for now. Especially for me, I can move freely. But if I am not careful, I will still be in danger of being possessed by the devil. I need to be careful when I fight with others. If I fight too long and exert too much power, I may give Gui Shui demon a chance to come back. Lily's cultivation is lower, but her mind is more active. She is more dangerous than me," Chen Xuanzong said calmly without any blame. But he looked at Jie Mingkong with complicated feelings. Jie Mingkong looked at him in a daze. After a long time, she lowered her head and kowtowed to Chen Xuanzong. Then she turned around and disappeared. Chapter 1191. It was female emperor's dream that Astro Sovereign could regain his freedom. But when it really happened, Jie Mingkong was too ashamed to face her master. Although the final result was different from her original plan, Jie Mingkong still couldn't look straight into Chen Xuanzong's complicated eyes. If she was facing hatred and anger, she might have felt better. Astro Sovereign didn't say anything for a long time, while looking at Jie Mingkong's disappearing figure. He didn't sigh until the white figure disappeared completely. "Your Majesty, we made it. Things are not irreparable. We can still take it slow," Yin Zhaoge said in a low voice. If Jie Mingkong's original plan led to Chu Lily turning into a demon on the spot, and even being besieged by roving jade heavens, everything would be over. "I didn't blame Mingkong." Astro Sovereign shook his head. "I owed her back then. Everything that happened originated from my decision. Naturally, I will be the one to bear the consequences. You cannot blame Mingkong or Lily. However, what Mingkong did today was beyond my expectation. What happened back then had a great influence on her." Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help widening his eyes. Then he wisely stopped asking. Although he was very curious, he was afraid that something bad would happen if he kept asking. "You don't need to be so nervous." Astro Sovereign looked at Yin Zhaoge with a smile. Then he shook his head and said frankly, "Some conventions are not unreasonable. For example, male masters rarely take female disciples, and female masters rarely take male disciples." Yin Zhaoge's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know much about the past of Astro Sovereign and his two disciples, he still had a lot of guesses based on their weird attitude towards each other. The fire of gossip was burning in his heart. "I owed Mingkong back then." Yin Zhaoge seemed to understand something after hearing Astro Sovereign's words. Although he was willing to take Chu Lily's place and stay here alone for thousands of years without getting out. However, Chen Xuanzong might only have a sense of responsibility and mission for this little disciple of Astro Sovereign. However, the one who made Chen Xuanzong fall in love was his eldest disciple, female Emperor Jie Mingkong. Astro Sovereign looked at Yin Zhaoge and sighed. He didn't say anything more. He wasn't a talkative person, but today's events had shaken his mental state. Yin Zhaoge had just helped them a lot, and he was the descendant of an old friend. Astro Sovereign couldn't help but let down his guard a little. In the past, Yin Zhaoge's grandparents, the Sword God, Yin Xintong, and the Sword Emperor, Di Qinglian, had interacted with each other. Their love for each other was deep, and they shared the same ideals. This made Chen Xuanzong feel touched. It was also at that moment that Chen Xuanzong, who had never thought about personal matters, felt his heartstrings being tugged slightly. However, that was all. Over the years, he had never met a woman who could make his heartstrings tremble. Until at a certain moment, he suddenly realized that the white-clothed girl who had been by his side had grown up. In fact, that was before Chu Lily joined the sect. However, Chen Xuanzong didn't show it on his face, and Jie Mingkong didn't know about it either. He wasn't sure if what he was doing was right or wrong. Etiquette was definitely incompatible. But what about feelings? Chen Xuanzong, who had already pushed open the gate of immortality and was walking on the path of martial arts with his head held high, felt a rare sense of bewilderment. Chen Xuanzong wasn't angry at Jie Mingkong, who acted on her own. Even now, he could still remember what had happened that year. That day. That was Jie Mingkong's birthday. On that day, Jie Mingkong received a birthday gift from her master for the first time, just like Chu Lily, who was used to it since she was young. Her surprised, nervous, shy, hesitant, and worried expressions were still vivid in Chen Xuanzong's mind. Unfortunately, when he was about to give Jie Mingkong a clear answer, he was interrupted. He couldn't say what he wanted to say. Who knew that it would be forever? On that day, the water devil was reborn, and Chu Lily almost fell into the devil and became the new ice devil. It wasn't because she was rejected by Chen Xuanzong many times. Instead, it was because she knew who killed her father, Chu Heng. As a result, the thing that Chen Xuanzong worried about the most still happened. According to the agreement with the other two sovereigns, there was only one solution: sending the ice devil to perish again. And Chen Xuanzong would do it himself. For the water devil who had just been reborn in Chu Lily's body, it was easy for Chen Xuanzong to do it. But he gave up in the end. He should be responsible for the decision he made, but he shouldn't blame it on Chu Lily. In the end, Chen Xuanzong intercepted Chu Lily's demonic seal and replaced her to be the water devil's reincarnation. In fact, in terms of physique, he was the most suitable one to be the water devil's reincarnation. Chen Xuanzong didn't know whether it was the water devil's real target, who wanted to use him as a reincarnation. But he still accepted it. Not only that, but he had also successfully blocked the water demon from returning. However, the price was that he was sealed in the land of tranquil stream between the human world and the 9 underworlds forever. At that time, Jie Mingkong was seriously injured by Chu Lily because she tried to save Chu Lily. After that, she was heartbroken. Just when she saw the hope, before she could feel the happiness and joy, the hope was destroyed, leaving only endless despair and sadness. Maybe from then on, the Astro Sovereign, one of the 3 sovereigns, was not the only one missing in the world beyond worlds. Jie Mingkong was also gone. There was only the profound cold emperor of the world beyond worlds. Female Emperor Jie Mingkong. I don't need to stay here anymore. Astro Sovereign thought about the present and shook his head slightly. It's not suitable for me to go to the roving Jade Heavens. Zhaoge, if it's convenient for you, could you go there for me? The situation on Chu Lily's side was still unknown. After such a thing happened, the roving Jade Heavens would not tolerate her anymore. Even if she stayed there, she would only be up to no good. If Chu Lily left the roving Jade Heavens, she might still be coveted by the big demons. Although all the demons that came to the land of Tranquil Stream had been killed by Astro Sovereign, the news might still be leaked. Your Majesty, you are too polite. I will go to the roving Jade Heavens. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. You and Female Emperor Mingkong. Astro Sovereign sighed and shook his head. He didn't blame Female Emperor, but it didn't mean he agreed with her. Female Emperor obviously knew it, so they didn't talk to each other when they met. Time might not be able to heal all this. Only when the truth came to light could there be a final result. However, the result might not satisfy everyone. Yan Zhaoge nodded and didn't ask further. As for me, I will go back to the world beyond worlds. Astro Sovereign said calmly. It happened so suddenly that I could only stop the water demon from coming back. There are some things that I haven't figured out yet. They have been lingering in my heart for thousands of years. Jie Mingkong couldn't get the answer. After all, Yu Jinbei was not the person involved. Only Chen Xuanzong was qualified to ask about some things. Chapter 1192. Even though the female empress seldom came to see the Astro Sovereign in recent years, she must have had contact with him before. Moreover, the Sword Emperor knew the situation of the Astro Sovereign. Why couldn't the Astro Sovereign go back to the world beyond worlds to investigate something that could not be done through them? Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. Such a matter would definitely involve the earthly and hidden sovereigns. Astro Sovereign had already known from him that earthly sovereign wasn't in the world beyond worlds at the moment. Therefore, the one who wanted to go back was undoubtedly concealed sovereign. While Yan Zhaoge was curious, he did not ask about it. The current result was enough to satisfy him. Although Astro Sovereign didn't dare to make a move, because he was trying to seal the water demon, his strength was still terrifying. Moreover, Astro Sovereign also had a tranquil level celestial weapon. That seemingly inconspicuous broken saber was precisely the number 1 saber of the world beyond worlds that year. The broken Cold Wave. This saber's name was Cold Wave, and its blade was 3 feet long. Later on, the Astro Sovereign broke a foot of it with his own hands. And that was how it got the name Broken Cold Wave. The miraculous thing was that while a portion of it had been broken off, not only had the saber not been destroyed, it had instead become even more powerful, becoming a living legend of the world beyond worlds. Now that Astro Sovereign had returned to the world beyond worlds, The pressure brought by earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign to Broad Creed Mountain had been greatly reduced. In particular, Astro Sovereign mentioned to Yin Zhaoge that he didn't plan to return to the Jade Sky Peak of the Kunlun Mountain to recuperate. Instead, he planned to recuperate in the Broad Creed Mountain of the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory. While there were other reasons for this, it was undoubtedly the most direct expression of support for Broad Creed Mountain and the Yin family. This way, Yin Zhaoge would be able to rest easy, even if he headed to the roving Jade Heavens. Of course, this was only in relation to the situation in the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoge also had complex feelings regarding this trip to the roving Jade Heavens. When he first met Chu Lily, he did not expect things to turn out this way. As for Gao Xuebua and the other successors of the Prime Clear lineage, they would probably have an even bigger headache. He had guessed that Chu Lily often came to the roving Jade Heavens to avoid trouble, but he did not expect it to be such a disaster. When Yin Zhaoge saw Gao Xuebua, the two of them exchanged gazes, both smiling bitterly. Yin Zhaoge chose suitable details to tell Gao Xuebua, telling him the gist of what had happened. Hearing that, Gao Xuebua said seriously, "The female monarch really has a good plan. She wants to save the Astro Sovereign and get rid of the thorn in her eyes with our hands. That's killing two birds with one stone. How is that Senior Chu now?" Yin Zhaoge asked in a heavy tone. "He has already left the roving Jade Heavens." Speaking of this, Gao Xuebua's dignified face revealed a discontented and helpless expression. "Great-grandmaster, my mother and my father are all in closed-door training. The rest of us can't detect the movements in Yuzhou in time. By the time I sensed the overflowing devil qi in Chaoheng Valley, it was already too late. And the message from Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor was also too late." Yin Zhaoge frowned. Devilish qi permeating the area. That Senior Chu has transformed into a devil? In this old man's opinion, he probably hasn't. Gao Xuebua did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before replying. After struggling for a while, she should have stabilized her mind. Otherwise, the water demon, who is one of the 12 devilish gods, will definitely cause a bigger commotion when he is reborn. So that's how it is, Yin Zhaoge nodded, also sighing inwardly. What would the lives of Jie Mingkong and Chu Lily be like? Right now, I can only hope that this Senior Chu isn't targeted and surrounded by peak great demons. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his temples lightly. Otherwise, it would be hard for her not to become a devil. I don't know where to find her now. Female Emperor Jie Mingkong was also missing. Su Rian was not sure, but Yin Zhaoge's intuition told him that female emperor might not have returned to the world beyond worlds before she could face Astro Sovereign. How are Cunning and Trueness Emperor? Speaking of female emperor, Yin Zhaoge immediately thought of Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor, who were injured by her. Hearing this, Gao Xuebua immediately shook his head. Tranquility Emperor is a little bit better. After all, he has the Dragon Tiger golden armor to protect him. Trueness Emperor is in a bad situation. Although he has already gotten rid of his mortal body after opening the immortal door, his vitality is still greatly damaged after being cut off by female emperor. His foundation won't be hurt by the righteous qi. However, once he is hurt, it will be very hard for him to recover. The 5 qis of the immortals were righteous qi, transforming qi, bright qi, evil qi and clear qi. The true immortals who had opened the immortal door would use one of the immortal qi to purify themselves and transform their true essence into the immortal qi. However, which kind of immortal qi they should refine depended on their own martial art conception. They might be the same or similar, or they might be complementary to each other. There were also a few people who took the opposite way and sought for the coexistence of yin and yang. Because of this, the true immortals and emperors would have their own differences when they fought with each other. Generally speaking, those who cultivated clear qi were mediocre in all aspects. However, they could lay a good foundation for refining the second kind of immortal qi. When all the other conditions were suitable, it was the easiest for them to go further and break through the pure profound tribulation. Those who cultivated transforming qi were flexible and had almost no shortcomings. Also, it was easier for them to go further. Those who cultivated bright qi were full of vigor and strong in defense and recovery. At the same time, their bodies absorbed the immortal qi the fastest and had the most abundant reserves. They were good at fighting for a long time. Those who cultivated righteous qi would be able to attack with the pressure of Mount Tai and defend like an iron bastion. They would be able to attack and defend well and would not be shaken. However, it would not be beneficial for cultivating the second type of immortal qi. Those who cultivated righteous qi were also not good for their progress. They might lose control of their mind and fall into the demonic Tao. However, those who cultivated righteous qi as the first kind of immortal qi and successfully opened the immortal door would be the sharpest when fighting with their enemies. Of course, the characteristics mainly applied to the same person. Different people's strength would be affected by various factors, far beyond the difference of the 5 qis. I originally thought that female emperor cultivated righteous qi. However, when she opened her eyes this time, I was sure that she cultivated righteous qi. Yin Zhaoge also shook his head. I've heard about what happened in the world beyond worlds. Gao Xuebe said. Now that Astro Sovereign has returned, he should be protecting you since he was a good friend of Exalted Gold Luminary. I can rest assured now. Yin Zhaoge understood what he meant. If necessary, they could come to the roving Jade Heavens. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao. Although Yin Zhaoge didn't plan to come to the roving Jade Heavens unless absolutely necessary, he still had to thank Gao Xuebe for his kindness. Zhaoge, you don't have to be so polite. Gao Xuebe shook his head. Speaking of which, we should thank you. If you didn't happen to come and help Astro Sovereign, this place might also be in trouble. Besides, there's one more thing you need to pay attention to. As the old man said, he looked at Yin Zhaoge and said in a deep voice, the conflict between the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands has reached a low point after a few years. They have more spare energy to pay attention to our 3 clear lineage. You have to prevent the Immortal Court from interfering directly. By then the world beyond worlds might not protect you. Chapter 1193. Hearing Gao Xuebe's words, Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned solemn. As the eldest son of the Profound Sovereign and the Spring Emperor, a figure of the same generation as the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei and the Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengcheng, and managing many affairs of the roving Jade Heavens on behalf of his parents, Gao Xuebe's knowledge naturally far surpassed that of ordinary people. This particular reminder of his was very subtle. The attitude of the Sword Sovereign and the Astro Sovereign amongst the sovereigns of the world beyond worlds was self-evident. And Gao Xuebe's words seemed to not only refer to the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao, you mean? Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes and pointed upwards. Gao Xuebe said slowly, this is what the old Grand Master said in the past. This old man can't be sure, but you have to be careful. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao. Yin Zhaoge nodded thoughtfully. He then asked, I was busy looking for the Astro Sovereign earlier and couldn't get in touch with him. Is there any news from the Immortal Court? Also, has the earthly sovereign returned to the world beyond worlds? I haven't heard of it. Gao Xuebe also revealed a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, some time had passed since the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing had been killed. If the earthly sovereign had rushed back immediately upon receiving the news, he would probably have already returned to the world beyond worlds. Similarly, Wang Pu and the others had tried to contact the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, immediately. However, there had been no reply before Yin Zhaoge had left the world beyond worlds. News from the roving Jade Heavens is not as smooth as that from the world beyond worlds. Gao Xuebe shook his head. This old man can't be sure about the current situation of the Immortal Court. The relationship between the roving Jade Heavens and the Immortal Court was even more tense. When the peak experts of the Prime Clear lineage met with the bigwigs of the Immortal Court, most of them directly fought. However, there was some unconfirmed news recently that the Immortal Court seems to be in some chaos, but the reason for this is unknown. Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge became interested. Oh, is there a conflict with the Blessed Lands of Buddhism again? Gao Xuebe answered cautiously. As for the specifics, there is no news yet. Is that so? Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before cupping his hands towards Gao Shuebua. Since that is so, I will first return to the world beyond worlds. I hope that I will be able to see the profound sovereign and senior apprentice granduncle Long the next time I come. After taking his leave of Gao Shuebua and leaving the spirit leaf cave, Yin Zhaoge immediately saw Gao Qing. Gao Qing currently had a panicked expression on her face. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, she hurriedly asked, little apprentice uncle, you've already met my grandfather? Do you know about Granny Li? Looking at the anxious Gao Qing, Yin Zhaoge sighed inwardly, nodding. I know. He consoled Gao Qing, saying, don't be anxious. Senior Chu should be fine for now. It's just that he has left the roving Jade Heavens. Why is it like this? Gao Qing did feel a little more at ease, but her face was still filled with worry. He's been fine all these years. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was deep and distant as he thought. This is because Chu Lily herself might not be aware that her being able to leave the world beyond worlds safely that year and hide in the roving Jade Heavens might have been the result of someone's deliberate ploy. Looking at the troubled and worried Gao Qing, Yin Zhaoge sighed, consoling her for a bit before sending her off to look for Gao Shuebua before leaving. After leaving the roving Jade Heavens and returning to the world beyond worlds, Yin Zhaoge pondered as he walked. He had finally returned to the world beyond worlds through a wound of the sky. As soon as he had returned and interacted with others, Yin Zhaoge could feel that the atmosphere of the world beyond worlds was clearly different from when he had left. Back when he had just slain the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng, the entire world beyond worlds had been panic-stricken as winds and rains had vaguely appeared. When Broad Creed Mountain had relocated to the Eastern Vast Heaven territory and officially established its name as the East Peak of Taoism, this momentum had instead intensified. Most people were watching on, wanting to see how Broad Creed Mountain would face the pressure brought about by the earthly sovereign. Those who knew about the relationship between the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion and Yin Zhaoge all felt uneasy. The business of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had plummeted as a result. At the end of the day, no one thought well of Broad Creed Mountain, while Kunlun Mountain's northern high peaks Jade Capital Crag seemed to be on the same side as Broad Creed Mountain, advancing and retreating together. Still, the Sword Sovereign alone still appeared weak in comparison to the pressure brought about by the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign. This was especially so as compared to the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign. The Sword Sovereign had risen to prominence much later after all. Although the Sword Sovereign's prestige had become more and more powerful due to Yin Zhaoge's efforts, he was still in the stage of accumulating power. He was not like the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign, who were both legendary existences, who had established the world beyond worlds. If the Concealed Sovereign hadn't been in seclusion and hadn't declared his position yet, which made things a little suspenseful, the public's opinion would probably be more one-sided. However, something happened not long ago, which changed the situation of the entire world beyond worlds greatly. Before the Sword Sovereign, he had been one of the original 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds alongside the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign. Out of everyone's expectation, the Astro Sovereign who had disappeared for many years had returned. The younger martial artists with lower cultivation might have even forgotten the existence of the Astro Sovereign. However, how could they forget the high-level figures? The Exalted Water Luminary, the original ruler of the world beyond worlds, Chen Xuanzong, was also one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun. The Concealed Sovereign had always been low-key. When the Astro Sovereign was still in power, his influence was even greater than that of the Concealed Sovereign. Maybe the Sword Sovereign, who was active in the current era, had a more direct and deep influence in people's hearts. However, when the opponents were the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign, the Astro Sovereign who was in the same era as them could give people more confidence. Now few people knew that the Exalted Gold Luminary and the Exalted Water Luminary were very close friends. However, after the Astro Sovereign returned to the world beyond worlds, he didn't return to the Kunlun Mountain in the Central June Heaven territory, but stayed in the Broad Creed Mountain in the Eastern Vast Heaven territory. Therefore, People immediately understood the attitude of the Astro Sovereign. Like the Sword Sovereign, he supported the Broad Creed Mountain without any doubt. In this way, the situation in the world beyond worlds became stable. The business of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion started to get better. It wasn't that people chose sides. In most people's opinion, the two sides were evenly matched and had reached a balance. The final result was likely to be a compromise to avoid further conflicts and wars. After staying in the Broad Creed Mountain as a guest for a while, Astro Sovereign left for the Kunlun Mountain. His destination wasn't the Jade Sky Peak where he used to live, but the restful Immortal Valley where the concealed sovereign lived. This became the most concerned thing in the world beyond worlds recently. Everyone was eager to know the result of the Astro Sovereign's trip. Only Yin Zhaoge vaguely guessed that the Astro Sovereign didn't go there for peace talks, but to find trouble. It's almost time. The Astro Sovereign will go back to the world beyond worlds to stabilize his body and further suppress the restlessness of the demons. After resting, he will go to the Kunlun Mountain to settle the score. Yin Zhaoge immediately turned around and went straight to the Kunlun Mountain. The one he is looking for is indeed the concealed sovereign. However, there was no doubt that the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, was not a simple person. If one really thought that he was only there to make up the numbers in the 9 luminaries, it was not looking down on him, but on Gao Han, Jiang Shun, Yin Xintong, and the other 8. Yin Zhaoge sped through Kunlun Mountain, traversing lofty mountains and lofty peaks. From afar, a valley gradually appeared in the midst of the mountains. From the outside, it didn't look like much, but one could feel the abundant spiritual energy in the valley. It was like a tide, gushing out endlessly. That was precisely the location of the concealed sovereign's Dao Arena, one of the 3 core regions of the world beyond worlds where authority had once reigned supreme, the restful Immortal Valley. The concealed sovereign didn't have any disciples, and the restful Immortal Valley was just like him. It was quiet, and there were only a few attendants managing the place. But today, it was very difficult for this place to remain peaceful. A white-haired youth was standing at the entrance of the valley, looking at the valley in front of him. It was the Astro Sovereign Chen Xuanzong. A boy was standing at the entrance of the valley. He showed an awkward expression on his face. He bowed and said, "My master is in seclusion, and he can't meet you. Dear guest, he's in seclusion. He can come out now." The Astro Sovereign said calmly, "It's fine if fellow Taoist Yang doesn't meet other people. But since I'm here today, fellow Taoist Yang should show his face. He has made us wait for thousands of years. Fellow Taoist Yang will know that I'm here without your notice." The boy's vision blurred. Then he saw the valley, which was like spring all year round, had suddenly turned into a world of ice and snow. Being in this world of ice and snow, the boy didn't feel cold at all. However, all the plants had turned into ice sculptures, which was definitely not an illusion. The ice and snow didn't emit any cold air. It didn't mean that all of these were illusions. Instead, it was because the temperature of the entire world around the restful Immortal Valley suddenly dropped, and the coldness was piercing to the bone. Except for a few attendants in the valley, all the signs of life were instantly extinguished, and the whole place turned into a dead silence. Even the sunlight in the sky seemed to become cold and gloomy. At this moment, the most famous sacred place in the world beyond worlds was like a fragile ice crystal, which could be broken at any time. Fellow Taoist Yang, even if you were in a life or death seclusion, you should come back to your senses now. The Astro Sovereign said calmly, "I'm deeply sorry if you got hurt because of the disturbance. However, what happened in the past has been bothering me for thousands of years. Today I have to figure it out." Today, he was here to make trouble, so he wouldn't care whether the other party was in seclusion or not. As soon as the Astro Sovereign finished his words, the ice and snow that covered the valley suddenly started to dissipate silently. The ice and snow didn't melt, but evaporated and disappeared in the air. A light black and blue light took over and covered the whole restful Immortal Valley. The power of corrosion. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge understood. It's different from the Raha's power of corrosion. This is the power of corrosion of Jidu, which is also the power of destroying the sun and the moon. The Astro Sovereign watched all this calmly and didn't do anything. After a while, a voice came from the restful immortal valley under the black and blue light. Fellow Taoist Chen, long time no see. How are you? Not really. The Astro Sovereign answered indifferently. The black and blue light faded away, and the restful immortal valley appeared in front of everyone again. Because of the previous freezing, the life in the valley, which was like spring all year round, had withered. It seemed that winter had suddenly come. A figure walked out of the entrance of the valley step by step. As he walked, the life was revived. Wherever he passed by, the green grass and the mountain flowers bloomed again. Yin Zhaoge looked at the man and found that he was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had an ordinary face and a medium build, which was nothing special. To put it bluntly, if you only looked at his appearance, you would immediately be unable to find him in a crowd. Even if you stared at his face for a long time, you might forget what he looked like when you turned around. However, this man who looked so ordinary was the owner of the restful immortal valley, Concealed Sovereign Yang Su. He was the exalted concealed luminary, who was one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun with Chen Xuanzong, Yin Xintong and Xiao Junhuang, and created the current situation in the world beyond worlds. He was one of the most powerful people in the world beyond worlds. Since you have been waiting for 1,000 years, why are you in such a hurry? The Concealed Sovereign smiled kindly and said in a calm tone. The Astro Sovereign looked at the man in front of him quietly, as if he had met him for the first time. After a while, the Astro Sovereign opened his mouth and said slowly, "Because I didn't want to wait for 1,000 years. A moment is too long, let alone 1,000 years." Chapter 1195. Asking for monthly votes and subscriptions. Thank you. Concealed Sovereign and Astro Sovereign looked at each other and smiled after a while. Taoist Chen, you already know the answer, don't you? The Concealed Sovereign nodded his head. Your guess is correct. I was indeed the one who told your disciple about her father, Chu Heng. Astro Sovereign stared at Concealed Sovereign for a long time in silence. Yin Zhaoge heard them and thought, your disciple's father? Taoist Chu must be Chu Lily's father. He didn't know much about what had happened in the past, so he could only understand it from the conversation between Astro Sovereign and female monarch. Listening to the conversation between the Concealed Sovereign and the Astro Sovereign, although the clues revealed were fragmented, they were like a string piercing a pearl. Gradually the scattered information was connected. Is this the descendant of Taoist Yin? And his name is Yin Zhaoge? Concealed Sovereign turned to look at Yin Zhaoge. Your Majesty Concealed Sovereign, this junior pays his respects. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands to Concealed Sovereign in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I've been wanting to meet you and your father for a long time, but I didn't have time until today. Concealed Sovereign said calmly. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. I didn't expect to meet your Majesty in this situation either. His eyes moved between Astro Sovereign and Concealed Sovereign. And I didn't expect that it was you who caused Astro Sovereign to be frozen outside for 1,000 years. This directly caused the world beyond worlds to lose an expert in the profound immortal realm. It was a great loss for Taoism, which had been revived after the Great Calamity. If Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei hadn't risen up and filled the gap, the situation of 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in the world beyond worlds might not be maintained. Although Concealed Sovereign rarely expressed his views, he had always been committed to the stable development of the 3 clear lineage, just like earthly sovereign. What he did back then seemed to be in conflict with his usual policies. Being frozen outside for 1,000 years doesn't mean that he has fallen or become a demon. Concealed Sovereign said calmly. When the situation calls for it, I can help Taoist Chen at any time. Astro Sovereign said coldly. Mingkong's ritual was indeed learned from you. In the past, Astro Sovereign and Astro Sovereign were mainly responsible for the study of the demon suppression method. Although the female monarch was a disciple of Astro Sovereign, she didn't know much about it. The ritual he performed before was exquisite. Astro Sovereign was distracted by the demons, so he could only let him do whatever he wanted. If Astro Sovereign didn't secretly ask Yin Zhaoge to stay, Chu Lily of the roving Jade Heavens would definitely bear the devilish seal alone. Judging from your expression, it seems that things are not going as planned. At this moment, the concealed sovereign revealed a pondering look. Is it because little friend Chu bore the devil seal by himself and didn't become a devil? I don't think so. Although she has pushed open the immortal gate, she is not strong enough to stop the water demon's return. If she became a demon and escaped from the roving Jade Heavens, fellow Taoist Chen, I'm afraid you wouldn't be so relaxed. Concealed Sovereign noticed the scar on Astro Sovereign's forehead and said, "Your scar." Astro Sovereign said indifferently, "Now that things have come to this, your original plan doesn't exist anymore. However, the confusion in my heart has yet to be solved. Although you and I are not close friends, we are still on the same path. There was no enmity between us back then. So why did you plot against me? You want me to kill Chu Lily and stop the water demon's rebirth?" Concealed Sovereign smiled. "If you just want to kill little friend Chu, I can do it myself. It's not like I don't have a chance. I can see that you want to protect Chu Heng's daughter. According to our speculation and research at that time, if she becomes a demon, you will definitely choose to sacrifice yourself and bear the burden for her. After all, you are more suitable to be the reincarnation of the water demon than her. So, I have been your target since the beginning." Astro Sovereign raised his eyes and stared at him quietly. After a long time, Astro Sovereign suddenly said, "You were really weird back then. I was right." After a short silence, Concealed Sovereign smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Chen, you are really sharp. So, I have to ask you to leave the world beyond worlds for some time." Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge squinted his eyes. He looked at Astro Sovereign. Astro Sovereign said slowly, "I already know what happened to Fu Jinxiu of the ingenious Flying Peak, the grand disciple of Taoist Xuanzhong. At that time, I only suspected it. But now I know that you have already planned to harm the Grand Clear lineage. Fu Jinxiu's current tribulation must be your doing. Although Taoist Xuanzhong's lineage is not from the Jade Clear lineage like us, but from the Grand Clear lineage, they are also from the Three Clear lineage. Fu Jinxiu is the most outstanding talent in their lineage. Why did you plot against him?" Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. The mystery that had been in his heart for a long time was finally solved. Brocade Emperor was really cheated. At that time, Yin Zhaoge had been wondering how could Brocade Emperor make such a big mistake in his cultivation. In the process of changing from being a womanizer to being devoted to one person, besides Fu Ting, Brocade Emperor also had a daughter, Meng Wan, which almost destroyed the foundation of his cultivation. What was more strange was that Brocade Emperor didn't seem to realize this before he met Meng Wan. Not only did he go the wrong way, but he also didn't realize it. This was even more unbelievable than a simple mistake in cultivation. How could a true immortal emperor, who had pushed open the immortal door and had a leakless body, have a daughter without knowing it? Not to mention Brocade Emperor, any martial artist who had made great achievements in martial arts could control whether they wanted to have children or not, unless they were forced to do so. But it was even more ridiculous to say that Lu Xianting, Meng Wan's mother, could do that. However, if Concealed Sovereign was behind this, it would be hard to say. Fu Jinxiu is indeed a rare talent. Unfortunately, he went the wrong way at the beginning. Concealed Sovereign answered calmly. Because of the pressure from Mars Halberd, he was so eager to push open the immortal door that he gave others a chance to take advantage of his weakness. We all know that Fu Jinxiu became an immortal by luck. There is a secret in it, Concealed Sovereign said with a smile. Take advantage of his weakness? Astro Sovereign frowned. You mean? Concealed Sovereign took a look at Yin Zhaoge and said with a smile. No need to hide it. This little friend Yin and Fu Jinxiu's eldest daughter have been to the immortal court together. So he has already heard of the name of immeasurable heavenly lord. Hearing this, Astro Sovereign's face changed slightly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will tell you the details later. Yin Zhaoge gave him a look to calm down. The Concealed Sovereign looked at the scene with interest and continued. Taoist Chen, you guessed it right. It was the immortal court that helped Fu Jinxiu to push open the immortal door so early. It was all because of their help. Fu Jinxiu himself was still ignorant at that time. He thought that he had a lot of good fortune. However, after this cultivation deviation, he reflected on every corner of his spirit like never before. So he should know that there was something wrong with that fortune. Chapter 1196. Compared to the roving Jade Heavens and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's faction, the relationship between the world beyond worlds and the immortal court was much better. However, they weren't on the same side. They had always been spying and probing in the dark. The Brocade Emperor, Fu Yinqi's incident was a rather prominent example. However, everything was done in the dark. Other than the person involved, no one else knew about it. Although Fu Jinxiu was split into two, it was still out of my expectation. Concealed Sovereign smiled and looked at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's expression didn't change at all. The incident happened when Concealed Sovereign was in seclusion. However, seclusion didn't mean that he was completely cut off from the outside world. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge wasn't surprised that Concealed Sovereign knew about it. Moreover, most of this incident was within Concealed Sovereign's expectations. He was the one who caused it. However, even if he was split into two, there's no need to worry, Concealed Sovereign said with a smile. After this tribulation, Fu Jinxiu might be able to avoid any future troubles. As for the possibility of them improving further, there's no need to worry. Concealed Sovereign looked at Yin Zhaoge. You don't have to explain how the heartless one can improve. As for the one who walks the sentimental path, I've already prepared a plan. After all, when Fu Jinxiu gave birth to his second daughter, I didn't know where to find the Tai Fist and Tai Splendor Cloud. There's no hope for him to improve if he walks the heartless path. Therefore, I've prepared the sentimental path for him, after eliminating the hidden dangers. Yin Zhaoge squinted his eyes. Concealed Sovereign, you're really meticulous. Just like what Daoist Chen said, although the Grand Clear and Jade Clear lineage are different, we're all from the Three Clear lineage. We're not like the Prime Clear lineage. Naturally, I don't want to lose a talent like Fu Jinxiu, Concealed Sovereign said with a smile. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. He didn't want to lose people who didn't have the same goals. In other words, if they didn't have the same goals, then there was nothing to cherish. Chu Lily going to the roving Jade Heavens to seek refuge was something that no one needed to guess. Concealed Sovereign looked at Yin Zhaoge and said after a while, to be fair, compared to Fu Jinxiu, I pity you more. Thank you, Concealed Sovereign. Yin Zhaoge looked at Concealed Sovereign's face and replied indifferently. The Concealed Sovereign said with some curiosity, Daoist Chen managed to escape, but the final result seems to be a little out of my expectations. Could it be your doing? Yin Zhaoge said, it is not something that I alone can do. I just happened to be here at the right time and did my part. At that time, you were not only spying on the Grand Clear lineage of the ingenious Flying Peak, but that was the most obvious one. I saw it. If what you said is true, and there's really something wrong with Fu Jinxiu, then what you did is still debatable. But do you really need to use such an extreme way to stop me from talking? Astro Sovereign's eyes became sharp. Do you really need to put me and my two disciples in danger just for that? At that time, it wasn't dangerous. I fully believed in your ability, Concealed Sovereign said with a smile. As for now, although it's out of my expectation, it doesn't seem to be dangerous. Astro Sovereign stared at Concealed Sovereign coldly. Concealed Sovereign said calmly, this is the whole cause and effect of the matter. It's not that I'm trying to avoid the important things. If you still want to keep asking. He looked at Astro Sovereign and suddenly smiled. I've disliked you for a long time and wanted you to disappear. Out of sight, out of mind. Do you think this reason is acceptable to you? Astro Sovereign nodded calmly. Since you said so, I don't need to say more. He waved his sleeves and took out a 2-foot broken saber. You have the heaven covering fan, and I have the broken cold wave. Let's fight. Astro Sovereign raised his saber calmly and pointed at Concealed Sovereign. As soon as the saber was raised, the whole restful immortal valley was shrouded in extreme coldness again. Concealed Sovereign didn't intend to fight. Fellow Taoist Chen has just got out of trouble, so you must be angry. I can understand that. But it's your fate. The situation in the world beyond worlds has changed. Now is not the time for us to fight. He looked at Astro Sovereign with a smile, and then stepped back. In the restful immortal valley, layers of black and blue lights appeared again, which turned into a sky curtain and covered the whole world. Chapter 1197. The blue and black light curtain was dim like an endless abyss on the ground. The cold air got into the light curtain like a stone sinking into the sea, without any echo. Although the terrain here is shabby, it's still a good location. As you said, you have the broken cold wave, and I have the heaven-covering fan. Concealed Sovereign's voice came. I'm staying here and don't want to go out. Even if you want to come in, you can't. The outside world is so big. You can do whatever you want. I'll just stay here. Concealed Sovereign's reaction surprised Yin Zhaoge and Astro Sovereign. Yangtze, Astro Sovereign frowned, and didn't want to fight anymore. He put away the white jade broken saber, and stared at the restful immortal valley. What on earth are you planning? Concealed Sovereign smiled and said, Don't worry. I don't want to wait for help. Even if Taoist Jiang comes back, he won't interfere in our fight. I owe you this fight, and I'll pay you back in the future. But there will be a fight between you and me. At that time, I'll fight with you. Astro Sovereign stared at the restful immortal valley and frowned without saying anything. However, I can only guarantee that no one will interfere in the battle between me and you. The Concealed Sovereign said indifferently. I can't guarantee anything about other people. Your Majesty, Yin Zhaoge suddenly asked. Now that Astro Sovereign has returned to the world beyond worlds, do you still want Earthly Sovereign to come back? After a short silence, Concealed Sovereign smiled and said, Of course. Why not? Astro Sovereign looked at the restful immortal valley in the distance, and his expression gradually became calm. I've been away from the world beyond worlds for many years. Now I finally come back. Things are still the same, but people have changed. I'll stay here with you, Taoist Yang. Please don't mind if I disturb you. After saying that, he flew up to the sky above the restful immortal valley. Then, a water curtain spread out with Astro Sovereign as the center. Then it fell on the ground, and turned into a bigger curtain, covering the restful immortal valley. The water curtain quickly turned into ice, and turned into a huge glacier, which completely froze the world around the restful immortal valley. Astro Sovereign was also sitting in the ice calmly with his legs crossed. In the Kunlun Mountains, the flow of spiritual energy in the earth veins changed greatly. The restful immortal valley, which was located in the central area, changed from spring to winter all year round. Since Brother Chen is interested, there's nothing I can't do. The Concealed Sovereign's voice came from the valley. After that, the restful immortal valley quieted down. Thank you, Astro Sovereign. Yin Zhaoge came to the ice cap and bowed to Astro Sovereign in the glacier. As such, the Concealed Sovereign was truly left behind in the restful immortal valley. Yin Zhaoge deeply suspected that the Concealed Sovereign's previous seclusion was just a pretense. In any case, with his cultivation, it was not difficult for him to sneak out without being detected. Even the Earthly Sovereign, the Astro Sovereign, and the Sword Sovereign would not be able to detect it if they stayed on the Kirin Cliff, the Jade Sky Peak, and the Jade Capital Crag. But now, Astro Sovereign was directly blocking the entrance of the restful immortal valley. It would be impossible for Concealed Sovereign to sneak out through him. Astro Sovereign's meaning was clear. You said that it was enough for you to guard this small world and not go out. But I don't trust you. It's better to believe in myself than to believe in you. If you want to hide, then stay there obediently. Don't try to play tricks like you did in the past. Otherwise, I'd be happy to have a fight with you right now. The Concealed Sovereign's story of tricking the Astro Sovereign, because he didn't like the Astro Sovereign, was just a cover-up. Neither Yin Zhaoge nor Astro Sovereign took it seriously. Concealed Sovereign must have done a lot of shady things in these years. But he was caught by Astro Sovereign in the act of coveting the inheritance of the Grand Clear lineage. Now that the Astro Sovereign was suspicious, he might find out more things by following the clues back then. That was why concealed sovereign tried to kill him. Therefore, a question was naturally involved. Who was concealed sovereign trying to hide from by doing things secretly? Astro sovereign might be one. But what concerned Yin Zhaoge more was that concealed sovereign might also be hiding some secrets from earthly sovereign, Jiang Shun. For Yin Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain, there were many things that needed to be planned before earthly sovereign came back. Maybe it was the same for concealed sovereign. No matter whether he did or not, Astro sovereign would stop him here first. In this way, Yin Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain could act without worries and make more preparations. I'll stay here from now on. If there's no big change, I shouldn't leave. Astro sovereign was in the ice, so it didn't affect his conversation. If you meet Mingkong and Lily in the future, please give them a hand. He sent a sound transmission to Yin Zhaoge, so he could avoid concealed sovereign's eyes and ears. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll try my best. Yin Zhaoge nodded. I've already met your juniors, the mother and son. You can ask your father about the details when you return to the mountain. Astro sovereign continued. Besides, Yangtze's words are not true. Maybe he has other preparations. You should be careful. I understand. Yin Zhaoge nodded, and then frowned slightly. It's hard to tell what concealed sovereign said is true. But from what he said just now, there seems to be another meaning. Yin Zhaoge looked at Astro sovereign. It seems that earthly sovereign, no matter whether concealed sovereign was happy to see earthly sovereign coming back or not, it was not good news for Yin Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain. After a short silence, Astro sovereign nodded and said, I know what you mean. You're probably right. After so many years, fellow cultivator Jiang can make further progress at any time and step into a brand new world, reaching the level of 5 Qis collecting in mind. When he comes back this time, we may not face earthly sovereign, but a new generation of virtuous Earth Star Lord. Astro sovereign said slowly. You can also call him Earth Luminary Star Lord, Dominating Star Lord, or Central Virtuous Earth Marquis Dominating Star Lord. Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge supported his forehead with his palm. Grand Virtual Immortal, the position of Heavenly Lord. He looked at Astro sovereign with a bitter smile. Your Majesty, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask it. Although I have the 4 Qis in my body, I haven't reached the realm of 5 Qis unification yet. If I try it rashly, I may die in the profound origin tribulation. Astro sovereign obviously knew what Yin Zhaoge wanted to ask, so he answered frankly. As he said this, Astro sovereign looked down at the restful immortal valley, which was frozen by ice. Although we haven't fought with each other directly, I think Yangtze will not be able to make that step in a short time. You can think about what I mentioned before, and try to find Taoist Suwa. Astro sovereign said. Taoist Suwa mentioned by Astro sovereign was one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun, exalted fire luminary, Suwa Mingzhang. Chapter 1198. After talking about other things, Astro sovereign looked at Yin Zhaoge with a serious expression. Have you been to the territory of the immortal court heretics? Yin Di didn't mention this to Astro sovereign when he stayed in the Broad Creed Mountain. Because of the uniqueness of the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly lord, other people on the Broad Creed Mountain didn't know about it, and they rarely had the chance to meet Astro sovereign. Hearing that Astro sovereign was back, the disciples of Jade Sky Peak all came to greet Astro sovereign, although they were confused about why the female empress was missing. However, because their cultivation realms were all below the Exalt realm, no one knew that Yin Zhaoge had been to the immortal court. Therefore, the Astro sovereign didn't know about it until the concealed sovereign mentioned it. Exactly. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Still, due to some special reasons, I am not like the daughter of the Brocade Emperor Miss Fu Ting. Astro sovereign frowned. Special reason? The dim radiant wheel appeared in the space above Yin Zhaoge's head, blurry and indistinct as it illuminated with chaotic radiance. Is this the leakless fairy weapon that Yin Tianxia intended to refine in the past? Astro sovereign glanced at it, and sensed the realm of the dim radiant 12 methods. Yin Tianxia, the last art of the dim radiant 12 arts, touches the mystery of Wuji, but it's not enough to save you from the calamity of the immeasurable heavenly lord. Astro Sovereign pondered and said, "You mean?" Yin Zhaoge nodded. "While this treasure was not refined by me, it currently seems to be one with me. Its power is compatible with the peerless infinity art of the dim radiant 12 arts, as it seems to be effective. I've talked to Miss Fu about this before. I really don't have the feeling that she has planted an invisible seed deep in her heart." Astro Sovereign slightly relaxed his eyebrows. "But it still doesn't mean you're fine. Since we're already here, we might as well take things as they come." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "At least for now, there are no abnormalities. You still have to be careful and avoid contact with the heretics of the immortal court," Astro Sovereign said. "Even if he is not the immeasurable heavenly lord, if there is a huge gap between our cultivation, the powerhouses of the heretics can still illuminate the 3 clear lineage by force." Yin Zhaoge nodded lightly. "Thank you for your advice, Your Majesty. I will pay attention." After bidding farewell to Astro Sovereign, he left the restful Immortal Valley. Looking back, the boundless glacier that once froze the entire land of Tranquil Stream reappeared and froze a piece of Kunlun Mountain. Many thoughts flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind. Today's trip to the restful Immortal Valley had resolved many of Yin Zhaoge's doubts, but also given rise to some new questions. As expected, the concealed sovereign wasn't someone who lived in seclusion and lived a simple life. What happened to Astro Sovereign back then had something to do with it. The fate of the Brocade Emperor that year had similarly arisen because of him. Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but wonder if he could find the answers to many other inconceivable mysteries from the concealed sovereign. For example, he had previously mentioned to his mother, Xue Chuqing, that there were clearly fewer people like Xikong Qing in the world beyond worlds than they had expected, so few that it was abnormal. If Xue Chuqing hadn't made a mistake back then, there was only one explanation. Others knew of this, as they secretly gathered those who resembled Xikong Qing in the world beyond worlds. He secretly collected the Tianyuan stone fragments without anyone knowing. Was this person the one in the restful Immortal Valley? This kind of thinking was, of course, a little hasty and groundless. He couldn't let the concealed sovereign take all the blame, just because he did things in the dark. However, after thinking about it, Yin Zhaoge really felt that this expert in the world beyond worlds was very suspicious. I can't be too prejudiced. Otherwise, it's easy to be blinded by a leaf and affect my judgment. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, shook his head and turned around to leave. Since he was in the Kunlun Mountain, Yin Zhaoge went all the way north to the northern high peak's jade capital crag. Seeing Wang Pu couldn't help but say emotionally, "Junior apprentice brother Yin, I really don't know whether you have remarkable abilities or great fortune. You really found the Astro Sovereign and brought him back to the world beyond worlds. Senior apprentice brother Wang is overpraising me. I also feel that I'm quite lucky this time." Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. However, it's not all good news. It's still far from being a worry-free time. "Any news from senior apprentice Uncle Yu?" Wang Pu answered seriously. "I was just about to tell you. Master finally sent back some news not long ago." "Oh." Yin Zhaoge's spirit rose. "What did senior apprentice Uncle Yu say?" "Master didn't say much. He only said that he already knew about the earthly exalt." Wang Pu answered seriously. "Master said that he had something to deal with and couldn't come back from the outer space in a short time. However, he also mentioned that the earthly sovereign might not be able to come back now. So we don't need to worry about the Qilin Cliff for the time being. What we need to do is to pay attention to the restful Immortal Valley." Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge's heart moved slightly. He remembered the news that he heard from Gao Shuebua when he was in the roving Jade Heavens. Although it hadn't been confirmed, and the truth wasn't clear, there seemed to be some trouble in the Immortal Court. According to what Wang Pu said, and the brief message sent back by the Sword Sovereign, maybe the news that the roving Jade Heavens got was true. Because Wang Pu hadn't become the Supreme Martial Saint, the message sent by the Sword Sovereign to him was mostly vague. Yin Zhaoge speculated that the something to deal with that the Sword Sovereign said might be related to the Immortal Court. Now Yin Zhaoge had already heard a lot of secrets from Xue Chuqing and the Astro Sovereign. For example, The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds didn't stay in the world beyond worlds most of the time. Moreover, they might stay for a long time every time they went out. It might be a few years, or even a dozen years, or even longer. Apart from exploring the outer realms, a considerable portion of his energy was actually used for something else. That was when the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands fought against each other. They would participate in the war from time to time, and help the Immortal Court to fight against the Blessed Lands of Buddhism. The relationship between the world beyond worlds and the Immortal Court was much better than the relationship between the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the Roving Jade Heavens. It was said that the North Star Emperor had even fought against them personally. Of course, it was very rare. No matter how the relationship between them was better, the North Star Emperor still had to be on guard against the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Sometimes, Yin Zhaoge felt that this might be the deepest and darkest side of the world beyond worlds. However, he believed that the earthly sovereign and the others must have done something beneficial to the world beyond worlds in the process. Both sides had been on guard against each other, cooperating with each other, and spying and infiltrating each other all the way. For thousands of years, even a long epic wouldn't be able to describe all the soul-stirring things that had happened secretly. However, what happened in the territory of the Immortal Court that made Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu and the earthly sovereign temporarily stay there? Yin Zhaoge pondered. After all, the earthly sovereign and the sword sovereign didn't belong to the Immortal Court. According to their tacit understanding, it was normal for them to help each other, but they wouldn't be forced to stay by the Immortal Court to calm down the chaos. Unless, Yin Zhaoge touched his chin, this chaos isn't caused by the blessed lands of Buddhism, but related to our 3 clear lineage. Chapter 1199. If it was related to the 3 clear lineage, it would be fine if earthly sovereign and sword sovereign were not there. But if they were there, they would be gloating if they just left. This was not in line with the general style of the world beyond worlds. The Sword Emperor might not be willing to do so, but under different circumstances, different situations would have different ways of dealing with them. It was possible that she would not be able to leave. The same principle applied to earthly sovereign. Wang Jingqing's death allowed him to return to the world beyond worlds. Even the Immortal Court couldn't find fault with him. But earthly sovereign would rather put aside the matter of Wang Zhengqing and the Broad Creed Mountain and stay in the outer space. So it must be a big deal. It might not be very critical, but it must be very troublesome. Because Yin Zhaoge didn't know what was going on in the Immortal Court, he couldn't make more speculations. Anyway, it was great news that earthly sovereign couldn't return to the world beyond worlds in a short time. It was an unexpected surprise. Concealed sovereign was blocked in the restful immortal valley by Astro Sovereign. Yin Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain had a lot of free time. At the same time, they had more time to plan. Earthly sovereign went out, but heavenly monarch might come back. It was really bad news. Now the pressure was much less. Of course, it was just a little less than before. Actually, it was still a big pressure. There was no other reason. Just like when a true immortal crossed the pure profound tribulation and reached the profound immortal realm, he would be reborn again. If a profound immortal successfully crossed the profound origin tribulation and reached the virtual immortal realm of 5 Chi's unification, it would be a whole new world. Although it was not certain that earthly sovereign would cross the profound origin tribulation in a short time, as Astro Sovereign said, the possibility was very high. Yin Zhaoge couldn't tell Wang Pu much about the situation of the Immortal Court. Wang Pu had vaguely sensed it, but he was a prudent person and didn't have such strong curiosity, so he wouldn't ask. I sent the letter to Master before Astro Sovereign returned, so Master didn't know about Astro Sovereign's matter at that time. Wang Pu said. After that, I tried to contact Master for the second time and told him that Astro Sovereign had returned to the world beyond worlds. But Master didn't reply for the second time. The Astro Sovereign might stay in the restful immortal valley for a long time to seal the place. Yin Zhaoge briefly explained what he had seen in the restful immortal valley. Yin Zhaoge also roughly explained some of the things that the concealed sovereign had done. Wang Pu was dumbfounded. It took him a long time to recover his senses. This is really this, he smiled bitterly and said. Previously, I thought that the reason why Master mentioned to pay attention to the movements in the restful immortal valley was because the concealed sovereign has always supported the earthly sovereign. Only now do I understand that Master probably meant something else. Although it was possible that Astro's sovereign might not have found any specific clues like he did. However, after so many years, the Sword Sovereign must have known that the concealed sovereign wasn't as low profile and indifferent as everyone thought. If it weren't for the return of the Astro Sovereign, we would have to pay attention to the restful immortal valley. A hint of a bitter smile appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. Although I had long suspected that the concealed sovereign was not simple, and that he definitely had something up his sleeves, I had not thought that he would actually have so much money to spare. As the old saying goes, those who bite. Before Yin Zhaoge finished his words, Wang Pu looked at him helplessly. Junior brother Yin. Yin Zhaoge shrugged and turned to say, anyway, since the return of the Astro Sovereign, we are much more relaxed and free. But it's still far from the time when the weapons are stored away. His expression became serious. The key is what will happen next. After saying goodbye to Wang Pu, Yin Zhaoge left the Jade Capital Crag and the Kunlun Mountain and went all the way to the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory. On his way through the Central June Heaven Territory, he passed by the Yuanzhou city on the Mai Plain and stopped at the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. At this moment, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had recovered its prosperity. The return of the Astro Sovereign to the Broad Creed Mountain was undoubtedly a great news for the business of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. Recently, there was a rumor that the Astro Sovereign went to the Kunlun Mountain and directly froze the restful immortal valley where the concealed sovereign was. Such a strong performance made people more confident in the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. Of course, there were also many people who felt uneasy. The Astro Sovereign's performance was too strong. It seemed that he was no longer a neutral mediator, but a supporter of the Broad Creed Mountain. In this way, the future situation and conflicts in the world beyond worlds were likely to become more intense. But it was unknown whether it would become a 2-on-2 battle between the four sovereigns, which would lead to the division and confrontation of the entire world beyond worlds. Having lived in peace for a long time, people were relatively more anxious to be at peace. However, as the two sides gradually became evenly matched, they would be more cautious in the end, and it would not be so easy for them to take action. People who were worried were comforting themselves like this. Yin Zhaoge felt the atmosphere of the crowd. Although he was not completely sure what they were thinking, he could guess something. He didn't say anything more. After inspecting the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, he continued his journey to the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory. The current Eastern Vast Heaven Territory had really changed a lot. Now in the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, the most feared and taboo person was no longer a man in cyan clothes with the pattern of the 9 branches of the ancient tree on his sleeve. Instead, it was a man in a white robe with a blue robe outside. If there was a black border on the robe besides the white robe and blue robe, then it would be more important to pay attention to it. The remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale had become yesterday's story. The Broad Creed Mountain was the current ruler of the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory. Moreover, even if they went out of the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory and went to other places, the local martial arts practitioners would not dare to underestimate the descendants of the Broad Creed Mountain. Yin Zhaoge went all the way to the east and passed by the remote Cloud Mountain where the clear light locale had been. There was no clear light locale here. As far as Yin Zhaoge knew, the Broad Creed Mountain did not kill the clear light locale. His father Yin Di had only dealt with some people who had tried to hunt his mother Xue Chuqing. The Broad Creed Mountain did not occupy the remote Cloud Mountain, but found another place to move its headquarters. However, his father Yin Di had moved part of the spiritual qi of the earth veins in the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory with his peerless magic power. Because of this, the remote Cloud Mountain was no longer the place with the richest spiritual qi in the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory. Its spiritual qi uncontrollably leaked along the earth veins to the new headquarters of the Broad Creed Mountain. In this way, the clear light locale naturally declined. They were too ashamed to continue staying in the eastern vast heaven territory. The remaining people of the clear light locale had already moved their headquarters away from the eastern vast heaven territory. Although the remote cloud mountain in front of them was no longer outstanding, it was still one of the few blessed lands in the eastern vast heaven territory. However, in a short period of time, no other forces came to occupy it, so it was rarely left vacant. Yin Zhaoge did not stop at the remote cloud mountain. Instead, he continued to the east and went straight to the coast of the East Sea. As soon as he arrived at the seaside, he saw a beautiful spirit mountain on the horizon. The east peak of the Taoism, the Broad Creed Mountain. Chapter 1200. Just like on the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea back then, Broad Creed Mountain was also on the sea at this moment, resembling both an island and a mountain. Looking from afar, it was shrouded in multicolored light, and white smoke was rising. Yin Zhaoge traversed the sea and arrived before the clan. He first raised his head and gazed upwards. Within the sky, numerous streaks of light were indistinctly visible, blanketing the sky above Broad Creed Mountain as they extended into the surrounding horizon. That was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's grand formation. Currently, it had not activated its full power, so ordinary people would not be able to see anything abnormal about it. However, when an enemy came to attack, the formation would come into play and cause the enemy to bleed. If someone tried to sneak in while the formation was not operating at full power, the mountain guarding formation would be triggered and teach them a lesson. Of course, if the enemy's strength was too great, that would be a different matter altogether. However, if it really was someone who could ignore Broad Creed Mountain's guardian grand formation, that person would naturally not be an ordinary enemy. It was just that there were only so few people in the current world beyond worlds who possessed such domineering strength. With Yin Di personally guarding over the clan, he would naturally make a move to deal with them when the time came. Oh, there are some changes. Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked for a moment, looking thoughtful. It should be Mother's doing. When Broad Creed Mountain had first established itself in the world beyond worlds and re-established itself in the Royal Reed Sea, Yin Zhaoge had already modified its guardian grand formation. Under the environmental conditions at that time, it could be said to be close to perfection. Even an expert who had already pushed open the immortal door would be limited by the local conditions and couldn't do better than Yin Zhaoge. After coming to the eastern vast heaven territory and rebuilding the cave manor, the grand formation that Yin Zhaoge had modified back then was naturally moved over. With Yin Zhaoge's discernment ability, he very quickly saw that the grand formation had been upgraded once more on the basis of adapting to the local conditions. This was related to the fact that the current conditions of this place were better than in the spirit inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea. However, to be able to make further improvements on the basis of Yin Zhaoge's improvements would undoubtedly require extremely high attainments in formations. Of the current martial saints of the world beyond worlds, including the Exalts, besides the upper Exalt Chen Qianhua, whose cultivation was hard to fathom, Yin Zhaoge could only think of his mother Xue Chuqing, who possessed a similar level of attainment in formations to him. One could see this just by looking at Xiao Ai's outstanding skills in this area. While Xue Chuqing's current cultivation base had already been surpassed by Yin Zhaoge's, she was one of the rare few whose attainments in formations were comparable to his at the same cultivation level. The relocation of Broad Creed Mountain and the reconstruction of its guardian grand formation had naturally been a result of Xue Chuqing's efforts. "Young master, you've returned." Ahu, who had long since received the news that Yin Zhaoge was returning, now came out to welcome him. Yin Zhaoge smiled upon seeing her. "I did not see Xiao Ai in the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. Did she sneak back here?" Ahu gave a silly smile. "Madam is finally back. It's inevitable that Xiao Ai will return to the mountain more frequently. Madam has scolded her, but the patriarch said that the matters of the Tianji Pavilion have not been delayed. It's fine if she wants to come back and visit Madam more often." This girl. Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he shook his head. When he saw his parents, He saw that Xiao Ai was trying to sneak away. Xiao Ai, Yin Zhaoge called out slowly. Yes. Xiao Ai stood at attention with a whoosh and turned around. She smiled so widely that only her eyebrows could be seen. Young master, I haven't seen you for a while. You look even more elegant than before. Top A. Definitely top A. Yin Zhaoge and Xue Chuqing both looked at her, with an amused expression on their faces. Xiao Ai's eyeballs kept darting around. She just dared not to look at Yin Zhaoge in the eyes. I didn't say that I would blame you. Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Why are you feeling guilty? Xiao Ai smiled embarrassedly. Yin Zhaoge looked her up and down. Instead, you're getting more and more lazy. Why do you have to learn from Pan Pan? Pan Pan, who was in Xue Chuqing's arms, turned around and blinked innocently. After chatting for a while, Yin Di said seriously, I have already met the Astro Sovereign and talked a lot about the current world beyond worlds. Now I'm going to set off again. Yin Zhaoge nodded. According to the Astro Sovereign's instructions, I'm going to look for the exalted fire and the exalted wood. He looked at Xue Chuqing. Xue Chuqing nodded with a calm expression. My great-grand master was seriously injured and went into seclusion. Granny Grand Master also knows about this, but she has been missing ever since. If my great-grand master is still alive, it'll be a great fortune. If not, it's also fate. Yin Zhaoge said, Don't be too pessimistic. After all, it's still uncertain. I think we should try to find the exalted fire first. If what the Astro Sovereign said is true, the exalted fire has been looking for the exalted wood all these years. He might have more clues. Now that we have the clues provided by the Astro Sovereign, let's act according to it. Xue Chuqing nodded. I'll leave the area latitude formation aside for now. Has the Astro Sovereign seen Jun'er and sister-in-law Yuzhen? Yin Zhaoge asked again. Yin Di let out a breath slowly. According to the Astro Sovereign, they are two devils with extremely high cultivation. After being killed, they were reborn. They want to use Jun'er and his mother as their bodies to seek a chance of resurrection. Now we can't completely cut off their hope. It's not the right time to cut off their roots. After a pause, Yin Di said slowly, Great destruction is also the time of great establishment. The most dangerous time is the time when we have the biggest chance. Just as I expected, Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly and murmured. Xue Chuqing sighed softly. She had never met Shi Jun and his mother before. However, Shi Tai and Shi Songtao were acquainted with each other. Especially Shi Songtao, who was just a teenager at that time, had attended the wedding banquet of her and Yin Di and acted as the usher. I'll go to see Jun'er and his mother later. Yin Zhaoge came back to reality and changed the topic. He talked about what he had seen and heard in the restful Immortal Valley. Hearing that, Yin Di and Xue Chuqing looked at each other and felt it was unbelievable. I've known that the concealed sovereign is not simple, but now it seems that he is even more surprising than I expected. Xue Chuqing came back to reality and said with a bitter smile. Yin Di frowned. It's hard not to suspect that he is the one behind many things. Exactly. Yin Zhaoge shrugged his shoulders. Xue Chuqing thought for a while and reminded. Maybe he is trying to drive a wedge between us. But we need to reconsider the position of the Brocade Emperor. No matter the one in black or the one in white. Compared to the Brocade Emperor in black, the Brocade Emperor in white seemed to be swayed by his emotions. However, if what the concealed sovereign said was true, he had the method to help the Brocade Emperor in white, who had turned to the sentimental path, to advance to the profound immortal realm. There was no doubt about the value of this method. If the Brocade Emperor in white owed the concealed sovereign a favor, the worst possibility was that he would not help either side. We still need to work hard to improve ourselves. That's the most important thing, Yin Di said calmly. Yin Zhaoge nodded. So there's a bad news and a good news. Chapter 1201. Please give me your monthly votes. Thank you. The bad news was that earthly sovereign Jiang Shun might reach the realm of five Qis unification at any time and become a heavenly lord. If it was just a guess because he had been a sovereign for many years, now it was confirmed by concealed sovereign's words and astro sovereign's words. Although it was not certain, the possibility was more than 99%, which was infinitely close to 100%. With Earthly Sovereign's usual power, if he succeeded, even Astro Sovereign and Sword Sovereign together couldn't resist the pressure brought by him. The good news was that Earthly Sovereign still couldn't return to the world beyond worlds. Since Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei didn't give a clear answer in his letter, it meant that it would take a long time. This gave Yin Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain a chance. When Yin Zhaoge killed Wang Zhengcheng, his prediction of the future situation was much more serious than this. The current situation was already a surprise. Speaking of senior apprentice Uncle Yu and Earthly Sovereign both staying in the outer space, I have a guess. While touching his chin, Yin Zhaoge said, I think it might be related to the exalted fire that I'm going to find. After sending Xiao Ai and Ahu out, there were only 3 of them in the room, so they didn't have to worry about mentioning the Immortal Court. Yen Di had the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud before, and now he had already reached the Supreme Martial Saint realm. Xue Chuqing had half of the river diagram to protect herself, so she was fine. As for Yin Zhaoge, no matter whether his parents believed him or not, he had already gone to the Immortal Court. Even if there was something wrong with him, he didn't need to worry about it anymore. Exalted fire. Yin Di and Xue Chuqing both started to ponder. Their eyes lit up, and they said at the same time, You mean Mars Halberd? As Astro Sovereign said, there were many people looking for Exalted Wood Luminary. Among them, Exalted Fire Luminary Sua Mingzhang was the most dedicated one. He had been searching for it for many years. At the same time, there were also many people looking for him. Exalted Solar Luminary, Gao Han, and other Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's followers were looking for him. The world beyond worlds was also paying attention, and so was the Immortal Court. For this reason, they had actually considered looking for a leakless immortal weapon refined by Sua Mingzhang in the past, which was the Mars Halberd. This weapon stood out from the masses, its circumstances special. Even when compared to other immortal armaments, it was still extremely special. Because it had its own independent thoughts and memories, it was almost an independent life. Yin Di and Xue Chuqing both thought of something that Yin Zhaoge had told them in the past. This had happened when Yin Zhaoge, the Brocade Emperor, the Encompassing Emperor and Meng Wan had first entered the 9 underworlds in search of Feng Yunsheng. It was also at that time that the Brocade Emperor's cultivation deviation had intensified due to Yin Zhaoge and Qin Xianhua, as he had split into 2, the black-clothed one and the white-clothed one. Before this, the Brocade Emperor had contacted Mars Halberd to come to the 9 underworlds with the excuse of having another showdown with him. Actually, he had secretly informed the people of the Immortal Court. In the end, the 2 sovereigns of the Immortal Court came together to capture and subdue Mars Halberd. In the end, Mars Halberd escaped from the 9 Nether with the help of the complicated local environment and a group of demons. After that, Mars Halberd's whereabouts were unknown, and Yin Zhaoge was not sure whether he had fallen into the hands of the Immortal Court. However, this might lead to the appearance of Exalted Fire Luminary. Exalted Fire Luminary might not agree with Mars Halberd's slaughter of dragons, but he didn't stop it either. Later, Mars Halberd had been sealed in the ancient cold abyss by the dragon race. Exalted Fire Luminary might not have been in any real danger. Therefore, Exalted Fire Luminary might not have asked about it. However, it would be a totally different matter if the Immortal Court took action. If Exalted Fire Luminary had gotten the news, he would not have been so indifferent. But if Exalted Fire Luminary had gotten the news, he would not have remained indifferent. It was said that he had a bad temper. It was not impossible for him to make trouble in the territory of the Immortal Court, whether he wanted to take revenge or rescue. Since it involved the people of the 3 Clear lineage and the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun, it was understandable that Earthly Sovereign attached great importance to it, and didn't even have time to return to the world beyond worlds. Maybe Sword Sovereign didn't want to agitate Earthly Sovereign, and also wanted to know the situation in time, so that he could come up with a plan. Although it might involve other important figures of the Taoist sects. Your guess is not without reason. Xue Chuqing nodded in agreement, It is said that exalted fire luminary's temper is a little, well, wild. Therefore, he was an unstable factor for all parties. Otherwise, they wouldn't pay so much attention to his whereabouts. It's just a possibility. God knows what is going on. Yin Zhaoge said, before I get enough information, I will still act according to the original plan. Yin Di and Xue Chuqing both nodded. Of course. After talking about business, the topic of the family of three gradually became relaxed, and they started talking and laughing again. In the end, Yin Zhaoge suddenly glanced at Xue Chuqing with a sneaky look. Mother, I once asked my father a question. I asked him at the same level who is stronger, him or you. Guess how he answered? Xue Chuqing glanced at Yin Di smilingly. Yin Di didn't feel embarrassed and also smiled slightly. With his personality, he definitely wouldn't help me in front of you. Xue Chuqing curled her lips. He naturally said that he was stronger. However, it was also the truth. After a short pause, Xue Chuqing added, however, when we were in the Eight Extremities world, he cultivated in Broad Creed Mountains martial arts, which were slightly inferior to mine. At that time, his saber intent also hadn't reached major accomplishment. Yendi's expression didn't change. What Xue Chuqing said was true. Broad Creed Mountains martial arts at that time were indeed inferior to Xue Chuqing's top-notch martial arts of the world beyond worlds. Saying that it was slightly inferior was because Xue Chuqing had been lenient with her words. At that time, the profundities of Yendi's creation saber hadn't been fully revealed yet. It was just the tip of the iceberg. As his cultivation base grew higher and higher, the sharpness of it grew stronger and stronger. Right now he's definitely more than a little stronger than me at the same level. Xue Chuqing sighed exaggeratedly. Moreover, he is already a human exalt, while I am only an early immortal bridge martial saint. You have been wandering about for so many years. Your cultivation environment probably even worse than that of a lower world. You have unknowingly wasted much of your time. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be like this. Yin Di lightly grabbed her hand. There's no need for you to run around in the future. Xue Chuqing turned, the couple smiling as they exchanged glances. Cough, 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 cough. As Yin Di and Xue Chuqing turned, they saw Yin Zhaoge glaring furiously at them. This is too much, you two. Yin Zhaoge's face was filled with grief and indignation. Now that you have reunited as husband and wife, shouldn't you show some consideration for those who have yet to find a wife? Chapter 1202. Xue Chuqing looked at her, and Yin Di's hands, and then looked at Yin Zhaoge. She couldn't help smiling. Yes, I should understand, she said with a smile. But Yin Zhaoge clearly saw that she held Yin Di's hand tighter. I can't live like this anymore. Yin Zhaoge cried, and left immediately to protest. He didn't want to be hurt anymore. Xue Chuqing turned to look at Yin Di. Did I go too far? Yin Di smiled. You underestimate him. He did it on purpose. I don't know how to get along with him. Besides, I feel sorry for Zhaoge. Xue Chuqing murmured. I have never been by his side since he was a child. Yin Di held her hand and squeezed it gently. It'll be fine. I was a new father. I didn't know how to take care of a child. Xue Chuqing nodded and cheered up. Zhaoge is always busy. You don't need to guard me and the mountain gate. Astro Sovereign blocked the restful immortal valley, not only to keep an eye on concealed sovereign, but also to intimidate the entire world beyond worlds. Astro Sovereign blocked the Dao Arena and cave residence of concealed sovereign. But it seemed that concealed sovereign didn't have any temper at all. Of course, this made Astro Sovereign and the Broad Creed Mountain much more powerful. Before concealed sovereign came out again or earthly sovereign returned to the world beyond worlds, anyone who wanted to do harm to the Broad Creed Mountain would have to think twice. Astro Sovereign blocked the concealed sovereign, which meant that Astro Sovereign had the upper hand. He could leave the restful immortal valley at any time. As a profound immortal emperor, the world beyond worlds wasn't that big even though it was vast. Although it could not be said that they could arrive in an instant, it did not take too long to arrive. That was why Xue Chuqing said that Astro Sovereign could intimidate the entire world beyond worlds now. Not to mention that Heaven Emperor and Upper Exalt Chen Qianhua were not in the world beyond worlds now. Even if they were, Astro Sovereign could do whatever they wanted. Of course, it meant that Concealed Sovereign could move freely. But Astro Sovereign was still a great deterrent. Female Emperor had never shown up, and few people in the world beyond worlds knew her exact whereabouts, let alone what had happened in the land of Tranquil Stream. In everyone's opinion, Female Empress was on the same side as Astro Sovereign. This was also an invisible deterrent. Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain naturally had no interest in correcting everyone's misconceptions in this area. Therefore, without Earthly Sovereign, Concealed Sovereign and Astro Sovereign, Yin Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain had a lot of freedom. Not only was Yin Zhaoge able to move about freely, Yin Di and Nie Jingshan were also much more relaxed, able to enter secluded cultivation whenever they wanted, and go out whenever they wanted. With Broad Creed Mountain having relocated to the eastern Vast Heaven Territory, the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea appeared rather empty. Before the return of the Astro Sovereign, the southern Exalt Nie Jingshan had been stationed at the border of the Royal Reed Sea, around Circumference Mountain in the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, in case the Heaven Emperor made a comeback and coveted the later Earth text in the Royal Reed Sea. With the current situation, it would be fine even if Yin Di and Nie Jingshan both left. Before the Earthly Sovereign returned to the world beyond worlds, it would be very difficult for the Heaven Emperor to act rashly. Yes, it is indeed much easier. I can start preparing for many things. Yin Di's gaze was calm. I can't go on like this. I really can't go on like this. Yin Zhaoge came out with a depressed look on his face. Seeing this, Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, what's wrong with you?" Yin Zhaoge stopped and looked at Ahu up and down for a long time. Then he suddenly smiled. Not bad, there is someone who is even more miserable than me. Ah. Ahu looked puzzled. Yin Zhaoge said smilingly, "Well done, Ahu. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you." So Ahu was even more puzzled. "Young master, I will naturally do my best to do whatever you ask me to do. But which thing are you talking about?" Yin Zhaoge smiled without answering. Then he put his hands behind his back and walked away. Sure enough, seeing someone who is even more miserable than me, my mood instantly improved a lot. Old friends really don't deceive me. Yin Zhaoge touched his lips. Although I am also a bachelor now, I am not really a bachelor. I am just a fake bachelor. Yeah, that's it. After emphasizing it again in his heart, Yin Zhaoge became a little resentful. Wastrel wife, when I catch you, I will make you pay. He walked along the mountain path while letting his imagination run wild. The Broad Creed Mountain was built by Yin Di with his great magical ability to move mountains and move seas. With his intention, the layout of this place was the same as the Broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world, and the Spirit Inheritance region in the Royal Reed Sea. So Yin Zhaoge walked all the way to Shijun's residence with familiarity. Shijun and his mother had already returned to the Broad Creed Mountain from Kunlun Mountain's Jade Capital Crag. "Junior Uncle Yin?" Seeing Yin Zhaoge coming, Shijun, who was about to go out, was slightly stunned, and then he was overjoyed. Yin Zhaoge looked at Shijun carefully. According to what Yin Zhaoge mentioned to his parents, Astro Sovereign had checked the situation of Shijun and his mother. He also mentioned the situation of the big demon, who intended to use them to be reincarnated. The result was really shocking. The big demon who threatened June might be equivalent to our Taoism's heavenly lord before he perished. As for the big demon who threatened Yuzhen, even Astro Sovereign couldn't be sure about his background. Which was already an important clue, because there were only a limited number of such demons. It's not easy for me to come back to the mountain, and I'm going to leave the mountain soon. So I want to take a walk and see everyone. Yin Zhaoge didn't show any abnormality on his face. He asked Shijun with a smile. "I see you are going out. Where are you going?" "Speaking of which, it has something to do with you, Junior Uncle." Shijun answered. "Junior Uncle, you brought back the treasure tree from the Heaven Emperor's cave residence, the illusory coming peak. Now it is planted on the Gen Mountain peak. But after that treasure tree was transplanted here, It didn't grow well. Although it didn't wither, it looked listless. Everyone is having a headache. As Shijun said, he held a porcelain pot in his hand. I remembered that I brought back some spiritual spring water when I went out to travel, so I want to try watering the tree. That ginseng fruit tree grafted. Yin Zhaoge touched his chin. Shijun nodded. Yes. Although it is not a real ginseng fruit tree, it is full of spiritual qi. If it can bear fruit, it must be extraordinary. It would be a pity if it withered. Don't worry, don't worry. After thinking for a while, Yin Zhaoge suddenly smiled. I also have an idea. Maybe we can try. Shijun's eyes suddenly lit up. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, Come with me. Bring the spring water you collected. Let's have a try. Chapter 1203. Yin Zhaoge led Shijun to the Gen Peak of the Broad Creed Mountains' 8 peaks. Of Broad Creed Mountains' 8 peaks, the highest was the main peak, the Heaven Rising Peak. But at this moment, Heaven Rising Peak did not seem outstanding. There was a towering tree on top of Mount General. The branches and leaves of the giant tree flickered with a faint green light. The trunk was straight and tall, appearing extremely majestic. In fact, its true size should be even bigger than what was seen now. It was truly a giant tree that could support the heavens and the earth. Because Yin Di had adjusted the distance of the space around the Gen Mountain Peak, the huge tree didn't look so out of place. Even so, it was still incomparably huge and unforgettable. However, this towering tree didn't seem to be flourishing at all. Although it did not wither, it seemed to have very little vitality. It was not difficult to see that if this continued, there would come a day when it would wither. The Heaven Emperor possesses a secret technique passed down by the 5 manor locale of pre-Great Calamity times. It would not be hard for him to plant this tree. As for others, they would have to put in more effort. Yin Zhaoge appraised the great tree. At the moment, it could be confirmed that Yin Di's compression of space was not the reason why the treasured tree could not grow normally. It was the same as a transplant. Even if the environment was changed, it did not matter much. The Broad Creed Mountain specifically searched and captured a disciple of the Heaven Emperor, who had fled from the illusory coming peak, when Yin Zhaoge broke through the gate. From him, they learned that they didn't understand the cultivation method of the treasure tree either. He had always done whatever the Big Dry Emperor instructed him to do. At that time, the Qian Emperor would give them some spring water to water the treasured tree. However, they did not know where to find the spring water. Chief has summoned senior apprentice Uncle Feng from the 8 Extremities world to specially research on the cultivation of this treasured tree. Looking at that massive tree that towered into the heavens, Shijun revealed a pained expression. Still, there have been no results so far. I just guessed that father would call junior apprentice brother Feng up. Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh. He glanced over the peak of Mount Gen and saw a familiar figure under the treasured tree. It was Yin Zhaoge's good friend Feng Moyang. While he was young, he was rather accomplished in the Tao of alchemy, second only to Yin Zhaoge amongst Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. If one didn't look at his cultivation level and only looked at his skill in alchemy, he would be one of the top alchemy experts in the entire sect. In addition, in order to collect herbs, he had also done a lot of research on the cultivation of plants. He was already talented in this aspect, and he became even more adept at it. Although his cultivation was not high, and he was not famous in the world beyond worlds, Feng Moyang was already a famous expert elder in the Broad Creed Mountain. At this moment, he was focused on the grafted ginseng fruit tree. Yin Zhaoge patted Feng Moyang's shoulder. Feng Moyang was startled and turned around. The next moment, Feng Moyang came to himself and said, "You're back." "I came back to the mountain to take a look. I'll be leaving soon." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Hearing that something had happened to this tree, I naturally had to make a trip here. What I brought back, I can't just let it be left to waste." Hearing this, Feng Moyang said helplessly, "You still remember that it was you who sent the tree back to the mountain?" He turned to look at the towering tree in front of him and said, "Our sect has made several trips to Kunlun Mountain and collected all the water sources near the former site of the illusory coming peak, but none of them worked. I don't know where the great Emperor of Heaven got the spring water. If the range is too large, there will be too many water sources. Even if I have the energy to find them one by one, I'm afraid there won't be enough time. Some disciples of the broad Creed Mountain gathered around, but dared not to approach. They whispered, Is that fallen deity Senior Brother Yen? I think so. I've seen the image before. What do you mean by seems so? It's true. Who else has such a bearing? Looks like it's very ordinary. What do you know? That's the image of returning to the natural state. If an ordinary mortal approaches the tree and is illuminated by the treasured light on the leaves, he will directly faint. Even for us, if we don't operate our martial arts to resist, who can approach it? If you operate your martial arts, can you be like an ordinary person? That's true. So Senior Brother Yin is really powerful. That's nonsense. That's the fallen deity. In the 9th level of the martial saint realm, even the real immortals can't defeat Senior Brother Yin. What is Senior Uncle Yin doing here? Is he also here for the tree? Senior Uncle Yin can't do anything about it. How is it possible? How come Senior Uncle Yin can't do anything about it? No, Senior Brother, don't worry. I have always admired Senior Uncle Yin very much. But today's matter has nothing to do with the level of cultivation. Having a high cultivation doesn't mean that you can know what kind of spring water to use to water the tree. You little brat, you're really itching for a beating. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of my master. The group of people was talking about it, but they didn't dare to approach. According to seniority, Yin Zhaoge was also a 3rd-generation disciple of the Broad Creed Mountain. But in the current Broad Creed Mountain, who would really treat him as a junior disciple, let alone these juniors? For this group of juniors, especially the new disciples of the Broad Creed Mountain, Yin Zhaoge was simply like a totem god, who was on a completely different level from them. Everyone was looking at Feng Moyang and Shi Jun with envy. They were envious that they could talk and laugh with Yin Zhaoge. Although they yearned for it, no one dared to take a step forward. I have an idea. Let's try it, said Yin Zhaoge to Feng Moyang. Feng Moyang looked at him curiously. Yin Zhaoge took out a small jade pot. What is this? Feng Moyang and Shi Jun looked at the jade pot curiously. Yin Zhaoge casually threw the jade pot into the air and caught it when it was about to fall. During the first opening ceremony in the Royal Reed Sea, when the Heaven Emperor invaded, I heavily injured him with the sword light of Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu of the Jade Capital Rock, and the Heaven Emperor dropped it at that time. Oh, Feng Moyang's eyes suddenly flickered. Could it be? Why don't you try it? You don't need to use the water of the Kunlun Mountain, said Yin Zhaoge to Shi Jun. Little Jun, give me that pot of spring water. Shi Jun's expression also became excited, and he handed over the porcelain pot. Yin Zhaoge took it and poured the water in the porcelain pot into the jade pot. Shi Jun's porcelain pot was specially made, and it had the effect of the shadow shrinking pouch. Although it didn't look big, it contained a huge amount of water, as if all the lakes and seas had been poured into it. And the jade pot in Yin Zhaoge's hand was obviously the same. No matter how much water was poured into it, it didn't overflow at all. Yin Zhaoge didn't empty the porcelain pot. After filling a part of the water into the jade pot, he stopped, closed the lid, shook it, and then let it rest for a while. Everyone held their breath in concentration. After a while, Yin Zhaoge threw it out. Under his control, the jade pot flew straight up to the top of the treasured tree, and then sprinkled down the sweet rain. The spring water seemed to be pouring down, hitting the branches and leaves, and then falling into the soil of the roots below. Chapter 1204. Water droplets hung on the branches and leaves of the tree, refracting the green light of the leaves, forming a hazy scene. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the towering tree curiously. After a while, Feng Moyang's expression changed first. Among the people present, those with relatively high cultivation also had their eyes lit up. Those with low cultivation didn't notice anything. However, they didn't blindly doubt it, so they all looked at their fellow disciples who had changed their expressions. Finally, after a long time, the rest of the people also changed their expressions. Is it my illusion? They looked at each other. I feel that the vitality of this tree seems to be a little stronger. Is it a psychological effect? Because I worship and trust senior apprentice Uncle Yen so much that I'm a little blind? Everyone was a little unconfident, because the change of the tree in front of them was not obvious. However, it was really changing. It's this tree. Feng Muang first clapped his hands and exclaimed. He looked at the jade pot in Yin Zhaoge's hand. It seems that after filling the water, we should leave it for a long time, and then use it to water the tree. Hearing this, everyone was suddenly enlightened. Senior apprentice Uncle Yin really has a solution. Someone exclaimed. Don't make a big fuss about it. All along, senior apprentice brother Yen has always been proficient in solving various difficult problems. There haven't been many things that can stump him. A slightly older Broad Creed mountain martial practitioner beside him said with pride. In the crowd, a beautiful girl turned a blind eye to the people and things around her. She just stared at Yin Zhaoge with blazing eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. However, she was not the only one. The female disciples around her age all looked the same. Most of them just secretly looked at Yin Zhaoge, but didn't dare to stare at him directly. Yin Zhaoge had long been used to being stared at by others. He didn't change his expression, instead he felt quite good. He calmly and indifferently let everyone stare at him. He weighed the jade pot in his hand and said with a smile, I was thinking about the function of this jade pot before, and it turned out to be here. The ginseng fruit tree is the legendary treasure of the Five Manor Temple. If you want to cultivate it, you really need to pay attention to it. Feng Muang nodded, raising his head to look at that towering tree. Yin Zhaoge smiled. The ginseng fruit is a good thing. While this tree is not pure, having been grafted over, if it really bears fruit, it will also be worth us looking forward to. The legendary ginseng fruit takes 3,000 years to bloom, 3,000 years to bear fruit, and 3,000 years to mature. I wonder if I can live to see it. Shi Jun said with yearning. Feng Muang said, grafted fruit trees don't have as much spiritual qi, so they might bloom and bear fruit faster. From the looks of it, it has already bloomed, and is just waiting for the fruits to ripen. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. As the three of them were chatting, Ahu came from afar. His expression was somewhat solemn. Young master, I just received a piece of news. How so? Yin Zhaoge asked. There is news that the upper exalt Chen Qianhua has recently crossed the boundary between immortal and mortal, Ahu said in a heavy tone. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows lightly. Oh? He safely passed the immortal mortal tribulation and pushed open the gate of immortality? The news hasn't been verified yet. Ahu shook his head and answered. However, the news didn't come from the Qilin Cliff, but from the ingenious Flying Peak. I heard it was from the encompassing emperor. Yin Zhaoge wasn't very surprised. He just rubbed his temples lightly and muttered to himself. Did that guy get the heaven-opening scripture? Seeing Ahu and the others looking at him curiously, Yin Zhaoge explained. Regardless of whether Upper Chen is reliable or not, his talent in martial arts is worthy of recognition. I've seen him fight with others, and even fought with him personally. So it's not strange that he has the strength to push open the gate of immortality. It's also not surprising that he could do it in such a short period of time. This kind of thing depends on the individual. Everyone's situation is different. At the same juncture, I might be walking on flat ground, while you might be stuck for 1,000 years. It's very normal. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. I'm just curious. Did he push open the gate of immortality after gathering all the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures and later Heaven 6 scriptures? Or did he ignore the lack of the heaven-opening scripture and directly go through the tribulation? Because Chen Qianhua first cultivated the origin heavenly scripture and used it as his foundation, he was very convenient in some aspects. His accumulation of various exquisite supreme martial arts was very abundant. Of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, except for the peerless heavenly scripture and the heaven-opening scripture, Chen Qianhua already had all of them. The peerless heavenly scripture was too special, so it could be ignored. The heaven-opening scripture's inheritance in the world beyond worlds had actually not stopped. However, because of some reasons, Chen Qianhua still hadn't obtained the heaven-opening scripture. Although they were happy to see a peerless genius and a new expert's rise, Chen Qianhua's character was still very troublesome. They couldn't help but feel a bit afraid of him and restrict him either openly or secretly. It wasn't that they wanted to suppress Chen Qianhua. It was just that in the eyes of the earthly sovereign and the other experts of the world beyond worlds, they still held back their attitude towards Chen Qianhua and needed to continue observing him. However, the current situation might not be so, because a few people had emerged in the world beyond worlds, and they had become the best reins, or even shackles for Chen Qianhua. On the other hand, Chen Qianhua might also restrict them. That's right, they were talking about Yin Zhaoge and his father, as well as Nie Jingxian, who stood firmly on their side. Under such circumstances, some people would instead relax their restrictions on Chen Qianhua, and even support him. It was not surprising that Chen Qianhua might obtain the heaven-opening scripture. Wang Zhengqing had perished, and the earthly sovereign hadn't returned yet. However, don't forget that there was still such a person in the restful Immortal Valley. After going to the restful Immortal Valley and seeing the concealed sovereign himself, Yin Zhaoge didn't doubt that this seemingly low-key sovereign must have many other arrangements secretly. It wouldn't be surprising that Chen Qianhua obtained the heaven-opening scripture at a suitable time. This person's strength is already extraordinary. Once he ascends to the immortal realm, we can't treat him as an ordinary true immortal expert. Although Feng Moyang had just come to the world beyond worlds, he had naturally heard of Chen Qianhua and knew that this upper exalt didn't have a good relationship with the broad Creed Mountain. If he gathers all the 9 heavenly scriptures, his strength will be even more extraordinary. As a core disciple of the broad Creed Mountain, Feng Jiang was also cultivating the life creation heavenly scripture. Ahu looked at Yin Zhaoge and asked, "Young master, is it possible for him to reverse that legendary primordial first scripture with the 9 heavenly scriptures?" "It's possible for him to understand some of its profundities, but it's impossible for him to reverse it," Yin Zhaoge said calmly. It was useless to reverse it. There was no place for him to do so. However, if Chen Qianhua has really pushed open the immortal door, he really can't be underestimated. Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin and said, "That guy has an immortal artifact." Another important thing was that when Chen Qianhua crossed the human immortal realm, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. His ability to observe the past and present with the primordial heavenly scripture would also have a qualitative leap. Chapter 1205. Please support us with your monthly votes. Thank you. Ahu, Feng Moyang, and Shijun all looked serious. Yin Zhaoge came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Upper Chen is unpredictable and unreliable. However, his target is always me, my father, and senior apprentice brother Nya. Besides, he probably won't do harm to other people of our sect. Yin Zhaoge and the other 2 might not do that. However, if they all left the world beyond worlds, Chen Qianhua would be busy looking for them and wouldn't do harm to the broad Creed Mountain. Even if there was a possibility of attacking the enemy to save the besieged, Chen Qianhua would never consider it. It was not because he disdained to do that. He didn't have such a high moral principle. It was just that he wasn't interested in that method. In his opinion, searching like a cat chasing a mouse was a very interesting thing. How could he waste it? But his younger brother, the earthly young master Chen Qianhua, Yin Zhaoge said, "Although I don't have much contact with him, he gives me a feeling that there's a dagger hidden in his smile. The sect needs to be on guard against him." Ahu and the other 2 nodded thoughtfully. Yin Zhaoge waved his hand to Ahu. "Help me prepare something. I'm going out soon." "Yes, young master." A pitiful look appeared on Ahu's face. "Young master, can't I go with you this time?" Yin Zhaoge shook his head. "You could have gone with me last time, but you couldn't make it in time because of the tight time. But you can't this time." It had nothing to do with cultivation. Yin Zhaoge was looking for exalted fire luminary this time, and might contact the immortal court. The reason why earthly sovereign and sword sovereign stayed in the outer space was just Yin Zhaoge's guess. However, it was not entirely impossible. If exalted fire luminary had really made a mess in the immortal court, the situation would be more complicated than Yin Zhaoge had expected. Fortunately, to Yin Zhaoge, it was fine as long as he could get in touch with the other party. However, even so, there was still a possibility to contact the Immortal Court. Ahu didn't have any special treasure to protect himself. Yin Zhaoge didn't want Ahu to follow Fu Ting's example. Yes, young master, I understand. Seeing this, Ahu stopped playing dumb and answered seriously. After bidding farewell to Feng Muang and Shi Jun, they went down the Mount Zhen together. Ahu, in a little while, I will ask the clan to help me gather and prepare some things. After everything is gathered, do as I say, Yin Zhaoge said as he walked. Ahu answered, yes, young master. He rubbed his palms together. Young master, who are we going to use it against this time? You can say that it's against Chen Xianhua, but you can also say that it's not. Yin Zhaoge answered. Ahu was a little stunned. After pondering for a while, he vaguely understood. Young master, are you trying to mislead us? While the origin heavenly scripture could not see through Yin Zhaoge, it could see through the various things happening to those around him. As Ahu was Yin Zhaoge's personal attendant, observing him was naturally very useful. However, if Yin Zhaoge and Ahu could realize it, Chen Xianhua and his allies would naturally think of it as well. They would have to be wary of Yin Zhaoge intentionally digging a trap for them. Therefore, should they believe the information they received? After all, they could only obtain indirect information related to Yin Zhaoge. They would not be able to obtain any useful information directly from Yin Zhaoge. Young master, you're really far-sighted. Just as Ahu was about to flatter Yin Zhaoge, his expression suddenly changed. Young master, I remember you mentioning that Upper Chen knows the hearts will heavenly scripture. With his cultivation being so much higher than mine, wouldn't your plan be exposed? The hearts will heavenly scripture can only see through a person's thoughts, but not their memories. Yin Zhaoge waved his hand nonchalantly. Even if it can, he can only see through you and not me. How can he be sure that I'm not deceiving you as well? Therefore, rest assured and do what I ask you to do. However, you still have to keep a low profile. Like I said just now, the second son of the Chun family is not a kind person. Chen Xianhua might not be interested in finding trouble with you, but Chen Kuanhua might not be the same. Not only you, even our clan's disciples have to be wary of him. Ahu hurriedly nodded. Yes, young master. I'll remember that. Yin Zhaoge did not stay on the mountain for too long, and immediately set off. In fact, if it wasn't for a special matter, he would only stay with his parents for a few days at most. This matter was quite meaningful to Yin Zhaoge. Comprehending the heaven-opening scripture, when the astro-sovereign Chen Xuanzong was staying on the Broad Creed Mountain, he passed down the second scripture of the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures of the primordial heavenly scripture to Yin Di. For this, both Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di were very grateful. The reason was that arts were not easily passed down. In this world, the seriousness of the Tao tradition was even higher than the bloodline inheritance most of the time. No disciple dared to leak the supreme martial art of their sect to their own clan, without the permission of their sect. Most of the time, gratitude, kinship, friendship, and even the love between husband and wife had to be avoided when it came to the Tao tradition. Yin Di protected Fu Ting from being taken advantage of by the black-clothed brocade emperor. No matter how grateful Fu Ting was, she would not easily give the supreme martial art of the ingenious flying peak as a gift. Chapter 1206. The heaven-opening scripture had a significant and far-reaching impact on the world beyond worlds. In the past, the new Kunlun 9 luminaries had studied the heaven-opening scripture together and established the world beyond worlds together. Afterwards, it was precisely from the heaven-opening scripture that many renowned peak martial arts of the current world beyond worlds were born, establishing the flourishing age of the martial Tao in the world beyond worlds. Qilin Cliff's Yin Yang Earth Heaven-Breaking Hammer, Jade Capital Crag's Jade Illusory Heaven-Opening Sword, Jade Sky Peak's Profound Cold Saber, Great Cold Seven Arts, and so on. All of them originated from the heaven-opening scripture. Because the heaven-opening scripture's concept was special, it couldn't be recorded in words. It could only be transmitted by word of mouth and comprehended by thought. Therefore, if one wanted to comprehend the principles within, it would be a test of one's talent and comprehension. If one failed, not only would it be a problem of not being able to comprehend it, one's soul might also be torn apart. However, this wasn't a problem for Yin Zhaoge, not only because he possessed the peerless heavenly scripture, but also because his comprehension was sufficient. As Yin Zhaoge's comprehension abilities grew deeper and deeper along the path of simultaneously cultivating in the three purities, his advantage in this aspect grew. Of course, if one's foundation wasn't good, the path would be more and more difficult. In this world, since ancient times, there had been many geniuses who could challenge opponents of a higher level. Excluding the difference in combat power caused by the cultivation of supreme martial arts, there might be differences in strength, even if everyone cultivated the same martial arts. The reason was that there were differences between people. For example, Nie Jingshan's earlier heaven nascent form, Ing Longtu's Big Dipper body, Xia Guang's thunderbolt blood, and so on. However, other than their unique physiques, Nie Jingshan and the others' comprehension was also outstanding. Cultivating the same martial arts, they could comprehend more than most people in the same realm. To a certain extent, their comprehension and application of the principles of martial arts had surpassed the level of their current physical realm. Thus, in their current realm, they were exceptionally powerful. For example, Yin Zhaoge's comprehension of the cyclic heavenly scripture had already surpassed the theoretical level of the martial saint realm. Combining the principles of other supreme martial arts, Yin Zhaoge could comprehend the extreme changes of the cyclic heavenly scripture, such as earlier heaven returning and creation reversal. Under normal circumstances, many perfected immortals, or even profound immortals, who had already pushed open the gate of immortality, might not have such a deep comprehension when cultivating the cyclic heavenly scripture. Therefore, although Yin Zhaoge didn't cultivate immortal qi or immortal aura, he could still defeat Chen Qianhua, who also cultivated the cyclic heavenly scripture with just his true essence. Even if Chen Qianhua's comprehension abilities were similarly shocking, and his comprehension of various martial arts had reached a shocking level, he still couldn't defeat Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal at the same cultivation realm. Why was it that the higher a martial artist's realm was, the less likely it was for a martial artist to challenge someone of a higher realm? And in the end, it was almost completely extinct. On one hand, it was because the higher one's cultivation level was, None of the people who could reach such heights were simple. They were all peerless geniuses who left their names in the annals of history. The differences between people constantly decreased until there was no difference at all. Those who were too far behind others had already fallen behind in the process of climbing to the peak, because of rounds of invisible eliminations. On one hand, it was because the principles and concepts of martial arts had their limits. When one reached a higher realm, everyone would reach the same goal by different means. Gradually, they would arrive at the same level, and the advantage of being one step ahead would no longer exist. At this time, even if there was still a gap between people's strength, it was more dependent on other factors, such as accumulation and accumulation. For Yin Zhaoge, it wasn't difficult to comprehend the heaven-opening scripture in the preliminary stage. What he needed to focus on was how to go deeper. After a short period of seclusion, Yin Zhaoge left the mountain again. This time, he directly left the world beyond worlds. Not in the universe of the three clear lineage, not in the universe of the blessed land of Buddhism, and not in the universe of the immortal court. Yin Zhaoge was walking in the boundless void outside the domain, and he seemed to be thinking, the changes of the universe after the great calamity are more than I expected. Traveling in the boundless void, the distance was so far that it was hard to estimate. With Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation, the distance he had to travel was as far as thousands of mountains and rivers. He had to find some vortexes that connected different spaces in order to save time. Otherwise, even hundreds or thousands of years of traveling would be like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. However, Yin Zhaoge had the experience of traveling in the world of Buddhism and the world of the immortal court, so he was much more familiar with traveling now. Astro Sovereign pointed out the destination, and the location was quite accurate. Yin Zhaoge just needed to follow the map. Even so, he still had to go through a long journey. After passing through the barrier between two universes, Yin Zhaoge entered a brand new space. In front of him was still a vast expanse of darkness. In the silent and quiet void, stars could be seen from afar. In the boundless void, the spirit qi was thin. However, Yin Zhaoge could feel a slight discomfort. It wasn't discomfort. Instead, he was not used to it. The feeling was too different from the feeling he had when he was in the Tao universe. This place isn't suitable for humans to live in. It's more suitable for the legendary demon race. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. No matter in the Eight Extremities world, or the world beyond worlds, there were many demonic beasts. In the starry sky of the universe, which was far away from the human world, there were a few great demons with extraordinary strength. However, they were too rare. Many of the active demon race before the Great Calamity had already gone extinct. However, the environment there was still similar to the universe before the Great Calamity. It was suitable for both humans and demons to live in. However, this place was obviously not suitable for humans to live in. Yin Zhaoge didn't care about that. After the chaotic qi mass within his body rotated for a while, he had already adapted to the environment here. However, the environment in front of him made him ponder. His figure shook slightly, and a tall figure appeared beside Yin Zhaoge. It was the North Ocean clone. Yin Zhaoge took a deep breath. His body that could retract and release his qi and blood immediately shrunk. The North Ocean clone opened his palm, and lights flickered on his palm. Yin Zhaoge jumped into it and disappeared. Meanwhile, the North Ocean clone's figure was faintly changing. Although his appearance was still in the human form, a faint bloody demonic qi was gushing out from his acupoints. After the muscles on his back moved a few times, a pair of wings extended out and spread open, covering the entire sky and covering the sun. This wasn't a simulated illusory form, formed by condensing the martial intent. Instead, it was Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone transforming into his own flesh and blood. The wings of a Kuanping grew out from his body. After fusing many kinds of demon race bloodlines, especially the Kuanping bone, as the North Ocean clone's cultivation grew higher and higher, he could already transform his flesh and blood body to a certain extent, transforming into a demon body. Currently, the North Ocean clone looked like a Kuanping that had transformed into a human form. However, his appearance still retained some demonic beast characteristics. After adapting to the changes, the North Ocean clone spread out his wings and instantly flew far away. Not long after he disappeared, a black shadow suddenly shrouded this area of the void. Chapter 1207. The North Ocean clone transformed into the shape of a Kuanping, spreading his wings and flying. In this universe that he had never been to, he still had to travel a long way to reach his destination. However, it wasn't far. Yin Zhaoge's destination wasn't far from the space vortex that connected the two universes. Gradually, a red light spot appeared in the depths of the dark void. Yin Zhaoge approached the fiery red light spot. As he got closer, he saw a raging fire appearing in front of him. That was the boundary of a world. However, this world seemed to be burning from the inside out. Fire Dragon World. Exalted Fire, Sua Mingzhang and the expert Yi Yang, whose remnant soul had entered Mars Halberd, came from their hometown. Both of them were born in the demon race's paradise. However, they left one after another. Yi Yang died. After his remnant soul entered Mars Halberd's rebirth, he returned here and slaughtered the dragons of the Fire Dragon World. Because he blocked the way, the dragons of the Fire Dragon World couldn't escape to other places. In the end, they all passed through the space vortex and entered the Tao universe. Yi Yang chased after them all the way back. Numerous dragons of the Fire Dragon World died. In the end, with the help of the descendants of the Grand Clear, the dragons sealed Mars Halberd, that Yi Yang had transformed into in the desolate ancient cold abyss. The desolate ancient cold abyss became the dragon tomb of the Tao universe. The dragons that migrated to the Tao universe tried to return to the old place of the Fire Dragon world. However, the Fire Dragon world had already been occupied by other demon races. Some of the dragons that suffered heavy casualties and lost their strength went to other places to seek refuge with other clans. Some even settled down in the Tao universe. A few years ago, Mars Halberd reappeared and slaughtered the dragons that still lived in the Tao universe. According to Fu Ting, the dragons that lived in the Tao universe were forced to migrate away. Yin Zhaoge now thought that they should have returned to the starry sky of the demon race's mountains and seas. Knowing that Mars Halberd was only sealed and didn't perish, you still dared to stay there. Should I say that you are brave, or do you have other plans? Yin Zhaoge smiled. He spread his wings and continued descending. He passed through the space formed by layers of raging fire and entered the Fire Dragon world. In this world, the sky wasn't the usual azure blue. Instead, it was completely fiery red. The air was scorching hot, making people feel as if they were in flames. While Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's cultivation base was currently lower than his main bodies, he had already attained the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage. However, at this moment, he was in the Fire Dragon world. Even with the strength of his body, he still felt a burning pain in his mouth and nose when he breathed. Standing amidst space, the Northern Ocean clone slowly adjusted his breathing, adapting to the blazing hot spiritual qi environment here, before moving once more. The current environment gave the Northern Ocean clone in the form of the Kuanping a very uncomfortable feeling. It was too dry. Not only was it scorching hot, but it was also a drought. Yin Zhaoge thought. I seem to know which demon race is occupying this place. Just as Xiao Chun was deep in thought, a sea of flames appeared in the distant sky. Then, an exotic beast appeared in his vision. The other party had 6 legs and 4 wings. It looked like a strange snake, and its body was incomparably huge. It was a Fei. According to the ancient records, the great demon Fei had 2 races. One of them had a single head and 2 bodies, while the other had 6 legs and 4 wings. Both of them looked like giant snakes. They could bring great droughts and spit out flames at the same time. The former was usually called the one-headed Fei, while the latter was called the 6-legged Fei. Now it seemed that the demon race occupying this place was probably a group of 6-legged Fei. The Fei looked at Yin Zhaoge with alertness in its eyes. However, it didn't launch an attack. Kuanping, what are you doing here? Yin Zhaoge didn't have to use much effort to understand his words. The ancient language before the Great Calamity was commonly used by the human race and the demon race. Of course, different demon race had their own language. However, the great demon in front of him obviously didn't expect a Kuanping to understand their unique language. Therefore, he naturally asked in the common language. I came here to visit my old friend. Yin Zhaoge's expression didn't change. An elder of my race had a friendship with an elder of the dragon race, who used to live in this world. Since I was traveling here, I naturally wanted to visit him. But why did you 6-legged Fei appear here? The Fei's eyes were full of suspicion. Don't you know what happened here? This is the Fire Dragon world, right? Yin Zhaoge pretended to answer disdainfully. The Fei didn't get angry. Instead, it looked at him with a sneer and said, Yes, this is the Fire Dragon world. But that was thousands of years ago. Thousands of years ago? What happened here? Yin Zhaoge showed a surprised expression. He put away his arrogant attitude and said humbly, Because of special reasons, my race lived in seclusion and seldom communicated with the outside world. It was only recently that we reappeared. This time, I came here on the order of the elder of my race, to visit the elder of the dragon race who lived here. What on earth happened here? Please tell me. Please forgive me for my impoliteness just now. Since ancient times, Kuanping had been one of the strongest races among the demon race. Seeing Yin Zhaoge humbled himself, the Fei felt a lot more comfortable and didn't make things difficult for him. I'll let you know that the dragon race here had been exterminated thousands of years ago. Even if a few of them survived, I don't know where they are now. This world has been occupied by my race for a long time. Now it's not called the Fire Dragon world, but the Minor Grand Flower Immortal world. The Fei shook its big head. You came here in vain. Just leave now. Yin Zhaoge thought. Generally speaking, the time here seems to flow faster than that in Taoism. As he thought of this, he pretended to be angry. Who did this? Staring at the Fei, Yin Zhaoge showed an unfriendly expression. Don't look at me. It's their own internal strife. The Fei laughed. It seems that in those years, there was a half-human half-dragon child in our race who was bullied badly. After they finished their studies and came back, of course, they wanted to take revenge. However, this fire dragon world is really a good place. Wouldn't it be a pity if it was abandoned? So my race simply occupied it. Yin Zhaoge pretended to be angry. Where are the half-demons now? The Fei shook its head. That I don't know. In these years, I heard that other experts of the demon race have come here to search for the traces of the two half-demons. But they all returned in vain. You've also been here recently? Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he followed up with a question. I heard that. The Fei's eyes bulged. He felt that there was something wrong with Yin Zhaoge's question. Suddenly, his eyes blurred, and Yin Zhaoge had already arrived in front of him. The North Ocean clone stretched out his hand and instantly grabbed the Fei's neck, almost suffocating him. Now please tell me, are those experts of the demon race who have come here to look for people still here? Yin Zhaoge asked with a smile. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.